Day 21 at Saratoga. Welcome to the second half. Trainer George Weaver, a terrific first half and ready to keep that momentum going. Saddling no less than 4 fillies in the Thursday feature, spearheaded by Silsby, New York-bred impressive maiden winner downstate. Standing in her way, among others, Love Cervere, lukewarm favorite in a wide-open Galway Stakes, and she's trained by Miguel Clement. Big weekend on the horizon on Saturday, a title defense, Far Bridge, looking to become the 8th back-to-back Sword Dancer winner. 8-1 last year, Far Bridge. Andy picked him. It was annoying. We all had to sit through it. Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. Here on Fox Sports 2, live look, the spa on a Thursday. Very mild, comfortable. Summer afternoon, ideal conditions for thoroughbred racing. Ideal conditions for the fans at the August place to be. From the Paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Hard to believe, but here we are, the first day of the second half of the 162nd season at Saratoga. And a really good Thursday program on tap. First of 10 races in about 9 minutes. The main event is the Goway Stakes, 3-year-old filly sprinting on grass. As we take a look at today's races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. As always, race 1 starts at early pick 5. Race 3 starts the mandatory pay pick 5. Race 7, the Galway. Main track is fast. Turf course is firm. Temperature around 81 degrees. A friendly reminder, offer still stands. Sign up today at NyraBets.com. Get involved, sign up. When you do so, use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now at NyraBets.com. So I welcome in my co-host, handicapper Jonathan Kinchin, New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling. 8-1 last year on Far Bridge. Not getting 8-1 on Saturday.
I appreciate the love, but after this year's Sword Dancer, can we stop talking about it? I know it was
Probably
my,
not.
I know it was my
If
last
I know
winner.
that
Maybe I'll have a winner between now and then, and then we can
so
stop talking
that
about
people at home remember, like he can do it. Like he can
I can't pick a winner.
do it.
Right. I know, I've forgotten.
Today's Galway. See if we can find a winner in that one, 3-year-old fillies. But a little bit earlier on this really good Thursday program, what are we looking forward to most?
I've been looking forward to race number 2 since they drew it, and I've been checking the weather report more than even normal because there were a couple of showers that fortunately are no longer threatening. And I was thinking, please don't rain this horse race off, because I was talking to you, Jonathan. I make the over/under 1.5, and it might be higher. A number of horses in this race that end up in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like I'll take the over. I mean, it feels like the winner of this race is a lock. Then you just need one more to find their way into the conversation for that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. And so it's going to be a fun race.
Too much pedigree, too many good barns, too many stories that people like their horses for this race to come up a clunker. So I'm excited about this race.
Stick around for that one. Race number 2. A little bit later on is that Galway and these 3-year-old fillies. Here's the field. Morning line, very deep, very competitive. Some defections. Looks like it could impact the shape of the race. Number 11, Love Cervere, 7-2 morning line favorite. This was 2 starts back. The Take the A train at Aqueduct, May 10th. Andy and Love Cervere, last turning for home, but just now starting to roll.
I think this is one of the reasons that some of us believe that Joel Rosario is the most elite turf sprint rider in the country. You watch Joel, nobody can sit chilly like Joel. And I know he frustrates people. One thing about Joel, when he sits chilly, you rarely feel after the race that's why he lost. And he sat in the 2-path. He didn't want to lose any ground that he didn't have to, and angled out and just ran by them late. She's a very nice horse.
She wins that Take the A train, JK, from last to first. Wins the Alawow in Canada while stalking the pace. Like, how significant is her versatility?
I mean, I think it definitely helps. You like to see that in a turf sprint because, they're such short races. You want to be versatile in terms of handling what you're dealt in those races. The thing I'll say about Love Cervere is there's a couple others in here that I think just ran faster than she has at this point. I also think that if you want to look at the closing version of her, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, the speed, the main speed, 2 of the main speeds scratching out of here might not necessarily help either. I'll be looking elsewhere.
Galway, race 7, post time around 4:36 Eastern. Week 5 stakes scheduled. Tomorrow, Grade 2 Ballston Spa. It's loaded. Saturday on Fox, Saratoga Oaks, Grade 1 Sword Dancers. Sunday, the Mahoney 3-year-old Turf Sprinters. Field for the opener. Start of the early pick 5, $20,000 maiden claimer, all winless, all for sale, mile and an eighth. Kavanaugh not favored currently. Otto Nepoti at 2-1, 5 minutes out.
Do we know who Otto Nepoti is?
I don't. I looked and came up with nada.
Really? Wow.
Sounds like
You
someone
don't
who would
know-
own like a junkyard. You know what I'm saying?
I'm staying
Like
out of that one.
Otto's garage. I'm just saying,
When that
Otto.
comes back to
That's
be a
what I would-
problem, I said nothing.
Down the line, post for it. We kick things off 14-1 shots side by side. There's Belmont Union.
Ran well enough two back. I'm sorry, down the line. Go ahead.
I don't have much to say about Belmont Union.
We're looking forward to Belmont reopening.
Cyber Beast and Jose Ortiz.
Listen, Joe Sharp's horse running like Vildebeest. One of 3, going from 6 furlongs to 9 furlongs in this race.
Kavanaugh, Christopher Elliott won the last race yesterday, paid $80-some-odd.
This horse has like 5 races, and his past performances will absolutely win this race for fun.
Otto Nepoti, Louis Saez for Todd Pletcher.
I don't know. This horse didn't do any running first time out. Todd Pletcher, maiden claimer, stretching out in the dirt, second starts, 0 for 13 over the last 5 years.
Reaction, Rod Ortiz, 4-1.
I preferred this one of the 2 Todd Pletcher runners. I'm surprised the 5's taking all this money.
And Indy Rags to the outside, Ricardo Santana aboard.
I picked Kavanaugh, but Indy Rags is the other horse for me. I was in a killer field last time, took no money, drops down. The first race was good enough. I'm 4s and 7s here, but I think this is a race, Jonathan, where there's a lot more questions than answers.
The Rapoli thing threw me off. I preferred the 6 and the 7 over the 5. I saw Rapoli with Joe Sharp, and I said I prefer this one. The other Todd, I prefer the 6 and the 7 over the 5 is what I meant to say.
I watched the 6's debut, and for the life of me, I just couldn't see this horse. This horse didn't run a single step, and Jose was after him.
Kavanaugh stretching out, dropping in class. Maggie Wolfendale with us, trackside. Maggie Kavanaugh, much softer competition than he's faced in the past. What is he showing you pre-race and now warming up?
Well, Lafitte, this is a horse that I actually know from out at Oaklawn, and while he was huge prices in those tough maiden special weights out there, I still found a way to weasel him into a Paddock report because I liked him that much. Now, I wish he was showing me a little bit more energy back in the paddock and on the track, but at least you know he's A, proven at the distance, and B, he's just faced better horses than what he does here, and he truly looks the part yet again physically. So I'm taking Kavanaugh because I feel like some of the others are somewhat dicey propositions, though they definitely go out for barns who win and win at a high percentage. As we'll take a look at the 2 for Todd Pletcher, beginning with number 5, Otto Nepoti, as he debuted going the 6 furlongs, and I wasn't in the paddock for that debut. He definitely looks like he'll appreciate a little bit more ground. Now, he was definitely the one of the 2 Pletcher horses that was behaving better back in the paddock. And in that race, Louis Saez just rode the hair off him from start to finish. So you would have to think with this aggressive warm-up as well, and the fact that he was close enough going 6, that he will be your likely pace setter. He looks fit. He looks strong. Could he take them gate to wire? Does that scare me? 100%. But he was really revved up here once he got out on track. So definitely lighting a fire underneath of him was Louis Saez. Has he done too much? Moving on to number 7, Indy Rags. Physically, I prefer Indy Rags. He's a very good-looking son of Union Rags, big, scopy type of horse. But back in the paddock, as this is also the first time I'm covering one of his races, he was very distracted. I mean, he was nickering, and that's a 3-year-old making his 3rd start, and he just seems distracted out on the racetrack too. So looking at him, I do think, the 2 turns isn't going to be a question mark for him, but he's also one that doesn't get out of the gate. In his first start, he had his head turn, he lost his hind end, and he was just very slow early on. So hopefully with the 2 turns, it does mitigate that a bit. I just wish there was a bit more focus in what he was showing me. Number 6, Reaction. He's another one stretching out. This one for Joe Sharp, though, who just showed nothing. It was kind of like Jose Ortiz. Felt as though he didn't have any horse from the get-go, and he just gave him the guide around the racetrack, a little bit of a tour. He's just not that athletic overall. I do think more ground is preferable for him. He's a tall, leggy sort, but he's very upright through his shoulder. He just, you think about horses and you think about those athletes, and when it comes to horses, you kind of equate them to sports cars. They just look fast. He just doesn't. He kind of more or less looks like that truck, if you will. Might get the distance, but he's not going to do it in very fast fashion. Lafitte?
That was great.
That was a
That
great
was great.
description.
I love that.
Looks like a sports car. Looks like it's really fast, but isn't.
It's taken a long time, but Kinchin has finally done something useful on the show. It's not easy. Go ahead, Jonathan.
No, I think, I don't know for sure, but the Auto Nepoti, I think it's 8 grandchildren.
8 grandchildren.
I think that's what I mean. I don't know.
You get the gold star.
I'm still
today.
saying it would be
Even
a
if
great
it's
name
wrong,
for a garage.
Even if it's wrong, it's better.
I still have only listened to 3 Grateful Dead songs, so I'm sure I'll get in trouble.
At least
for
one
this.
of them was Scarlet Begonias. You know, you get a lot of credit for texting me about Dead songs. I gave you Scarlet Begonias and Bertha. So, my problem with the 6 is, listen, I'm not going to be shocked by any. I'm not going to, this is not a horse I'm going to get in. I just wish this horse did some kind of running first time out. The horse also took no money. Now, it was a killer field. Relative to these, that was a very strong field. This horse just didn't do any running at all.
Well, a lesson I learned one Saturday or Wednesday morning at Saratoga is that not great horses will win not great races. Well, this is a not great race, and that's what the hard part about it all is. The 4, to me, feels like a slam dunk based on the past races, but it's not a great race.
Listen, I have a phrase. Bad horses win bad races. And I don't mean it about, so now I think this has actually got some,
You're worried about me insulting somebody.
No, but I don't think this is a bad race. I mean, you've got top trainers in here, pedigrees, big, this is not, I'm talking about lower level, I mean, it is what it is. I don't mean it that way, but I mean, when in some races, when you get down to the bottom, more when we're in the winter and different times, you can be ready to take any horse in the right spot. You can take horses whose PPs just look like a horror show. Now, I don't think this is that kind of race because, like you said, Jonathan, if the 4 comes close to his good races, he'll lap this field in all likelihood. And as you even said to me, his bad races make him the horse to beat. And I don't disagree.
Distance, this 1 1/8 with Kavanaugh favored at 8-5 in those short leaf colors, formerly Lob Lolly. First horse that comes to mind. Quick.
Temperance Hill.
Temperance Hill for
Cox's
you?
Ridge.
Demons Be Gone for me.
I love Demons Be Gone. He was
Van Landingham,
third
another. He was the favorite in the Derby,
and he was
bled.
third, I think, to AP Indy in the Belmont. And Van Landingham is the horse that put Sugar McGay on the map. I mean, he was right. I mean, he was a monster.
Great to see those colors at Saratoga. Great to hear Frank Mirmati on the mic with the call. Race 1 of 10 on a Thursday live on Fox Sports 2.
All right, Lafitte, here's some famous colors right here of Rapoli Stable and Calumet coming up. Who's graduating in the opener? They're in the gate. And they're off. Auto Nepoti is going out for the lead, and Cyber Beast, hard ridden for early speed, and Cyber Beast is quickest into the first turn. Auto Nepoti comes away in second, and then it's Reaction on the outside in third. They are followed by Down the Line, who's a joint fourth, right inside of Kavanaugh, who's in a tight spot in between horses, 2 lengths clear of Indy Rags, and then at the back of the field, racing by himself is Belmont Union. They're covered by 8 lengths, and it's Cyber Beast taking them on to the backstretch, settling down in front by 2 over Auto Nepoti. The opening quarter went in 24-1. Kavanaugh, Reaction, right next to one another, third and fourth. They're followed by Indy Rag, 7 lengths off the pace. Then comes Down the Line and Belmont Union. Cyber Beast heads toward the half-mile pole. The half went in 49-3 for Cyber Beast, letting it out a notch, almost 3 lengths in front of Auto Nepoti in second. Kavanaugh asked to get closer along the inside. Less than a half mile to go. Reaction is fourth, 4 lengths off the lead. They start to string out. Indy Rags now has almost 10 to make up. He is well clear of the 2 trailers. Belmont Union, second to last. And way back there now is Down the Line. Cyber Beast, 3/4, 1:14-1. Cyber Beast turns for home with plenty of company. Kavanaugh in between. Auto Nepoti, and widest of all is Reaction. 1 furlong to go. Cyber Beast clinging to a narrow lead. Kavanaugh opts inside. In the center of the racetrack, Reaction. Indy Rags is coming with big strides in between. If he gets through, it's over. Indy Rags. Ricardo Santana Jr. found the seam, and they burst clear to win by 3.5. Reaction second, Kavanaugh third, then Cyber Beast.
Wild finish And those Calumet colors, what a summer. At Saratoga, Ricardo Santana, Indy Rags from far, far back in the opener at the Spa.
I mean, he was pumping away in this horse a half mile to go in the race, going absolutely nowhere, and he just took off. And if it wasn't for Irad and Jose Ortiz having these incredible meets, the only conversation we'd be having is Ricardo Santana, who's just on fire.
Yeah, Ricardo's been outstanding, and you got to think about Ricardo's journey, right? Riding First Call for Steve Asmussen, riding in all these Breeders' Cup races, Echo Zulu, Matoli, all the great horses. That relationship goes awry. And then he has to find his way back to a bunch of people he was always telling no to because he was riding for Steve all the time. To come here and have the success that Ricardo's having says a lot.
And he and PJ Campo, his agent, are just lighting it up. And you got to give PJ a lot of credit, but you have to give credit to Ricardo. He is just not making any mistakes. He must get it on every horse he gets on. He must think he can win.
Splits horses late. The victory, Indy Rags. Maggie, what happened with Jose Ortiz aboard Cyber Beast leaving the gate?
Well, I think it just goes to show how athletic these guys are. Jose Ortiz, I had the privilege of standing right here in the winner's circle, but Jose actually, you can see him reach down and adjust his left iron. See, right there. It must have came out, and you wouldn't even know because his leg stays where the stirrup goes. So for him, and that's why we kind of saw him going wide a little bit because he had to drop his left rein to make sure he had his foot in the iron. So that's why he drifted off a little bit. But guys, that's just how strong these riders' legs are to stay perched up like that with only one iron. Let's take a look at the head on here. Keep your eyes on number 3 with Jose Ortiz. Yeah, it's just his toe. It's not completely out, but you can see it's kind of cocked up in the air like that. And right here, he's going to drop down with his hand and adjust it there. But so many things can happen out of the gate. It just goes to show good effort there by the 3. But getting back to Ricardo Santana, guys, I remember him stopping me when I was at Oaklawn. He said, Maggie, what do you think about me going to New York and having PJ Campo as my agent? I said, that's the smartest move ever because he was kind of toiling at Hot Springs, not really riding for the top barns, riding well, but not getting those opportunities. And PJ's such a great agent. And Ricardo fits well because he's a little different than the bulk of the riders that we have here in New York.
It's a good move. Having a terrific summer. All smiles. Ricardo Santana, Indy Rags. Still full of himself. You can see him kicking there. And you picked it up inside the 8th pole, Andy. You said, look at Indy Rags. He's gonna blow this field away.
You know, I think it happens to everybody in this game at one time, especially if you have some talent. You know, I don't care if you're a handicapper, you're a trainer, you're a rider. It's just everything you do just feels like it's the right move. And then, of course, you get in those situations where everything you do is the wrong move. Those happen more often. But Todd's having a great meet, incredible meet. I think he's 1 or 2 behind Chad.
Now 1.
And Ricardo is just seems like he's getting on horses, and they're just running.
In a groove, Ricardo Santana, Todd Pletcher teaming up with the Calumet homebred Indy Rags in the opener. Results, reaction when we come back. You're watching Saratoga Live.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live here on FS2, and we're brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Another glorious summer day here at the spa. And Indy Rags from off the pace breaks his maiden going away for Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher for Calumet Farm and guided to victory by this guy to my left right now, Ricardo Santana, who, Ricardo, you're just having an excellent meet overall. And I think what the guy said, that you just get on every horse feeling like you can win, just that energy those horses seem to feed off of.
Well, I'm really blessed to be here in New York, and have all the supports that I'm having right now. I need to give you a lot of credit to Mike and BA. He's doing an amazing job, and getting those opportunities, Tab, Horacio, and those people, I'm really blessed to have a success meet this year.
Talk about this guy. He was a bit distracted in the paddock, but you got out on track and really gave him a big warm-up, kind of put his head in the game.
Well, I asked Tab, what do you want me to do, boss? And he said, warm him up, turn the loop from the pony, warm him up. In the morning, the horse worked really good. You need to use stride to get a focus in the race, and he's going to give you everything, and he improved today.
He really did. I remember you telling me in thinking about coming to New York when I saw you at Oaklawn, and pretty happy with that decision, I'd say?
Oh, yeah. I asked you, like another 2 or 3 more person, I asked Mr. Steve, I asked Mr. Mike Maker, and, they give me the green light, to come here, and I'm really blessed to be here.
Paying off in dividends. Well done. Congrats.
Thank you.
All right, Ricardo Santana really riding hot right now, Lafitte, and you can just feel the confidence, and I really think it's parlayed to the horses that he's on.
We've heard Richie discuss it time and time again, like we don't have that conversation just to hear ourselves have the same conversation, how important it is to get out to a fast start here specifically to get that momentum going. This is what it can lead to.
And look, if you're sitting on your couch right now, you might not be able to relate to how it feels for a rider, but I can tell you as a horse player, when you see the ball go through the hoop early, you make better decisions along the line. You make more confident decisions. When you aren't seeing the ball go through the hoop, you start reeling. You start picking shorter price horses because you can't stomach getting beat again. You start including horses in your pick 5 that you shouldn't be using because you're scared of getting beat. I would imagine it's very similar for a rider. You start making decisions that you should be making because you're making them quick and confidently.
Riders will talk about that lack of confidence. That's when you start riding not to lose instead of riding to win. And by the way, those images, how great is that? With Wayne's winners, that's Ava, Wayne Lucas. He'd saddle a winner, bring a couple kids into the winner's circle. Just an appropriate gesture that continues here in Saratoga.
Are we really going to let Jonathan saying you start picking shorter priced horses go without a response to that? Are we really going to let that happen?
I'm serious though. Single a 7-to-1 shot when you're down 10 units on the day. It's harder to do, but when things are going well, you start playing with a little bit more confidence.
No question.
And
You use the extra long shot in the exacta when you run second to the $40 horse. You have it,
Case in point, Jonathan. Bankroll play here? Yes?
Oh, did I get it in?
I think you did.
Let's
You're
go.
on, man. It's on the screen.
$200.
Now you're really in.
Teddy's Rocket, the
Yeah, you're in.
next fastest horse in the world. These are my favorite races. I just get excited just to hear all the buzz. And look, I think you're going to actually get an okay price. When you got 2 Chad Brown runners with Klarovich and Peter Brandt, you have the pedigree that you see on the Bessalou horse for Bill Mott. You see Shug in there. Sometimes you could sneak through with a horse that I think is going to be pretty good. I heard about this horse when they scratched that off the turf race. I'm going to go 200 to win on Teddy's Rocket.
Maybe. Go ahead.
I hope he wins. I'm live in the double. Otherwise,
If somebody's just joining us, this is one of those races, these 2-year-olds, like a horse could run well here. Then you could see him in the With Anticipation. Then you could see him in the Pilgrim or the Bourbon at Keeneland, and eventually the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. Like, that's the kind of potential we're talking about in the second race coming up at Saratoga.
Everybody wants to get to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf races because they are the easiest Breeders' Cup races to win. And everybody in here, I mean, you've got nothing but pedigree. Even Dave Donk's horse, Magnum's Macro Burst, has some pedigree to be a runner in this race. I think Likeness, the Shug McGay horse you mentioned, could be very, very dangerous. Both Chad Browns, the 4 you mentioned. I'm looking forward to this race. Been looking forward to it since they drew it.
Second race, 2-year-olds. Do not miss this one, 19 minutes out. And when we come back, he's been fun to follow, and now he has a title to defend. Far Bridge, last year's Sword Dancer winner. And last summer defeated a pair of Godolphin runners, measured time, silver knot. Can Nation's Pride make amends for Big Blue? We'll find out on Saturday Sword Dancer on Fox.
At the top of this track, even obliteration. Obliteration, perfectly named individual, is romping home in the Sanford. 7 lengths past the 16th hole. Obliteration is a star.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Fox Saratoga Saturday. Defending champion Farbridge returns in the Grade 1 Resorts World Casino Sword Dancer. A win and you're in challenge for the Breeders' Cup Turf. Join us Saturday, 3 Eastern on Fox.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The field turns for home. On the inside, Farbridge digging in. He's a tough customer. Measured time is lengthening that stride and cutting into every single inch of ground. 16th pole, Farbridge, measured time. Farbridge will not be denied. All the way in the Resorts World Casino Sword Dancer.
The scene in last year's Sword Dancer, surprisingly, Joel Rosario put him on the lead, Farbridge, and he wouldn't look back.
Joel is very, very smart at putting weird horses on the lead and wiring fields. And as it turned out, you know, at the time you said, well, he got the front, he were the inside, it was probably a fluke. It was no fluke.
No, he ended up being really nice and winning more races. But I will say this, though. It's funny when you, Andy, I remember we sat together during this day when you picked the horse on the day. You didn't project him to get that trip. You just thought he would get to the rail, but not in the way that he did.
Right. I thought he'd get to the rail. I agree. I don't think anyone could say I thought he was going to win that race. I mean, I thought he was going to wire the field.
Saturday, Resorts World Casino, Sword Dancer, Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Turf, 1.5 miles. Number 6, Farbridge, 9 to 5 morning line favorite. This was opening week, Grade 2 Bowling Green on yielding ground. Jonathan Farbridge handles El Razine, among others.
Yeah, I mean, El Razine was a little bit trickily ridden, in my opinion. And here, I liked El Razine. But look, Farbridge was the best horse in this race. And when you let the best horse get the best trip, they're going to beat you. And that's exactly what happened.
If you reverse trips, I think El Razine would have won.
Absolutely.
And El Razine is going to be my pick in this race. I've got a thing for El Razine. I think he's a good improving horse for Todd. It's a very tough race, though, and Farbridge is the horse to beat because he's always the horse to beat at this point.
But in this run, since last year's win in the Sword Dancer, he's won 5 of 7, and he has only 2 losses, like one in the Breeders' Cup Turf. Okay, we'll excuse that. The other in a shortened 1 1/8 Manhattan.
No, and against Deterministic.
Yeah.
And I always get his name wrong. Integration, the sugar horse who may be the horse to beat in the Arlington Million. No, this is a top-class horse. I'm not saying he matches up with the best from Europe, but in the U.S., going long, he's as good as anybody and better than almost all of them.
Farbridge, last back-to-back Sword Dancer winner. Gufo, trained by Christophe Clement. As for the competition, Godolphin's Nation's Pride, still not used to saying it, Jonathan, but here it is, last summer's Arlington Million at Colonial.
Yeah, I mean, he was good. He's got some really fast. 3 triple-digit buyer on the turf. You know, it's not the most common thing we see over here. And on his best day, he could absolutely win this race. The problem for me is he hasn't run since April. His last race wasn't very good, and that's a little bit of a concern.
I agree. I prefer the other Godolphin horse, El Cordobas on the rail. I think he's a 4-year-old. El Cordobas feels like a horse that may be sort of moving up to his best races.
Agreed.
Whereas I feel like Nation's Pride could certainly win, but I think his best races are behind him.
The one thing I will say about Nation's Pride, though, we talk about the DRF workout report often. I'm looking forward to being able to see how Nation's Pride is being rated in his 2 turf works here. If there's glowing reviews, and maybe we will see the best from him. But if there's some question marks, then I could probably look at playing against him.
I also think El Cordobas was the horse that Godolphin was always pointing to this race, and Nation Pride came in later.
He's dangerous, a threat. Godolphin, strong 1-2 punch. And for Fox Saratoga Saturday, only 3 weeks remain. Saturday's Sword Dancer. Next week, Alabama, presented by Keeneland Sales. Top class 3-year-old fillies. Finally, DraftKings Travers Midsummer Derby featuring Sovereignty. Fox Saratoga Saturday, big weekend on tap. Exciting 2-year-old race on tap. Maggie's in the paddock as we look at Olivetti. Maggie starting right there. What are these 2-year-olds showing you?
Yeah, this is a very professional and classy group, as you kind of hinted at, that this is, you know, the proverbial somewhat prep for all those good 2-year-old turf stakes that we see. So we'll begin with the Chad Brown duo, in which we see number 5, Olivetti, a slightly shorter price than his uncoupled stablemate, number 7, Hedge Ratio. And going into the race, I did prefer Olivetti. I'm not so sure in the paddock here, but I do think it's promising that Olivetti is taking more money. He's a son of Munnings, and is a half-brother to multiple graded stakes winning turf horse Fort Washington, and there have been some other turf runners in the family. Now, he's a very solid bone, very much of that Munnings type of prototype, and he's incredibly professional. Looking at this mile distance and having that in mind, he feels like the one that would be more proficient over his stablemate. And talking about one of his workouts, 3 back from the gate on the main track, you see neither of these horses having much experience working over the turf, but he broke 2 lengths slower than Capital Partner, who did win first time out on the turf, and got to him whilst in hand with Flavien Prat up, and remained heads up throughout the entire breeze. And if anything, he remained more on the bridle than Capital Partner. And like I said, he was able to get the job done at first asking. So I do like what I'm seeing in the paddock, especially given the mile distance, whereas number 7 in here, Hedge Ratio, son of Speightstown, so a little bit of relation there. And there isn't much pedigree to fall back on, that is much, I should say. While the dam she won on the turf, this is her first full. He's quite big. He's a big guy. There's a lot of size, there's a lot of length to him. He's been very professional here in the paddock, and he looks fit. Looking at a work which was quite a while ago, it was June 30th. It was from the gate, kind of when he was first starting his training, but I did notice that he was quite antsy in there, and that can be a problem of horses that are quite large. So watch how he behaves behind the gate. He could be over it by now, though. Lafitte?
Little antsy and large, not the best combination. Hedge Ratio. There's a look at the favorite in Teddy's Rocket, co-owned by Steve Dunker and named for his son Teddy. Just graduated prep school, interning with SpaceX. Dude is like building rockets. Brilliant.
I believe he was the youngest intern last summer in the history of SpaceX.
One more time.
Yes, the youngest intern in the history of SpaceX. I believe that's the case. Clearly smarter than his dad. And I think Steve would be the first one to admit that. And Steve's a pretty bright guy.
Teddy's Rocket. Maggie, the horse, how does the colt look here?
He looks quite intelligent too, to be fair. So well named. Definitely an athletic build. Very much that kind of sports car frame, if you will. Is laid back here in the paddock and professional, but that's really kind of what you expect from the Clement runners, typically speaking. Now, it's interesting. He is a Liam's Map, and while Liam's Map, I think, is pretty good with his turf starters, not the most proficient with his 2-year-old debuters, only hitting at 9%. Now, I'm hoping he does run well here in the turf, because his half-brother is entered a little later on the card for my husband Tom Morley for trying the turf for the first time. He doesn't look like a turf horse, Griffin's Wharf, but Teddy's Rocket definitely does, and he's been working with British Invasion, whom ran a good second here at First Asking last week. Like I said, there's not much to fault him here. If he runs to the money and to the works, he should be tough to beat. But I'm really interested in Bill Mott's runner here. That is number 4, Noble Dynasty. He's one that I've been catching every time I kind of look up a Bill Mott horse or just am looking at morning workouts. He's right there, front and center, and I love the way he's been training. And he comes in here with not a bother on him. He's one of those horses just classy. You know, he's not bothered by much overall, and he's bigger, he's athletic. He comes from that wonderful family where Royal Delta is the second dam. He's by Kingman. He is bred to do this. Besides Royal Delta, every other foal from that family has been a turf runner. He just looks and acts older than his 2-year-old age. Lafitte?
A mature, regal pedigree, team sovereignty, Junior Alvarado, Bill Mott with Noble Dynasty, highly regarded, exciting, promising 2-year-olds.
And I love the Kingmans. I mean, Kingmans have had so much success over here in Europe as well, but they've been good. And, you know, people think the second dam's Royal Delta, and they say, well, she was a dirt horse. Her dam was Delta Princess, and she was a very good turf horse that ran for Bill Mott.
Freshman, front side, post parade. Start of the early pick 4. 2-year-olds running a mile on grass, and we'll start with our Magical Moon. There he is, Dylan Davis, Live Oak Plantation, Charlotte Weber's first-time starter.
Actually taking some money in a very, very tough field. And this is the one that has actually the least turf pedigree of the entire field.
Mr. 4000, Mark Cassie. Pretty good 2-year-old by the name of Ewing. Sensational in the Saratoga Special on Saturday. There's Magnum's Microburst and John Velasquez to ride the first time
Dan ran
starter.
a 92 buyer on the turf, produced Magnum's Microburst, who's actually okay, a maiden, but not bad for trainer Dave Donk.
Noble Dynasty, Bessie Lou Stable, debuting homebred.
Royal pedigree, a Kingman out of Delta's Royalty, who is a daughter of Galileo and the Great
That'll
Royal
work.
Delta.
That'll work. Olivetti, Peter Brandt's debuting homebred.
And who has a half to Fort Washington. He is a war front, but 3 turf winners from 3 to try it. There's lots of pedigree.
Likeness, Stuart Janney's debuting homebred.
Yeah, Gunrunner, only 9% with turf horses.
It's a big turf dam family.
9-1 Likeness. There's a look at hedge ratio. Seth Klarman's first-time starter.
Dam won on the turf, got an 83 buyer. This is her first foal, and Spitestowns can do anything. It's a big horse, huh?
Big colt. Here's Teddy's Rocket. Favorite 9-5 and Joel Rosario.
Yeah, worked well with British Invasion, like Maggie mentioned, who ran well first time out. Also worked with Coach Case, who was Miguel's first winner.
And not a stakes horse, but an older horse. And
Right.
this horse, I believe, outworked him, right?
Good crowd on hand. These are the races they come to see. The 2-year-olds, the start, the future. What will Teddy's Rocket do in his debut? We'll find out in 5 minutes. The second from the Spa on Saratoga Live when we come back.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Want to play the races? Don't have past performances? Equibase has you covered. Free Equibase past performances. Tell the info, stats, and the horses, trainers, jockeys in today's races. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs on all the races on today's show. Starters awaiting the arrival of these 2-year-olds. Looking there at likeness. Currently 11-1, Jose Ortiz in the saddle, who had 9 wins. Whitney Week, the Grade 1 test, among others. Jonathan, the jockey of the week, and right there behind his brother in the standings.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's Irad's going to have a bit more business. He's going to, so I would imagine Irad's still a pretty heavy favorite, even though it's so close. But I will say this about Jose, and I said it at the beginning of the meet. Jose being down at Fairgrounds, being in the Midwest, being in Kentucky, and having his old business of New York, combining the two of them makes him a dangerous person in this race for the jockey's title.
I'll tell you who's having a meeting a really good meeting that's not getting any press, and the guys know it is Kendrick. He's got 13 wins going into. I'm now maybe he has more yesterday, but going into like yesterday at like 13 wins and 76 mounts. He's riding extremely
Grade 1
well.
4-star, Dave. Deterministic, and you'll see Kendrick with Miguel Clement a little bit later on Kart Talk here on Saratoga Live. But first, these 2-year-olds, Maggie and Our Magical Moon. Charlotte Weber's first-time starter. What is he showing you?
Well, I just got incentive to keep watching the show because I can't wait for that card talk. But yeah, number 1 in here, Our Magical Moon. I failed on my duties a little bit. I should have caught up with Mark Cassie, but in these 2-year-old races, you're so focused on just the individuals and what they look like and what they're doing, and you run out here to make sure nobody gets dropped, nobody misbehaves. But I really wanted to ask Mark about the 3 gate drills in a row, in addition to the 20-day gap between the last work and the one prior. So looking at him, he looks incredibly fit. He's very much of that classic thoroughbred, very refined looking, which I really love to see. But again, the workouts have me just questioning. And watching the 1-2 back, he broke well, but then really got left behind on the gallop out. Now, that is often indicative of a turf horse. He is taking a lot of money. He is sharp. So with those 3 gate drills in mind, with that inside post position, I'm wondering, will he be quick? He's at least acting like he should be overall. Now, I know there is a lot of steam behind Teddy's Rocket, but I sometimes get a little hung up on horses, and Noble Dynasty is just one that, like I said, I have been waiting to see run since we started the meet. So I'm going to take him. He looks like a 3-year-old out there, and I just am so attracted to those types in these 2-year-old maiden special weights. Liffy?
Pedigree jumps off the pages. Maggie loves what she sees. Noble Dynasty crossing over to the inner turf course. Another look at Teddy's Rocket to the outside. All right, so Andy, do we have enough data to enough information to try and piece together what an early pace scenario might look like where the speed could come from?
No, but I'll say one thing, and Jonathan, feel free to chime in. The way Our Magical Moon is getting bet, considering how many stories are in here and big pedigrees, and this horse does not have a turf pedigree, I wonder if this horse will have speed.
Yeah, from the inside, you can always, sometimes it's less about the horse and more about the intention on whether or not a horse will go to the front. And looking at the workout report, when you look at some of those works, there's some words like speed and quick one from the blocks, things like that. So you'd like to think they'll probably try to hold that position from the inside.
Exciting. 2-year-old race, several first-time starters, pedigrees, so much promise. It all starts here in races like this at this venue, Saratoga Racecourse, with Our Magical Moon. First time on the job for many. You'll see a lot of this in the balking at the starting gate, trying to get him coaxed forward with Dylan Davis. Final check of the tote board, reading 2-1, Teddy's Rocket. It is post time. These freshmen mile on grass. Race 2 from Saratoga, live on Fox Sports 2. Here's Frank Miramati.
Noble Dynasty awaiting his turn. Goes in. Colors of Bezilou's stable. Olivetti will be next. little bit of reluctance from Noble Dynasty, just shies away a couple of times. Other 4 behind him, standing calmly, and the 2 in the gate are also well behaved. Here's Olivetti. Likeness comes up. Hedge Ratio second to last. And Teddy's Rocket, he's been 2-1 most of the wagering cycle. He walks right up to the gate. And in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Tardy start for Magnum's Microburst. It's a quick one for Likeness on the outside, our Magical Moon. Those 2 hook up out of the gate. Teddy's Rocket comes away in 3rd. Noble Dynasty on the rail in 4th. They're followed by Olivetti. Hedge Ratio second to last. Magnum's Microburst is far, far behind. It's our Magical Moon to set the tempo under Dylan Davis through an opening quarter mile, leading it by 3/4 of a length. 24 seconds flat was the fraction, with Likeness right off his flank in 2nd. Another 2 back to Teddy's Rocket, settled well in 3rd. Another couple of lengths to Noble Dynasty, followed by Olivetti. Hedge Ratio is next. Magnum's Macroburst continues at the back of the field. It's our Magical Moon, the controlling speed. Likeness getting a nudge to get closer, and Teddy's Rocket just inside of him. The half went in 48 seconds flat. 4 more to Noble Dynasty, remaining by himself in 4th. Then it's another 2 back to Olivetti, who's suddenly 4 lengths in front of Hedge Ratio. Magnum's Macroburst at the back. They have a 1/4 mile to go, and there's room for Teddy's Rocket in between, and he comes after our Magical Moon, and Teddy's Rocket takes the lead. Here's Noble Dynasty coming gamely after him on the outside into 2nd. Teddy's Rocket or Noble Dynasty. Teddy's Rocket 2-length lead. Noble Dynasty trying his best, bridging the gap, but it will be Teddy's Rocket under a perfect ride from Joel Rosario to beat Noble Dynasty, a promising 2nd. Our Magical Moon finished 3rd. It's a photo for 4th between Olivetti and Hedge Ratio.
Driving finish, exciting finish. And in the end, Teddy's Rocket able to repel the late charge from Noble Dynasty. Teddy's Rocket for Miguel Clement. Joel Rosario, the favorite, delivers in his debut, race 2 at Saratoga.
I'll take the over on the 1.5 because I think not only is this horse very good, the second horse is very good. There's good horses in this race. They put a lot of distance on the other, and this was a perfect ride by Joel Rosario.
And you can tell this horse was like still figuring out what it means to run full speed, right? He's never really probably had that moment in the stretch a little bit. He was still kind of figuring it out, but it was never really going to get beat in here. Joel seemed to have a ton of horse, so congratulations to Steve Dunker, St. Elias, the rest of the partners, and to Steve Dunker specifically, let's go Duke.
Wearing Dunker's colors, too. He was under a lot of pressure here.
Deep stretch, our Magical Moon, who set the tempo, tiring late. First run, Teddy's Rocket, and big late run from Noble Dynasty, onward and upward for both.
These are stakes horses. I mean, this is a very good race. The 8 lived up to the billing, and I think so did Noble Dynasty. He's a runner as well. He just had the misfortune, and just the misfortune of running into one of the better turf 2-year-olds around. This is a good race. A lot of distance between the first 2 and the rest.
Saw trainer Miguel Clement. Big weekend on tap. Gets the win here with Teddy's Rocket. And on Saturday, saddling the favorite in Far Bridge. Clement looking for a 2nd Grade 1 win of the meet. Far Bridge trying to become the 8th back-to-back Sword Dancer winner. Another look here. Jonathan, we pick up Teddy's Rocket, perched just off the leaders heading into the far turn.
Yeah, look, let's not forget, it was a small field. Joel broke from the outside, and he ended up getting that pocket position. That's not easy to do. He popped away from there and ended up in the best place you can be, especially for a young horse. You got a horse to follow. You're getting some cover. You don't get lost out there on your own. Start pulling. And when Joel started to ask, this horse responded, Teddy's Rocket. And when they turned for home, Joel really set him down. He kind of leveled off. And there was a small threat from the 4 Noble Dynasty, but it pays off when you hear there's the best horse in the race and they show up and they run.
I got to tell you, they're both good, the first 2. I mean, the truth is, here's a question for you, Jonathan. You own Noble Dynasty, and obviously you want to get to the Breeders' Cup. You got to win a stake.
The answer is yes.
You're running with anticipation with this horse,
1,000%.
right? You don't
1,000%.
go into another maiden race.
I always ask people, what's the difference of a half a length? So a half a length that you're going to run in the with anticipation, but now you're not. If it doesn't work out, you can do what Noble Confessor did and come back and run the maiden when you're a 3-year-old.
And you know, think about Good Magic, and that was a lesson learned for Chad Brown from the year before with a lesser horse. He was hugely touted, loved him in his debut. He was even money. He had a 3-wide trip against a Gold Rail, and he ran second to a Todd Pletcher first-time star. And I remember talking to Chad. He went right to the Champagne with him. And while he took a tough beat to Frenzy Fire, a multiple graded stakes winner, he went on and won the Breeders' Cup in his next start as a maiden.
Your enemy is time in a situation like this. You only have so many opportunities between now and the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. You have to get into spots that you believe your horse should run in, and I think Noble Dynasty deserves to be in there.
20 years ago where there would be horses in the with anticipation with 5, 6, 7 starts. You talk about experience. Experience only matters when some have it and some don't. When nobody has it, it doesn't make a difference.
I completely agree with that. And also, you didn't have those Breeders' Cup juvenile turf races. And guys, if you've got a 2-year-old that can run in the turf, you have got to do everything you can to get to those races because they are the most winnable Breeders' Cup races. I'm not saying they're easy races, but they're the most winnable ones.
Aiden O'Brien on line 3.
And here's the other thing, too, about it, too. They're full. They're always full. So if you have a horse like Noble Dynasty who waits till, runs a maiden, then tries the Pilgrim and runs third,
he ain't getting in.
You're not going to get in.
Yep. You got to take advantage of those opportunities. And, if you own him, obviously you didn't get the winner's circle, but you feel like you ran a winning race.
Oh, yeah.
Probably win this race
pleased.
95% of the time.
Maggie
Maybe
loved what
higher.
she saw, performed accordingly. Noble Dynasty just not able to reel in Teddy's rocket. Good as advertised on debut. Sensational effort. Results, reaction when we come back.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
The Fasig-Tipton New York Bred Yearling Sale, the industry's leading source for quality New York breds, selected on conformation and pedigree. Recent grads include multiple graded stakes winner Moplex and New York bred champions Pandagate and With the Angels. Yearlings in this year's catalog will compete for equal purse money as open company horses on the Naira circuit in 2026. The Fasig-Tipton New York Bred Yearling Sale, August 10th and 11th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Article or 2 likely to be written about this colt and what he did on debut, Teddy's Rocket. For trainer Miguel Clement, Joel Rosario co-owns Steve Dunker with Maggie in the winner's circle.
It was Steve Dunker. As you said, I was more nervous for that one than the one yesterday. But when you have a vested interest and there's a lot of pressure being favored first time out, you just feel the relief.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I was more nervous than I was for Deterministic on Saturday, but when they run the first time, you never know. And just what a great job by Joe Migliore picking this horse out, and Miguel, just a fantastic job training him up to this race. I mean, he was in against some killers, and we're happy to be here.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, a co-owner of Deterministic as well. He's really shown his hand as an excellent turf miler.
Yeah, no, that's been fantastic. But for today, it's all about Teddy's Rocket and the great job that they've done.
Tell everyone why.
Kevin Warsh, who's one of our partners, and Peter Karchis wanted to name him. My son Teddy built a computer guidance system for a rocket that landed like SpaceX. So they wanted to name it after Teddy's Rocket, and he's a rocket, I guess. It's been fantastic. So,
where's Teddy?
Teddy right now is working at SpaceX.
Doing big things.
He's 18 years old and he's working at SpaceX. So to me, that's a big thing. So anyway.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That is so amazing. What a bright son that you have raised, but also looks like you have a fast horse too.
I'm all things are possible now. It's just, I'm over the moon. Great job.
Excellent. Well, we're very happy for you. Congratulations, Steve.
Thank you. Thank you.
Steve Dunker, here, co-owner of Teddy's Rocket, and really well named. Don't worry, Steve. You can go shake hands and have a little champagne. Liffy?
Rager of a party at SpaceX.
I think Teddy's probably more cares more about SpaceX than Steve's horse, not as much as Steve. And he mentioned Kevin Warsh, very well known in finance, but he mentioned the Karchis family as well. And Peter Karchis was co-chairman of NYRA with Steve Dunker and instrumental in moving the franchise forward in the past. Big in racing, and also very close to Christophe as well, and one of his really original owners. And I didn't know Peter that well. I know Steve much better, but I think having them involved, the Karchises, means a lot. I think it means a lot to Miguel, and it means a lot to Steve and Kevin Warsh as well, somebody they were very, very close to. And it's nice to share victory with your friends, and that's what's going on here.
That sense of relief afterward, the pressure that Steve Dunker referenced. JK, it's one thing for these 2-year-olds to have that reputation and to train well in the morning, but when you see them go out there and do it in the afternoon, like for us, just as fans, it is exciting to watch it right from the start of their careers.
Well, we spent all summer here, so you know how many next fastest horses in the world don't win? They don't show up and do what Teddy's Rocket just did. So I think, to Steve's point, it is a sense of relief. You have an idea that you have a good horse, so then you can get excited about what could be, but it doesn't have to be. There's no guarantees. And so when they do cross the wire like that, I think there is a sense of relief, I would imagine.
Steve had Middlesex Drive years ago. You remember Middlesex Drive was maybe one of the favorites Breeders' Cup Mile in the last one at Gulfstream, and got completely blocked during the entire run down the stretch. I think Shane was riding the horse that day. Not necessarily Shane's fault, just sort of an unlucky trip. Steve's had some good horses, but he's obviously excited. And Pete and I have talked about this horse quite a bit, and he's obviously very excited. He should be.
Can't wait to see where this all goes and where Teddy's Rocket next resurfaces. Maybe with anticipation, we'll see a little bit later on, closing week of the meet. Last night, meantime, this rivalry like none other. Jockeys, horsemen, charity basketball game, donations to benefit the New York Racetrack Chaplaincy, official outreach ministry in the New York horse racing industry, and permanently disabled jockeys fund. Mitch Levitas, there he is, announcer. Master of ceremonies for the night, play-by-play. Jockeys took a big lead early, JK. The horsemen rallied. Another 3 minutes left. The horsemen got to within 1. The jockeys were too quick. Went on an 11-0 run. Jose Ortiz, not Manny Franco. Jose Ortiz with the dagger and MVP.
Checks out. It checks out. I mean, Manny probably, they probably were doubling Manny. He probably kicked it out to Jose. And Maggie pointed out earlier how athletic Jose was, being able to stay in the saddle and losing his iron for a second. That's after get a double-double last night.
Yeah, I think that the trainers are the Washington Generals of the Jockey Challenge.
How many did I tell you Manny would score yesterday on the broadcast? 23.
You called it.
Went for 23.
Got something right?
Went for 23.
A moment.
We'll
remember this for a while.
Shines on every dog every once in a while, my friend. Oh, I'm going to let you handle this, by the way, JK. This is for you.
Which one is it? There's a lot on here. There's a lot of information.
Well, you've already dropped the ball.
Corgi Cup.
Oh, here we go.
2025. All you, my friend.
Look, this is going to be a fun dog entertainment experience. Milo, Benz, Wrong Way Loki, and Gigi facing off this Sunday. Watch adorable corgis race and bring joy to your day. Enjoy the cute antics and competitive spirit of these playful pups. Our inaugural event this Sunday, Saratoga Racecourse. 2 heats after race 2, 2 more heats after race 5, and the final race after race 7. I actually know a corgi. Our friend Sarah Martin has a corgi that would win this race.
Why isn't he running?
The owner has to be here. The owner can't be here. But I'm just telling you, next year we're coming in just like Teddy's Rocket. First time off the van, we're going to win next year.
I got to tell you, I am an incredible pain in the butt, and normally would hate things like this. But I think this is going to be fun. I'm all for doing fun things here, especially on Sundays. Sometimes there's a sort of hangover.
Kids Day was terrific.
Kids Day was awesome, and this was not something I would have ever thought of. But I think it's going to be a hell of a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm disappointed. Jonathan was supposed to be awful. Then we could make fun of him, and he handled it. No, he handled it quite well.
I think your job's safe. I think Greg's breathing a sigh of relief. I think Acacia's relieved.
Look at that, the Corgi Cup, the hardware going to the winner of Corgi Cup 25. Can't wait. You get to see it right here, Saratoga Live, the Corgi Cup here at the spa.
Are they going to have silk so we can paint another canoe after the Corgi winner?
I think we should, like a little mini canoe.
Not a bad call.
Yeah. For it. Honestly, a mini canoe in like a fountain somewhere.
The guy getting you wet over there?
Yeah, he's spraying me.
Do you know who he is? Don't get him wet. Get him upset.
If I knows who I am, I'm going to be soaked in about a minute.
One of us would not do well with soaking wet hair. It is definitely me.
I don't have hair, so I'm fine.
I know. I was really just talking about me and Lafitte.
Race 3 in 15 minutes. Horses in the paddock. As our coverage continues, second half of the season underway, day 21. So glad you could join us on Saratoga Live.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 places at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
Let's talk about different body types and how they fit into different conditions. Now we're looking at a proven dirt sprinter. This is a fast horse, and first thing you look at when dealing with dirt sprinters, I like to, is how close quartered there are. Look how short coupled he is from his withers to the point of his hip. It's a very short span. And furthermore, he's very upright through his pasterns, and he has a more upright foot too. Looking at a dirt hoof, you'll have smaller, more narrow feet so they can cut through the dirt. It's a looser surface, so they don't need as much surface area to be able to push off of it. And look how less of an angle we have. We have nearly a straight line from the point of the hip to the point of the hock. And two, they're going to be broader animals too. They'll have a lot of depth to their girth as well. They need that quick burst of energy. They need those big hindquarters to propel themselves out of the gate quickly. They have speed, not necessarily long-lasting speed, but that muscle mass, that power makes them the dirt sprinters.
Bust out of the gate fast as they can, as far as they can. What to look for in the paddock? Good stuff, Maggie. Very useful in this upcoming third race, dirt sprint. Field and updated odds, Andy, with the 9-5 favorite pictured here in Ready for Trouble.
Yeah, I haven't looked at the multis, but I doubt this horse will be favored by post time. I do think she's dangerous. Didn't think this horse got the best of rides last time out. Will benefit from getting Ricardo. And there should be a lot of pace, but I do think the one Golden Decree, I'm guessing, will be favored by post time. I think she's going to be hard to beat unless the pace gets really hot.
Ricardo Santana looking for a second win this afternoon. Maggie, are Ready for Trouble? What's she showing you?
Yeah, I kind of have the same thoughts as Andy in here. And maybe the pace will get hot. I always got to laugh after that, thinking, how did I ever say that here at an Iowa racetrack? But looking at Ready for Trouble, in that piece, she would be a perfect model for a dirt sprinter. And she looks like she should be quicker. But she has shown that she's just not. She likes to linger at the back of the pack to do her best running, and maybe that comes with her disposition because she's incredibly quiet in here and laid back. She is well turned out, great conditioning, a stout type of filly that is just about as broad as she is tall. So we'll see how she does here. She wasn't against much better horses in her last start, and first one off the claim for Norm Cassie, and also wired that day by me and Molly McGee. So I can get why people are gravitating to her, but I do agree with Andy that Golden Degree, who has also faced better horses than what she faces here, should be very dangerous. I think she is the speed of the speed, and she's acting that way too, but she's keeping a lid on it. I will say number 5 kind of throws an interesting wrench into the system because we saw her for the first time show an abundance of speed and able to wire the field, but Golden Degree is consistently on the front end. She has an advantageous, more inside post, and she kind of came in grinding her teeth and just really on the muscle overall, and just seems very alert here, really well turned out, but that's pretty typical for a Linda Rice trainee. Livy?
Mashing her teeth, knows it's game day. Golden Degree. You saw Linda Rice and big meet at Saratoga. What else is new? Right there, in behind the leaders, Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher, Golden Degree. This was 2 starts back, early May at Aqueduct. Golden Degree, Andy, who was controlling the tempo throughout, builds a big lead. Like, no way they can catch her from there, right?
Yeah, but Caldwell Loves Gold, who beat her, I mean, she's a very good New York bred filly. So, I mean, Caldwell Loves Gold would be 2-5 in this race. She'd be a layover. It's also not a negative drop down. She was claimed by Linda for $30,000 last April at Keeneland. She's made money, and Linda's finally looking and going, I'm just not going to win a non-winners at 2 with her. I can keep running her in these races, but I'm not going to win them. And this race was really a non-winners 2, but it was an optional claim for $75,000. Linda's just being realistic with this horse. I think, Jonathan.
She's and I know that you look through her past performances and you see one of her kind of worst, most recent races at 6 furlongs. This horse is better going 6. She's got that kind of speed that's better going 6, and I think she's going to appreciate the cutback.
But speaking of 6, the other horse that I think really benefits from the cutback is the deep closer, I'm Buzzy. And I know she hasn't won a race in a while. You've got a horse that is 47 lifetime starts with 9 wins. At 6 furlongs, she's 6 for 12. And the tendency for some people to think is they want to close, I should go longer. And that's just not true, as you well know. And if you think the pace is going to be hot, and that makes the 1 vulnerable and the 3 a logical horse, which I don't disagree with, I don't see how you can ignore I'm Buzzy as a player as well at a much better price.
Joel Rosario seeking a second win. And for the latest of what's going on at Naira Bets, we go right back to Maggie Wolfendale.
That's right. So pleased to be joined by Matthew DeSantis, our Naira Bets content creator. And Matthew, what do we have going on as far as what you're putting out there for the Naira Bets audience?
Well, we got plenty this week. We have some great previews for the Beverly D and the Arlington Million down at Colonial Downs, but also have a lot of great stuff for the Saratoga Oaks and, of course, the Sword Dancer up here, as well as Capping the Card, where I go through all 12 races on Saturday with my top pick and top value play.
God bless you. You're the hardest working man I know. As also their contest to speak about as well.
Yeah, exactly. We have a $40 feeder contest on Friday. If you win, you can get entry into a Saturday $300 contest. And then on Saturday, we have a $1,000 Saratoga Challenge, a BCBC seat on the line. So you definitely want to play. Go to nairabets.com/contest to learn more.
Can we parlay any of that into the Corgi races on Sunday?
I think I need to get some clocker reports on those races. I need to do some really pedigree deep dives. I need you to show me the lines from the hindquarters to the toes. I need there to be some more in-depth analysis here, I'll be honest.
I can probably confirm that all Corgis are more sprinters.
Yes, there are not a lot of distance Corgis. Nobody's going the turf marathon route. No.
No. Really quick, any other promotions?
Yeah, we have a $5,000 hit and split in the late pick 5 up here tomorrow and a $10,000 late pick 5 hit and split on Saturday. So loads of ways to add to your winnings on Naira Bets.
Well, Matthew, thank you for everything you do and for joining me here, and let's go to the Corgis.
Let's go. I mean, let's go Jack Russell Terriers. But I mean, Corgis are all right too.
That's why he's my favorite, Lafitte. Jack Russell's all the way.
Nice low energy, laid back Jack Russell's, right?
Yes.
As if Matthew doesn't have enough to do. Just keep piling it on as we meet the field for this third race. You just saw an 8-1 shot in Always Angels, and there's Despo's Dream and Flavian Pratt.
Coming off a win, showing a lot more speed for Flavian. Not a bad effort. This is a little tougher.
Aforementioned, I'm Buzzy, tough 6-year-old mare, 48th career start.
Yeah, probably needs a little bit of help, needs the pace to kind of come back, and probably needs to just run a step faster.
Olga, claim from Carlos David by Rudy Rodriguez.
And she's going to have to move forward, and I'm not banking it's going to happen.
15-1 outsider, longest shot on the board, $40,000 claimers, fillies and mares sprinting 6 furlongs, circling back to the Linda Rice trainee, Golden Degree, who quick, and you have on top winning this third race, yes?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a super strong opinion here. If I was going to go for a price, I might have gone for I'm Buzzy. I thought about it. I just think that Golden Degree, Jonathan, might be better than these. But the possibility exists that a horse like Always Angels could go after her. And if she does, it could make her vulnerable.
Yeah, I mean, Golden Degree is going to be my top choice. I agree with you. I think she's going to appreciate the cutback from 7 to 6. And then the one that I will also mention is on the screen right now is the 2 talking in cursive. I didn't love her last race. I thought, you know, it wasn't the type of race that makes you feel warm and fuzzy, but her race 2 back absolutely could win this race.
Yep. She's, what, 16-1 on that afternoon, talking in cursive, all over the leader, and now draws away.
This was a huge effort off the claim for the Cantor Machis. But I still think this is a tougher field than the one she beat that day as well as she ran. Here's what worries me. She ran on May 25th. She ran 7 days later on June 1st. She ran 20 days later on June 21st. She ran 19 days later on July 10th. She ran 13 days later in her next start and didn't run well. And now she's coming back in, 15 days. I just worry she's got a heavy workload, and this is a tough spot. She's going to have to run her A race to have any chance to win here.
The one thing I will say, if you look at the past performances, I don't believe she has any listed works. So, you know.
She's had listed races.
Yeah, exactly. But so, you know, some horsemanship involved there, do some walking, some jogging. Maybe it won't take too much out of her.
She's 8-1 if you like her. I wouldn't dissuade anybody from betting 8-1. As you say, her race 2 back makes her a player in this race.
At this $40,000 claiming level, what is the most challenging aspect for a handicapper when it comes to comparing, like how strong that $40,000 claimer was to this $40,000 claimer, whether you're talking about the same circuit or otherwise?
I think Andy will speak to it. Speed figures are meant to solve that problem for you. They're supposed to make it an even playing field so you can evaluate different distances, different classes, different racetracks.
And I would also add, and I know you believe in this as well, Daily Racing Form's Formulator, which in my opinion is the most revolutionary product in horse racing in my lifetime. And I think if you're going to play seriously, especially at a meet like Saratoga or Keeneland, where you get a lot of shippers, they go to Florida in the winter, people come from out of town, you know, you use DRF Formulator because the best thing, and there's many great things about Formulator, is you go into the chart, you go into a running line of a horse, you get the chart of the race, and you can look up the past performances, lifetime past performances of every single horse in the race. So you get a horse comes from Kentucky, they're running on turf over there, you think our turf racing is tougher, you look through the race, you look at all the horses, and you try to get a feeling for how good was that race they were running in. So for me, I agree with you on speed figures, absolutely, but I also think Formulator is the most invaluable product out there. And if you're playing Saratoga seriously, and like I said, Keeneland, those tracks, you've got to use Formulator to have your best chance, in my opinion.
Getting a better gauge of the competition, who horses have faced and who they'll be facing on this afternoon, Maggie, as we look at Despo's Dream and Flavien Prat. What do you think?
So it's interesting. You look at her 19 race career, and the only time that she gets to the front end, she puts forth one of her best efforts, which was last time. Now, I'm not saying that she's going to get there today naturally or, you know, easily, but she is very sharp. And I'm wondering if Connections have seen that this is what works, as Flavien Prat will be back aboard here for Fernando Abreu. Like I said, she's not as fast as the 1, she's not as fast as the 4, but do they try? And so therefore, does that heat things up? Look, we've all landed on the 1, and I think she's a pretty sound option. But her undoing could be receiving too much pressure on the front end, and there is a slight concern that that might happen. Lafitte?
Golden Degree, something to watch right from the onset.
The horse who can do it is Always Angels. Now, obviously, she did not show that speed last time, and to a lesser extent, Talking in Cursive. But I think, Jonathan, the only horse that can really make her go too fast is if Always Angels with Jose Ortiz shows an enormous amount of speed. Do you disagree?
Yeah, I mean, Despo's Dream.
She's not fast enough to
Not
go.
last time she did.
23, 46, 7. I don't. Golden Degree is fast. She's quick.
No, 100%. I mean, if Golden Degree wants the lead and should,
yeah,
we'll make the lead.
9-5 favorite for trainer Linda Rice, third in the trainer standings. So we've reached post time in this mandatory pay. Pick 5 at Saratoga. Golden Degree 9-5, and a little bit later on the Galway in a weekend that's really sort of dedicated to turf stars and turf stakes races. The Galway today, the Ballston Spa tomorrow, on Saturday the Saratoga Oaks and Grade 1 Sword Dancer on Fox, and Sunday the Mahoney 3-year-old turf sprinters.
The Mahoney really should be the Grade 1, like a high-class Grade 1, because somehow they made a race that has been a feeder for Kentucky Downs, where also ran the race 1 at Kentucky Downs, a Grade 1, for some mysterious reason. And at least they finally made the Mahoney a Grade 3. So I really want to thank the Grade Stakes Committee for their equanimity in the way they grade races in Kentucky and New York.
Doesn't take much to wind him up on that topic.
I'm not wrong, and you know it.
You know, my favorite thing is, Andy, where's the overnight at? That'll get him going, too.
They're a little bit late.
There are a lot of things trying to get me going, as you well know. Doesn't take much.
Post time for the third Golden Degree at 8-5. Frank Bermati with the call. Race 3 at Saratoga, live on Fox Sports 2.
Last few runners left to load. Always Angels takes up her spot. Despo's Dream in the orange colors will be next. I'm Buzzy. And Olga will be the last one to load. Olga walks up, going in. They're in the gate, and they're off. Despo's Dream out alertly, but it's Golden Degree who's very fast and takes command at once, opening up a length and a half, in fact, on Talkin' in Cursive, who's suddenly 2 lengths behind. Despo's Dream broke well, 4 off the pace in third. Then it's Ready for Trouble in the pink silk sports, 6 lengths off them. Another 2 lengths back comes Olga, who's now more than 9 lengths off the lead. Always Angels is just inside of her, and it's another 2 to I'm Buzzy. They string out through a quarter that went in 22 and 2/5 seconds, 3 furlongs to run, and it's Golden Degree, the favorite in command, has widened now to be in front by nearly 6 lengths. talking in cursive, racing in second. Despo's Dream on the outside of her in third. Always Angels trying to pick up some pieces on the outside with 1 furlong to go. Golden Degree maintains a big lead. Down on the inside, Ready for Trouble is starting to come, and suddenly very weary is this front-running Golden Degree, and Always Angels coming after Despo's Dream. Despo's Dream gets the jump. Always Angels on the outside. Despo's Dream, a perfect trip to victory. Always Angels second. Golden Degree got tired late, and then fourth between an oncoming On Buzzy and Ready for Trouble.
Back-to-back wins, Despo's Dream. Very different how she accomplished those victories. Wire to wire in her latest, off the pace today with Flavien Prat in the saddle.
And Fernando Abreu very quietly having a very good meet, getting her to win here. And Golden Degree, we both said it in the turn. She looked like she was home, but no lead is safe with this filly.
Looks like the May 1st race.
This is what makes Flavien so good, in my opinion, right? I mean, like, he can be aggressive. He can be forward. He can wire you, but he can also have a great timed ride like this, patiently sitting behind a loose leader like this. And I understand he's not winning at the rate he was last year, but I still dare you to leave him off a ticket.
Yeah, I think the people that are critical of the knee he's having are not really paying attention. They're being result-oriented. He's doing well, and he's really also picked it up quite a bit in the last week or so. Obviously has to serve that suspension next week, kind of a controversial suspension for him, but he's also leading in money earned at this meet as well, despite not being in the hunt for the jockey title.
2 more Grade 1 wins, the Diana and the Whitney. Another look at the start. About the effort from Always Angels, completing the exacted 15-1.
Bizarre how she's a speed horse, and they've completely changed her running style, and seems to have been the right decision.
5-4-1-3. Golden Degree, pedal to the metal. Jose Lezcano, like he was supposed to do right from the start. She built that big cushion, created separation, and just like in that May 1st race, nothing to offer in resistance late.
And 22.5 is not going too fast for her. She just can't see it out. Linda was right to drop her. Don't know if she lost her, but she's going to be dropped again after this effort.
Oh, I would imagine there were some. And look, I think the excuses are starting to dry up for her a bit. I think this is the distance that she wanted. I think the best chance for her to do what she attempted to do. And it wasn't really close in the end. No. She stopped really badly. She was getting run down by a lot of different horses. And, I thought today was the day for her.
You knew she was beat at the 8th pole.
Oh, yeah.
She looked in a good pot coming in for the stretch, and Jose rode her perfectly. He let her roll in the front. She's a fast horse. You don't get in their way. I think it's the way our man, the MiG, probably would have ridden her, and she just got beat. That's the game.
Numbers 1, 3, 5 claimed. Despo's Dream, back-to-back wins, 6-1 in both. Might not get that price next time. Flavien Prat, Despo's Dream here in the 3rd race at Saratoga. How many jockey sons are we going to have on this show? Jeez. Jose Santos Jr. joins the show, blazing his own trail. Super jockey agent, handicapping since he was about 3. That's next on Saratoga Live.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old Colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. We are proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well, as Despo's Dream is just in fine form as of now, as she gets her second win of the meeting for Fernando Abreu, Flavian Prat. And I'm pleased to be joined by connections here, Pete Castellanos and, well, it's the little Abreu, Christopher, Fernando's son, of course. And Pete, as you were just telling me, you're so good with your claims. I think you play the game well, and citing that she's probably just not good enough for the 1X.
Especially here at Saratoga. I was thinking about selling her, and we also thought about going down to Laurel, where we did that with Herd on the Street, and winning that because it's easier, but what's better than winning here?
And she's done that twice for you.
Twice already, yeah. So, I mean, I can't ask anything more. I'll miss her, but that's what it's about.
And it feels like you and Fernando Nappy, as we all know him as, have such a great working relationship.
We do. He made me. He changed my whole, I mean, I was okay, but he changed me, and the claims I did and how well they did is all based on him. So he put me in the game and spread me out all because of him. So I'm thrilled.
He has that great backing with the Chief as his mentor. And Christopher, how involved are you with Dad's Barn?
Not really much. I'm just there for support.
I love it. You're the cheerleader, in other words.
Sure.
He eats, he drinks, he does a lot of Uber Eats at home and just sits in the house and does not much. But he did come out today for support.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Well, that's good. Support Dad. I love that. Well, Pete, congratulations, and tell Dad congratulations, too.
I will.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
They know how to play the claiming game. Despo's Dream gets her second win here at the Spa, Lafitte, but going to a different barn today.
Hang out at home, Uber Eats. Sign me up.
I'd be embarrassed for people to see my Uber Eats account.
Never used.
You should be.
You've never used Uber Eats or DoorDash?
No.
Oh my gosh, Andy. Why not?
I don't know.
You don't like things
I
just to
don't
be
know how
delivered to
to-
your door?
I don't know. I guess.
We just go get them?
Sometimes.
Like, what happens if you want something to eat? We live very close to each other.
I cook. I
I'd
go to
never
Fairway
go
and get stuff in Fairway and cook. I go out. I go to Lux.
Okay.
Man, moving right along. Race number 4. Good allowance. Turf event, fillies and mares. And a current favorite, Vive Vouv at 9-5. And to help us handicap this thing, we're joined by Jose Santos Jr. on set, jockey agent of many. Jose, thanks so much for joining us. How's it going?
Oh, it's all as well. Thanks for having me. Super excited to be here.
Great to have you here. Did you have the winner in the last?
I rode the horse that ran second last time, so I was kind of following her. I heard you mention about off the pace. That was kind of the plan last time. And in her old form at Oaklawn, when Johnny Ortiz had her, she was super effective off the pace. So glad to see that worked for her.
Meaning to ask you for a while. You have eight jockeys.
Yes.
Right. Like, what is a typical morning like in the life of Jose Santos Jr.?
So most of my preparing for the day happens like the night before, and then just kind of what I've put in place just kind of flows through the rest of the morning. So just handling all the entries everywhere, talking to people, checking up on entries, and making sure all the morning workouts going smoothly.
It's like a starting lineup on a baseball team, man.
Yeah, for sure. I need 3 more for a soccer team.
Is this
if anybody knows anybody.
Is this the first year you've been in Saratoga for the meet in quite a while?
Last year was the first
You were
time.
here last year?
I had
Okay.
Julian here last year,
Right.
so that was my first full meet in Saratoga, and super excited to be here and want to do it way more often.
You know, for us, it's tough enough to wrap our heads around one circuit. Like for you, you're dealing with so many different racetracks, and all these different circuits, and constant communication with the trainers representing 8 different riders. Like, how do you do it all? How do you keep it all together, in terms of managing and organizing?
Yeah, really, that's just it. Organization. Everything is just super organized. Stay on top of the charts. Try not to get behind on any work. Try to make sure I do at least a little bit of work every day. Monday and Tuesday are obviously super busy days for me. Everyone's kind of more quiet, so they're a little bit more, obtainable on the phone. But yeah, just trying to stay on top of everything and stay organized is really the secret.
We had video of you in the winner's circle as a kid for the Kentucky Derby. It was requested by him,
Yeah,
but
it
he
could've
didn't
been
want
way
that.
worse
He
than
didn't
that.
want that. He wanted you
Yeah.
crying. He wanted you crying after the Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, 5 weeks later was way worse, but that was one of the best moments of my life right there on screen. Oh, there it is. You get to see me
Look
cry
at that.
regardless. Isn't
It's
that
not
cool?
as good as the Belmont
Yeah.
video.
Yeah.
That picture is like one of those. That's like, people embarrassing baby pictures
Yep,
you
would
have,
be
there.
shocked. You're probably not shocked to know how many people, when I call them, that photo is the caller ID of me crying. Yeah.
Great.
Those are all my friends,
Well, you can see there's a lot of love there for it now, and every time I see Jose, we've talked to her, he loves his job. And it sounds like it's a daunting task to be able to deal with all 8 riders and 8 condition books, or I guess probably less than that. But you seem to love it every day.
Yeah, it's like playing video games, the actual work aspect of it. It's my passion, so I get to sit there and do that all the time. Of course, there's stressful moments in anything that deals with talking to a lot of people, but I do love my job.
So when you were a kid with your dad, and obviously most people know that your father was a legendary rider, did you ever think you might become a jockey agent? Did you think about this at
No, I
all?
wanted to be a jockey, of course, my
A
whole
little big
life.
for that,
And
I
then,
think.
yeah, I got a little big for that. But around 14 is when I figured out this was the route I wanted to take, and I've been set on it ever since.
And handling all the different riders, this is something that kind of came together during COVID?
Yeah,
Yes,
so,
during the pandemic?
It took off during COVID, but I was actually working 2 circuits at a time 6 months prior to COVID happening. And then when COVID started, it was kind of like my long-term goal was to get it that way, and I just saw it as an opportunity to start right away.
No, it's great to have you on set, and it's going
Thanks
to
for
be
having me.
handicapping with us and going through the remainder of the program as we have this 4th race coming up in about 20 minutes, and horses making their way into the paddock. And trainer Miguel Clamon is who's going to be on Car Talk with Kendrick Carmouche, the Grade 1 winning tandem from last week. 4-star Dave, Kendrick, Miguel celebrating that win together. Car Talk, this week's installment next, right here on Saratoga Live.
Goway to the outside. Elite Power coming down the center. Nakatomi is 4th. Then the chosen run. Elite Power. Elite Power to the front. At the 60 pole, Goway is 2nd. But Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
These particular horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
Kendrick, I keep hearing about this this gumbo you make.
Oof. You know, you might have to taste it yourself to really get the full deliciousness out of it instead of hearing it from others.
Miguel, what can you cook?
A bit of a predicament because I married a pescatarian. So no comment.
When you go to the racetrack, I think a lot of people's story always starts with their fathers bringing them to the track. Mine, obviously, from the gambling side of things. And Kendrick, talk a little bit about how your father influenced your career, and I'm sure you hear his voice often. What do you hear him saying to you?
You know, he was my idol. You know, I thought whatever he done would make me better, so I just figured I would put in my twist on things, and as you see, look what we had today.
Miguel, how about you? What are some of the things that are carrying on that your father started?
We just try to keep the same standard, to be honest with you. Hope for the same results, and you do everything you can, but it's been tough. You just try to do them proud, I suppose, you know?
It took him 9,173 days to get his first Saratoga Grade 1 from his first win, so you're on a much faster track than Kendrick.
And what you don't know is that win was very meaningful. Both, it was a well-needed distraction for both the stable and the family, so thank you very much, Kendrick.
Yes. It's mind-boggling how I can win some great ones in Saratoga, a little boy from Louisiana, you know, growing up.
Like Miguel said, you're basically French.
Yeah, I got some patois in me.
Next time we give orders, we're doing it in French, okay, Kendrick?
I savvy some things.
You call audibles anyway, so I mean, it doesn't really matter if you know what I'm saying or not.
Yeah,
really.
you got, hey, you pay me to do that, Miguel, you know, we want the right thing done.
Kendrick, what's the first thing you thought of when you crossed the line, when you won the other day?
Oh, man, I tell you, Miguel, it's hard not to think about my dad.
No.
It's really tough. I can tell you one thing, I got a pair of boots in the jock's room. I bought home for my dad's funeral. I never wore them no other time besides with deterministics. Those boots got 2 grade 1s. They back on the shelf. They waiting until that point come again where we can go back and win another grade 1 on such an amazing horse.
What were you thinking when he crossed the wire?
Thank goodness we didn't mess it up, you know? He was training very, very well. So you have pressure. You have to perform. You have to win the big races. It's pressure, but it's like a privilege, to be honest with you. And you do everything you can to get the results, you know?
My father passed in 2020, and one of the things that helped me through that process was just knowing that I was proud of him and that he was proud of me. And I can say this from a distance. I'm almost certain that your fathers are both very proud of you.
Yes.
All right, Jonathan. All right, Kendrick, your favorite drink here. What is it?
Favorite drink?
I'm Captain Morgan ginger ale all day with a lime.
Belvedere Gimlet up.
Shirley Temple.
I had about 5 of those in the last week with my kids.
Favorite drink, Shirley Temple.
Oh, I love them too, man.
Shirley what?
Yeah, dirty Shirley? Like, what are you here, Shirley Temple?
Crushing Shirley Temples over at SpaceX after that win for the 2-year-old earlier. Card Talk brought to you by Gainesway Power. Passion, performance, great stuff. Wait, JK, Kendrick Carmouche, Miguel Clement, spending some time with them after that big grade 1 win. What was your biggest takeaway?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, talking to both of them, you know, I know that some of my biggest moments in racing obviously come from a different side of the aisle, right? You know, betting and gambling or BCBCs, whatever it might be. And I remember in those moments, all I could think about is I wish my dad was here that I could share it with him. And I got that from them as well, right? And these moments of having these big grade 1 wins and these victories, whether it be Kendrick or Miguel, just the idea that it would have been great if Dad would have been here to be a part of it, to share it. But it's I think for so many of us, especially you and our fathers, are why we were here and what brought us here. And I feel that those guys are a perfect illustration of that.
Different personalities, one more of an introvert, the other more of an extrovert. It works together, and we're seeing the success on the racetrack. And deterministic now, Andy, back-to-back grade 1 wins here at Saratoga. One in the traditional meet, one during the Belmont meet.
An interesting horse. You know, he broke his maiden first time out going short here in Saratoga in the dirt. He had a bad start. He closed. He beat a couple highly regarded horses. Looked really good. Got hurt. Didn't come back until he ran the Gotham. Wins the Gotham. Feels like a Kentucky Derby contender. and things just go awry. And Christophe kept saying to me, you know, I'm going to run him the turf. I think it's a turf horse. And he was right. He was. And really is a horse that has really blossomed, obviously as a 4-year-old, but also when they've ridden him more aggressively, when they've had him forward in his races. And that's when he's really shown how good he is. And at this point, he and Farbridge, for Miguel, they are the leaders in the turf division in this country.
Yeah, Jose, this meet for Miguel thus far, 9 wins, 4th in the standings, like only behind names like Brown, Fletcher, and Rice.
Yeah, I mean, he's holding the barn standard to where it was while his father was running the operation. That's no surprise to anyone who knows Miguel. I've been lucky to know Miguel and the whole Clement family my entire life. My father rode a lot for Mr. Christophe Clement for a very long time, and no one's surprised by his success because he was tailored for this moment. Unfortunately, it came when it did, but he's ready for it.
Has that mare going here, Miguel Clement, with a breath away, and we check in with Maggie in the paddock, 10 minutes till the 4th. Maggie.
And Lafitte, breath away. She is coming off a bit of a layoff, but she's had a steady diet of stakes races and facing some nice ones too. As last time she was beaten by stablemate Ozara, who came back and won one of the divisions of the De La Rose. And looking at breath away here in the paddock, she looks great, but granted she has her entire life. So it's no surprise to see her fit as a fiddle coming back here and making a great impression for this comeback affair. We'll see where she is placed as Jose Ortiz, who provided her last win, climbs back aboard. Will have to do so from the outside post position. Moving on to number 1, that is Viv Veuve for trainer Joe Sharp. Now she beat Proctor Street, who had come back up here in a similar type of spot and posted 90 by her speed figure, winning impressively. And Viv Veuve has been preparing for this start back. In fact, her last breeze on the turf on August 1st was with impressive 2-year-old winner yesterday, Oscar's Encore, and Viv Veuve, of course, being more accomplished than she, going a bit better in the end. But she's done well. She's really filled out now as a 4-year-old, taking that proverbial step forward from 3 to 4, which you like to see as she'll go out here for Joe Sharp. And they saddled her on the walk. That's something I hadn't observed before, but she was beautifully behaved. So maybe she had acted up in previous starts, but she handled herself with aplomb here in the Saratoga paddock. Now, I think pace is an interesting conversation to be had here because you do have Do-Gooder, who seems like a need-the-lead type as she drops out of that aforementioned De La Rose. But you also have a horse stretching out in distance in number 5, Freedom Speaks. But I was able to catch up with trainer Heather Smullen of the 5, who said, we're not going to the lead. Now, whether that plays out on the racetrack is yet to be seen, but it does seem as though it allows Do-Gooder to have the lead and do what she's best at. Now, whether she can translate that good form that she had at Gulfstream here to Saratoga remains to be seen. She is fairly laid back here in the paddock. Wish for a speed horse, she was showing a bit more energy, but physically, Lafitte, she looks fantastic as she is dappled head to toe. Really well turned out for Jenna today.
Looks the part. Carter Santana seeking a second win this afternoon. Do-Gooder riders up. Jose, who did you come up with here? How'd you see this one unfolding?
Yeah, nothing too exciting here. I ended up on the 1 horse, Viv Veuve, coming off a lifetime top buyer where she beat Proctor Street last time. Proctor Street we saw over here July 24th, come back, win a really good 2 other than over tax implications.
She was awesome.
Yeah, very good. And she was a little bit more into the race last time, and there's not a whole lot of pace in here. You've got the 7 with the speed, the 5 coming off some sprints and has been close to the pace going 2 turns. I think the 1's going to sit the garden trip right behind all that. Being aggressive has obviously worked. I'm sure that Irad saw that and will go to that again. I think she's going to be super tough to beat in here.
Jose, how much of your job is what you just did of having to analyze a race and make decisions?
Not much at all, honestly. I'm just looking for the best available horse, really. I can't really start predicting pace about 3 weeks out when I'm trying to start getting these mounts. Sometimes you'll see something, but really what I'm looking for is horses that can fit distances and conditions more than anything.
I think this race is being misbet, to be honest with you.
How so?
I have no problem with the 1. I don't think she should be 6 to 5 here. And I know she'd be Proctor Street easily, but I think Proctor Street really needed that race. And I think she improved a lot in her second race of a layoff. The 1 is the worst to beat, but I think Breath Away, who can be a bit forward, is too big a price at 4 to 1. And I like Immensitude in here. I can't believe this horse is a longer price than the 7 in multi-race bets because Immensitude has race that can win it. The 7 does not.
Post parade, Viv Veuve on her toes here. 6-5.
Yeah, I just think they're going a little bit overboard on her. It's Irad, it's Joe Sharp, and she's good, but I don't think she's 6-5 in this field.
Mensitude, she's been running farther.
Yeah, she can win. I just think she wants to go further. But at 6-1, I wouldn't knock anyone for taking a little bit of a chance.
Sabalenka, number 3, 2nd for Joe Sharp.
Yeah, she's just too slow to win this race on paper, at least, but she's 20-1.
Freedom Speaks, nearly 3 years. 3 years since her last win.
I don't understand why, and the connection said they're not going to send her. I don't know why you try to stretch a horse out and not use their speed. To me, the best way to get the distance is to go to the lead, not rate them.
Alluring Angel, you saw 2nd for Bill Mott, then Do Gooder, and a solid mate for trainer Jenna Antonucci.
She's the speed, but she's not good enough on paper.
Currently 6-1. Then Breath Away, a last win last summer with Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, she's been away for a bit of time in terms of the winner's circle. She makes sense to me in here. I just worried she was going to be a little bit overbet. I would want a little bit better than 7-2.
That's the field. 4th race, Fillies and Mares. Good allowance heat. Mile and a 16th on the Mellon Turf Course. 6-5, Viv Vuv. And you have a bankroll play in here with the mare drawn to her outside, yes?
Yeah, I disagree with what Jonathan said about the 2. I don't think it's clear that this horse wants more distance. I think she's run well going longer against some better horses. But I think you look at her prior races last year going shorter, they were very credible efforts. And I'm not certain that this isn't an interesting turn back for a horse who's just been facing better horses than her in her recent races. A yielding turf 2 back, it's a bad effort. I think she's fast enough to compete in here. And to me, I picked her because I thought she'd be an overlay, and I never thought she'd be this big a price. I think at 6-1, she's a tremendous bet in this race. I'm not saying she's going to win, but I think she's an overlay.
I suppose my concern would be is that there's a lot of races at this distance. But Bill Mott has intentionally, it feels like, continued to run her longer. So I just went with the assumption that maybe he feels like she's better longer. She looks better longer on paper. But like I said, it's 6-. There's a difference, right? If she was 6-5, I would say that you're right.
3-1, I wouldn't be betting her, but I think they're.
100%.
I had a feeling they go crazy for the 1. It's Irad or Speedo horse that came back with a big win here, and I actually think Breath Away at 7-2. I disagree with you. I think 7-2 is a very square price in her. She's an honest horse. She's a horse that's had a lot of bad luck in her career and lost races she could have won.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think the break is obviously something that we've seen Miguel do it a couple times now since he's taken over. These horses that we've seen on 3-month breaks come back. I believe he's 23% doing it thus far, which is super, super effective. My concern with the 2 horses, last year, I believe it was August 14th, she ran in this very race, going this very distance. 30 Thou Kelvin won the race that day at 25-1, never came back to win another race. So I was taking that race as we've done this here, we've done it at this location, we've done it at this distance, we've done it at this time of year, and it didn't work. I believe she even ran 81 Beyer that time before, same Beyer that she
86.
ran this time.
85.
Got you.
That's in this event a summer ago. Maggie, and you're in the Immensitude camp as well.
I am. I respect everybody's opinion up there, though I am of the same mind as Andy. Granted, I feel like when we're on the same horse, it never works out. But we will take a look at Immensitude, who I agree with how Andy's looking at the distance question here, because last time when we saw her traveling that 1 3/8 behind distance specialist La Mihana, who of course came back and won the Glens Falls with a 104 Beyer, Immensitude was just doing too much early. She was very, very headstrong for Junior Alvarado, who I think has some of the best hands at getting a horse to relax. And she wanted to throw her head around, and he got her to at least put her head down, but in my opinion was still too strong against the bridle. So therefore just expending too much energy in the wrong part of the race. So of course she came up without anything for the stretch drive. I think she looks sensational physically, and if anything, her disposition, which was very sharp back in the paddock, and Junior's actually tried to keep her a little bit more quiet here in the warm-ups, so trying not to get her too revved up, but physically, she is more compact. She's not that long, lean type of frame. There's a bulkiness to her that I think does better with these shorter distances. Now, it's very interesting points that Jose brings up, because it's right there to see, and I agree with him that it probably wasn't the greatest field that day, but I'm willing to give her another shot here just now as a 5-year-old.
Immensitude, 5-1, Junior Alvarado. Jose, do you lean more on speed figures? Is it more sheets for you? Is it more trip handicapping? What do you find yourself relying on most? What
I feel like
tools?
if you're a sheets player, you are a trip handicap player, because all it is essentially watching the replay for you and giving you a number. So I would say I'm a trip handicapper. Now, even money is not something that I can take on the one horse in here. My other interest would probably lay in the 6, Alluring Angel, who has never lost an allowance race before in her life. From maiden allowance to going through the 1X to the 2X, she's never lost one. She's finding herself in allowance company again, and the only time she's ever run on Lasix was an 8-point buyer hike from her previous start, and it was coming off a 7-month layoff. So now we've got a horse second off the layoff, back on Lasix, 9-2. So for gambling purposes here, I'd probably land on the 6. Now it just went up to 5-1. I can't really take even money on the 1, though. I think she's the best horse.
I think the 6 is dangerous, too. And let me ask you a question, though, as a jockey agent. Do you put any weight in the fact that Junior, of the 2 Mott horses, chooses to ride Immensitude after he rode Alluring Angel last time out? And Junior doesn't always win when he rides one of the Motts, but they seem to have more success with Junior.
I would say that knowing the ownership of the 2, it had a lot more to do with that.
And I got another one. Who would you want to ride? Now, I understand that, there's more detail to it than that, but who would you want to ride in this race?
If I get to ride them back, I'm going to go with the 2 horse, because I think that she would be the winner at Andy's favorite track, Kentucky Downs, and the ladies' turf marathon. Because she ran a really good race at Kentucky Downs going 1.70 yards, and I don't believe that's her distance. So I think maybe a 5/16 at Kentucky Downs next for her, and for $1 million. Love to be on that one.
It's like a shade of chartreuse I'm seeing here.
I just think Kentucky Downs is ridiculous. It's a waste of purse money. It's a complete crapshoot. Don't get it at all.
Get to say undulating a lot.
That's always fun.
You get to see layoff a lot, the
But
horses that run
a whole
there.
bunch.
Had a good hot dog there one time, I got to tell you.
Really?
Yeah, it's a fun place to visit, too, honestly. I mean, I stopped there on the way back from Saratoga maybe 3 or 4 years ago on the way back to Texas and, hung out. It was a
I've heard
fun day.
a lot of good things.
I'll go to Nashville.
Duck now, but
I'd rather go to
a
Nashville.
lot of good things.
I'd rather go to Nashville, too.
At the gate for this 4th race, there goes Sabalenka, the favorite, Viv Vuv, even money. Rod Ortiz aboard, Frank Miramati standing by, post time for the 4th, live from Saratoga.
Alluring Angel moves into line. Do Gooder. Breath Away. Walking up. They're in the gate. And they're off. Alluring Angel, but there goes Do Gooder. And Do Gooder, intent on getting to the front, will be the sole leader, with Breath Away moving up on the outside to take second. Freedom Speaks is the gray, moving through along the inside. Immensitude is racing just behind her, right next to Alluring Angel, who's now 5 lengths off the lead. The 2 trailers are Vivov and Sabalenka at the back of the field. So it's Do Gooder who has opened up a 4-length advantage through a quarter that went in 23 2/5 seconds. Freedom Speaks is tugging just a touch in that second position, and just outside of her comes Breath Away in the clear, while third. Then Alluring Angel and Immensitude racing together as a team. Vivov is second to last, and Sabalenka continues to trail. Do Gooder has been left alone through a half that went in a crisp 47 seconds flat. A 5-length aggressive lead for Do Gooder into the far turn. Freedom Speaks in second still. Then Breath Away, Immensitude losing some ground. Racing on the inside of Alluring Angel, who's 8 lengths off the lead. 2 more. Vivov yet to do her best, running angle to the outside. And Sabalenka, 1:10-3 for Do Gooder at the top of the stretch. Has a 3-length lead. Vivov is starting to crank up a rally on the extreme outside with that white blaze, and she's coming. Sabalenka follows her. Inside of them, Breath Away, 1 furlong left. Do Gooder, 2-length lead. Vivov's got her. Opens up close to home, and Vivov, a very confident Rad Ortiz Jr., just hand rides her in to score. Immensitude was resurgent and just nailed Do Gooder to complete the exacta. Behind them, it was a battle between Alluring Angel and Sabalenka.
Just overwhelmed them late with the acceleration. Viv Vuv, the favorite, delivers. What a summer, meet, trainer Joe Sharp just won his 1,000th race. And for Arad Ortiz, leading pilot, another victory at Saratoga.
Well, she run like an even money shot shouldn't here. She was able to get that perfect inside-outside move in here, save ground, angled out in the stretch, got the clear run. Immensitude wasn't beating her. She did get a little caught in traffic when things were moving, but she was never beating this horse.
If Irad pulls the crop out inside the 8th pole, he's going to win. If he gets himself there and he's just still sitting that confident, I thought it was a very confident ride, and 4 to 5 feels like free money after that.
Yeah, she's gotten really good. I mean, at Keeneland, she went around 3 turns, came with a massive kick, has cut back, has proven her class. 2 starts back, losing to Farrow Wine, came back around second. Kentucky Downs Preview Turf Mile. So she's keeping really good company, and she keeps being extremely impressive. She's gonna be a force.
Big run late from Immensitude, who you and Maggie like, to complete the exacta, rallying in between horses.
Yeah, I mean, Junior did a good job saving all the ground in there. She got a little hung up in traffic as the race was developing. But like I said, she was not beating Vivuv. She was second best in here.
A lot of the other ones didn't show up either. We see Alluring Angel off the board, Breath Away also off the board, Do Gooder hanging around for third. So I'm not so sure that anyone else really showed up behind Vivuv, but she was super impressive today.
Anything surprise you early on in terms of how things unfolded from the start?
Really just how far back Vivuv was. I expected her to be way more forward, but she was just way better than these.
That acceleration, as soon as she switched leads, it was over. Going away, Vivuv, Arad Ortiz, 1-2-7-3. Results, reaction when we come back. The 4th at the Spa, all about Vivuv.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to 4-time leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 Sun Provocateur. And top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Great to have you with us. Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in or Mohegan. Vivuv did not disappoint. Back-to-back wins. Arad Ortiz, Joe Sharp. The Joe Sharp train just keeps chugging along.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think a lot of people look at Joe and they'll say, oh, his horse is running great. They're just running to their odds. I mean, he's not doing it, and I don't mean this in a knock at all. I think Joe's terrific, but I'm just saying he's not winning with horses you go, wow, I couldn't have seen that horse. He's running logical horses, and they're performing well.
Yeah, and he's been doing that all meet, and not just all meet, all year. I mean, at the fairgrounds, he did the same thing. When he came to Oaklawn, he was doing the same thing. At Churchill and Keeneland, he's doing the same thing, and he's just acquired a lot of really good horses for the right owners, and he's doing a great job with them.
All the same, you talk about like how difficult it is to win here. Like, it's not easy to bat 300 for a trainer at Saratoga. Any trainer.
It's not easy to do anything at 300 in racing. You can try to pick a favorite. You can try to pick favorites, and you're going to not probably get to 30%.
Yeah,
it's very, very hard.
Well, I mean, favorites went well over 30%.
But I'm just saying, but I'm saying if you were to try to select a handful, if they say there's 10 races in a day, and I told you to pick 6 favorites that are going to win, you probably wouldn't get 30%.
I probably wouldn't do it.
Well, see, we could have skipped that if you just wouldn't have argued with me.
Well, I mean, they win it in the mid to high 30s favorite. So if you just pick the favorite in every race, I don't understand what you're saying, but I'm saying you want to go, and that's something. It's a very awful thing that some public handicappers do. It's fraudulent. They'll just pick the favorite in every race. Say, well, I'm going to pick 30 to 40% winners. If I do that, that ain't helping anybody.
I don't want to interrupt, but Arad's got to go.
Okay.
And he's standing by live with Maggie in the winner's circle.
That's right, here with Arad Ortiz Jr. And you were just saying hello to our cameraman Jackson. He helped you last night in the charity basketball game.
Yeah, it was nice. Everybody showed up. It was a good game. Everyone came out safe, so that's the main thing. And we have fun.
Just say, do you worry about hurting yourself when you're playing basketball?
A little bit, I don't like to sprint that much, going back and forth. Next day, you probably wake up a little sore, but we're here and we feel good, so work out good.
I swear that's why we ride horses, because we don't like to run. But anyway, Viv Vov, she likes to run, that's for sure. A little bit further back than anticipated, but boy, did she finish.
I thought gonna be closer, honestly. I don't see too much speed on the race, but when the gate's open, we break a step slow out of there. So we go to plan B and work out beautiful. She's so fun to ride. I mean, so nice. She do everything I asked her to do. She was going so relaxed in the backside. I don't even have to fight with her to settle down. And just buying my time when it's time to go, wake him up, and she was there for me.
She really was. You're well on your way to a 7th meet title up here at the spa. Arad, I remember when you first started, and you were an apprentice. Was that 2012, I believe, 11? And just the journey, the career you've had is just remarkable.
It's been great, great ride, honestly. I've been having a huge support from everyone since day one. Thanks God, first of all. I mean, without him, is anything of this, it will happen. Keep me healthy and sound, and just keep learning every single day. I've been learning since I got here in 2011 and learned from some of the riders in here. They already got experience and trying to get everything together, and in the long term, everything came out beautiful, so thank God.
You have matured nicely. The talent was always there, but you turned into a fine gentleman. Congrats here.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Arad Ortiz Jr. just doing what Arad does. Win races, guys.
Win races, the titles he's claimed, as you mentioned, Maggie, a 5-time Eclipse Award-winning rider. Arad Ortiz, like the stats we're familiar with, Jose, and the money earned, and the Grade 1 races, so on and so forth. But like when you watch Arad Ortiz ride, what makes Arad?
What makes Arad is not out there. It's in the morning, which we won't get to see over here during the races. He is at work every single day, working hard, super personable. Him and his brother, I mean, they're cut from the same cloth when it comes to that. And then when it comes to the races, I mean, he knows not only what he's going to do, he knows what everybody's going to do. And he can make others do what wasn't their game plan. And you'll see it all the time. He can inject speed into a race. He can go to lead on a horse that no one thought was going to lead and bring him back. And then when it comes to the stretch, it's hard to beat him. He's as strong as you can get. So he's just all around a great rider.
Of all those qualities, right, timing or position or strong finishing, what do you think he does? What do you think he does best?
I would say his timing. Yeah, he finds a way to win, especially on the grass. A lot of guys are afraid to make that 4-wide turf move because it doesn't work that often. But for some reason, when he does it, it works almost every time. And the reason is he understands what's happening during the race, where he's like, all right, this is a situation where I can make this move that is unorthodox, and it's going to work. And it works time and time again.
Worked moments ago as he boots home the favorite in Viv Vouv, race number 4. Race number 5 coming up, 22 minutes out. The start of the pick 6. Take a look at the field. Couple of scratches. Key scratch with Shadow Surge out. The closer 3-2. 5 of them before we say goodbye, Jose. Who graduates in this $50,000 maiden claimer up next?
Oof. So in this kind of race, I definitely like to go with the price. I've been chasing Dew, and I actually got to ride him last year with Julian. I'm not sure this is the time. Next time, I'm going with 2.
You need something stronger than a Mountain Dew if you bet on this horse.
Like I said, not this time. Not this time. I really don't have much strong opinion here. This is a lot of horses that you see get beat time and time again. This is the kind of race where I would go all if I was playing some kind of ticket and hope for some chaos like do.
Just a $50,000 maiden claimer coming up next on Saturday. Some of the highlights and all about turf stakes racing this weekend. Earlier we touched on the Sword Dancer here. The Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Oaks. There's the field, 6 of them. Laura Lynn installed as a 9-5 morning line favorite. Andy 2 starts back. The Memories of Silver. Laura Lynn is late April. Laura Lynn, Opulent Restraint. This battle to the wire.
And there are 2 major players in this race. I'm disappointed. With Nitrogen not running for $500,000, only 6 running here is very, very disappointing, to be honest. Opulent Restraint has improved since then. She's really the reason that Nitrogen lost last time, because she held so gamely to the wire. And I think since they've been riding her aggressively, Jose, she's got to be a better horse.
She's definitely gotten to be a better horse. My concern with her is the distance. I'm not sure she's going to make this Mountain 3/16. She always seems to just that last end, just have to throw it in. And I understand that she had to face Nitrogen that time before, but 2 starts back in Memories of Silver. I mean, she had a pretty easy lead going the flat mile, and she wasn't able to hold off Laura Lynn, who's probably just a better horse than her.
Alex Bregman's Totally Justified, JK. A couple of starts back in the Grade 3 Regret, defeated by a mare who has created quite a name for herself in Fionn.
Yeah, I mean, look, Totally Justified. She had shown herself as a 2-year-old to be extremely talented. She has some tactical speed, which is always dangerous in races like this, but this is going to be the longest she's ever run. There's a lot of questions to be had, and with the new version of Opulent Restraint, who's a forward version, it doesn't bode well for her to get a comfortable trip.
I'm betting on Totally Justified here, and I may be wrong. I may lose again. This race will win, I think, in here. It was a mile and 1/8. I know it's a mile and 3/16, and that's fair. She obviously bled last time. Something went badly wrong in that race. She's a much better horse than that, and I lost her last time. I got to lose with her again.
Yeah, she's also where my money is going to be as well. I'm landing on Totally Justified. She's thrown in clunkers before and has bounced back, so that's not really a concern for me. I think she's going to be sitting right off of the pace, get a clear run, and she's got the company lines to make this happen here.
And people should remember, in the race where she was showed, she finished second, the other speed in that race was Classic Q, who has come up here and run 2 huge races, and she absolutely buried Classic Q towards the front end in there. Now, she's going to obviously have to bounce back from her last race, but I'm in.
Yeah,
now that I know you like her, I'm really in.
You're going. She's probably the longest price in here right now. Looks like the 4 is going to be longest price, but she was probably 3rd choice last time. Now you're going to get her at a long price. Horse like Opulent Restraint's going to go down to 9-5 after being 19-1. Just, I wasn't on it last time. I won't be it on this.
Well,
time,
Nitrogen's not in there as well, and
sure.
that obviously
Yeah.
plays a big role in both of those horses.
Not something I can really be a part
What
of.
about the Euro Go-Go Boots for Bobby Flay coming over here? I think he's
I'm a
making the
believer.
right move coming here. I wonder if she wants to go farther.
Yeah, and we'll see it, I'm sure, throughout the weekend, but that race, the Ribblesdale, that was a little team tactics, right? You know, the Irish on her outside were keeping her boxed in while another Coolmore horse was on the lead. I think she'll run much better here going
Yeah,
along.
she kept her hemmed in for a little while. I wish she accelerated a little more when she got loose. I showed that race just to show how she got hemmed in. I agree with you on that.
A lot of fun, Jose. Great having you on set, and best of luck with your 27
Yeah,
jockeys.
thank you, guys. Yeah, we're working on getting to 27. We're only at 8 right now. We got a lot of time.
Only 8.
Yeah.
Really great stuff. Jose Santos Jr. joining us on set as our coverage continues. 18 minutes out, and for Manny Franco, how many did I tell you he'd score, JK? How many? 23. 23, dropped 23 on the Horseman last night. Manny Franco, his story's next.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Jockey Manny Franco has been no stranger to the winner's circle in his career. Even with over 2,000 wins, including multiple Grade 1s, he continues to stay motivated to be the very best in the game.
I'm hungry. I want to win races. That's what I'm here for.
Family has always been a driving force for Franco. From his first trip to the track, to jockey school, and coming to the United States, Manny's bond with his father has been a key component to his success.
I was about like 14 years old. My dad took me to the track every Sunday in Puerto Rico. Saw those animals running, and I just fall in love with the sport.
Throughout his career, Franco has found support from fellow Puerto Rican riders Urad and Jose Ortiz, as well as Hall of Famer John Velasquez.
Coming from Puerto Rico, coming from the same school, you have to be very proud, you know. And although we compete with one another, but you have to be proud to what they've done and to have the talent. There's no doubt that Manny has the talent to be a top rider in the whole country.
It is going to be a photo finish, and I think it was Discreet Lover. Schering takes the lead. Late move from Dye. Back to third is Sweet Melania. Schering and Manny Franco have won.
And he's gonna do it, Manny Franco, in the Grade 1 Joe Hurst Turf Classic. But it is Tis the Law, and the New York bred is gonna win New York's Belmont Stakes, the first leg of the 2020 Triple Crown. Here he is, Saratoga's hometown hero, Tis the Law.
With all his accolades, Manny is still missing that one win all jockeys want the most.
And I want to win the Kentucky Derby so bad, man. That's the dream for any jockey, the Kentucky Derby.
Tis the law, win the Derby if that Kentucky Derby takes place when it normally would have, 2020?
That's a good question.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a good
I
question.
was so good. So good around that time. A Belmont winner around that time, but denied in the Derby, having to settle for a second place finish. But tomorrow, Manny Franco on a whiskey decision, 6-1 in this loaded edition of the Boston Spa. Andy, this effort from her here, saving ground on the inside, going away to win by 2 in the Eatontown. How much would she have to improve off of that effort to win tomorrow's Boston Spa?
I think a lot. This is a super gold rail that day on the turf at Monmouth, and I think it helped her. I think she got a great ride and a great trip in there. I'm not saying she can't win. She could improve again for Chad Brown. He's got a couple players coming in here, and he's always dangerous in these races. Obviously, not be your best. Who's going to scratch to run at Colonial Downs. I think it's going to be an easier race. She's one that can win, but John, I don't know about you. I thought this race was extremely wide open.
No, absolutely. I mean, I thought Ozara was a little bit interesting. I thought Ocean Club was also very interesting with Ricardo Santana. Red Hot, Ricardo Santana.
Speed.
That's tomorrow, Boston Spa. Up next here, $50,000 maiden claimers. Time for the Pick 6. Maggie, is it the closer's time to graduate in his third career start?
We could be seeing him do that, possibly. I don't know. I don't know where he fits when it comes to pace, but I can tell you this much. Here in the paddock, he by far looks like the most likely winner of this affair. I mean, he is well-muscled, he's strong, he comes in off a bit of a break, but looks incredibly fit and has that bullet drill coming in here for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott, though I didn't get to see it. And the fact that he was, under a hard ride throughout that 7 furlong race, but when you look at the internal fractions of that race back at Belmont at the Big A, it was fairly quick, and timing difference was able to come from well off of it to get up and get the win. So I think he's going to be very tough, because it feels like some of his biggest competitors do come in the form of a horse like Fiscal Drag, who's actually a big price right now, comes in here from Monmouth after two turn efforts, one on the turf, one on the dirt. And last time, he jumped out incredibly well from the stalls, but then he got caught 3 wide as he was trying to clear from that far outside post position. Unfortunately, was unable to do so. He tried, he did, but the winner came from well back that day. He did swap to his inside lead late, and I think that also just speaks of a horse who is getting tired, getting fatigued on the front end. Now, physically, there's not much to write home about, as he is a very one-sided horse, not much of an engine, not much of a midsection either. So that usually means longer. So you see why Chad was doing that. But I gotta say, as he does turn back to the 6 furlongs today, he is breathing fire. He came out after they tightened the girth on him and gave a big old buck coming out of the saddling stalls, and he's been on his toes ever since he walked in here. So the short cup cheater blinkers do go on today. Don't like him as a physical for the distance, but I do like the way he's acting for the turn back, as we do have a first-time starter here. Entered for the 50, first time out is number 5, the Crowley Cup, son of Global Campaign. There's actually a lot more turf and synthetic on the bottom side as he comes in here after being prepared at Belmont for this debut. Incredibly fit. I mean, this guy looks as though he's had 3 starts under his belt, and he's been professional yet engaged here in the paddock, so forward and accepting the cues from his handlers, which you like to see. But with that kind of distant, or the surface I bring up, I wonder if this is really the right condition. He kind of looks like a horse, too, that would want more ground than the 6 furlongs that he gets here, because he's really kind of evenly framed. He doesn't have that big of a hind end, a bit more flat-backed overall. So we'll see what he brings to the table here for Ever Dangerous Connections, Lafitte.
What will he do in his debut? Good stuff, Maggie. Crowley Cup, Rod Ortiz looking to go back-to-back. Andy, what'd you come up with? After I remind our viewers that Paddock report brought to you by McMahon Thoroughbreds at Saratoga.
I'm rarely going to go with a first-time starter race like this. I just think they're generally bad bets. And Brad Cox, because you bet, no idea if the horse can run. It's interesting. Brad has not run a first-time starter in a dirt sprint and a maiden claiming race up here in over 5 years.
Wow.
His overall numbers, he's 20% with 65 starters throughout the year with a $1.41 ROI. They're bad gambles. Doesn't mean the horse can't win. The 3, the problem with me is I picked the 3, but I bet the 3 last time at over 8-1. And he ran a winning race. But now he's a much, much shorter price. But I think the race is between the 3 and 1.
Maggie, what's going on with Dark Devil?
Dark Devil, who is making his 14th career start, is actually refusing to go out of the paddock here, guys. They've tried to link him up with the outrider. He's saying, nope, I am not walking down Champion's Way. Clearly, I'm never going to be a champion, so it's not for me. I jest, but it's never a good sign when a horse is walking out to the track, knowing where they're going and not wanting to go there. So I think we'll see him brought out last. The rest of the field's going to hit the track before him. Lafitte?
All right, so we'll keep an eye on Dark Devil. Maggie will keep an eye on Dark Devil in terms of how he can kind of snap out of this.
The antics aside, the reason a lot of us like to bet maiden races are horses like Dark Devil or takeout killers. They take the takeout out. He's had so many chances to win against lesser horses, and he's a refuse-to-win horse.
Post-parade, there's Fiscal Drag, 3rd start, 1st sprint, class drop.
Yeah, we'll see if the cut back. Maggie's more optimistic than I think she was going into the race, and tough barn to be too critical of.
Flavien Prat already one win this afternoon. Powerhouse Connections, Seth Klarman, Red and White, trainer Chad Brown, a leading trainer, though it's close at the top, the chase for an Alan Jerkins training title. Eventually, we'll see the closer, who is the 3-2 favorite, a tough to fault, lots to like, even more so when we actually see him front side.
I think if he runs his last race, 3 the closer, he's going to win this race. He's forward. You'd imagine he and the 1 will probably be forward. I don't know how much pace there's going to be in this race. I agree with the public. He's the worst to beat.
I agree, Lafitte.
I mean, I don't think it's anything clever going on.
Dynamite drop in, JK. They don't call him the best color man in the business for nothing. 7-5. The closer, Junior Alvarado, Bill Mott, Team Sovereignty, then Jew at 6-1 and Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to get faster, and they're going to have to get slower.
First-time starter in how long in dirt sprint for Brad Cox? Here's the Crowley Cup.
Maiden claim.
Maiden
dirt
claimer.
Sprint. I don't know. At least 5 years
Long
in Saratoga.
time.
And it's kind of more of a turfy pedigree. It's a Chilean turf second dam. It's not for me, but you never know.
Dark Devil. So he arrives a little bit late on the scene. Louis Size aboard at 7-2.
Yeah, it's a pretty short price for a horse who's tried maiden claiming company 11 times. You know, sometimes you'll see these 11-time, 13-time maidens that they've been 7 or 8 of those times they were against a maiden special weight. So you can forgive those 8,
right,
and you can only just judge them on their 6 or 7. This horse has tried 11 times. What's different today that's going to change?
He has also hung badly in a number of races. He basically had one with perfect trips. And I say that having somebody who's bet him in some of those starts, I don't see him winning.
He was trying to hang out in the paddock.
Yeah. And he's seen this song and dance before, and it hasn't worked out.
The closer, 6-5. Looking at Fiscal Drag, but circling back to the closer. This was his second career start. Late May downstate. The closer, Andy, shoots his shot, but no match for timing difference in the end.
Yeah, he was a bit wide around there. I don't think he ran badly last time. Obviously, he's a better horse on the dirt than the turf, and now he's got to shorten up to 6 furlongs. We'll see how aggressive Flavien can be. There isn't an abundance of pace signed on in here. I don't really have anything to say that's not obvious. He's the second likeliest winner of this race, right behind the 3.
Yeah, the 3 is a little bit faster, but they're lightly raced horses, so they can kind of jump up and continue to improve. Fiscal Drag adds the blinkers. There hasn't been a lot of horses that have run out of those other races. I'm not going to be shocked if the 1 wins. I guess I would be shocked if the 3 didn't run well. If the 3 is just like completely nowhere to be found, that would be a little bit more shocking to me. I guess I fear the 5 for Brad Cox, but Andy points out the stat. It's just not something he does. These horses typically don't make it here with him. They end up going back to the farm or, going somewhere else.
Probably going to have to run around an 80 buyer to win this race. And that's not an easy thing for a first-time starter like that to do. Brad Cox, a great trainer, wins a lot of races. Winning with first-time stars in maiden claiming race and dirt sprints is not one of them. He's 20% with a $1.41 ROI. These are $7 horses. They're winning 1 out of 5 races. That's not how you make money at the racetrack. And you can say, well, this one's 4-1. Probably 4-1 for a reason, but you never know.
Maggie, we were just looking at Dark Devil. Is he showing more enthusiasm about his assignment this afternoon?
Oh, wait, can we keep Lafitte open? Lafitte, I am so sorry. I'm right under Frank Miramati here. What did you just ask me?
Now we're looking at the 5, the Crowley Cup, but we were looking at Dark Devil and watching him warm up. Pre-race in the paddock, refusing to go front side. Are you seeing a horse that seems a little bit more enthusiastic about doing his job today in Dark Devil?
Yes, once he got back out on track here, Lafitte, he has settled into a nice routine type of warm-up here. So not too much concern given the behavior back in the paddock. He's kind of assuaged that, initial gut reaction of, ooh, I definitely don't want him. I still don't want him because I'd rather always in these spots take horses with less experience and less chances to fail. So let's take a look at the 2 horses that have only had the 2 starts, and we'll take a look here at number 3, your favorite. And I'm actually kind of going against my gut instinct. So many things tell me that number 3, the closer, is the horse to beat. But I gotta say, I did not love the way he moved when he first started his warm-up. Now we see Junior Alvarado doing some figure 8s with him, which, excuse me, which we'll see. We'll see how he's still not perfect. I'm not gonna lie. So there's some doubt in my mind with him. The horse that moved beautifully was the horse that I don't particularly like on paper or physically. That's number 1. Fiscal Drag. Like I said, he's built to go longer, but he is so full of energy that I do think that this turn back is going to prove successful for him. And Flavien Prat immediately took him away from the pony, and he just gobbled up the ground up there. Big strides overall, and the fact that he was able to lay fairly close in his last start on the main track of Flat Mile around the 2 turns, albeit at Monmouth, gives me some hope that I think this move is going to work out for the best. So number 1, Fiscal Drag will actually be my pick, guys.
3-1, All World Connections. Pratt, Klarman, Brown, Fiscal Drag. Pick 6 starts here. A little bit later on, the Galway race number 7. Andy, your bankroll play, who's it going to be?
I'm going to bet on the number 12, Abiento, in that race, who this horse was running races as a 2-year-old that almost make her competitive in here. And in her last start, she slammed into the gate coming out, and it just completely took her out of the race. And I know people say the race was falling apart. I don't think it fell apart that much. I thought she ran the winning race last time out, and she's got fast figures going back. Not quite as much pace as there was before the scratches, but I still think there'll be some pace. And I just think Abiento, the 12, is kind of where she'll be an overlay.
A couple races after that, race 9. It's not a bankroll play for me. It should be probably, in all fairness, but I have been waiting for the one States' Rights to run back since April. Take a look at that replay on Naira Bet. You can watch the replays there. Watch that replay.
What
Jose's
happened?
having an outstanding summer, so I don't have a problem saying this. It was a bad decision that day to try to go inside with this horse. I think if he would have stayed outside, he would have won. Like I said, I've been chasing States' Rights since that race. Horse was entered in the Pennine Ridge and scratched, also entered in the Penn Mile and scratched.
I agree with what you're saying. It was not Jose's best ride. He would probably admit that. Having said that, this is a potentially much tougher field. You've got Valuation Metric, a stakes winner, coming off a layoff for Chad Brown, who is 7 for 20 with 3-year-olds off 180 to 360-day layoffs in Saratoga when turf routes. And he's 30% overall with a 283 ROI. Stars and Strides. He's got a giant turf pedigree trying it. I think there's a lot more going on to take this horse short price. I don't disagree with anything you said.
Yeah.
I just wonder if he may be a bit of an underway
Price
in that
dependent,
race.
certainly,
Yeah.
and I agree with you on Stars and Strides. Was meant to be the next fastest horse in
Yep.
the world. Didn't run
Might
all
be a
that great.
turf horse.
Maybe the surface switch helps.
Exciting second half of the Thursday program. Race 7, Galway. Late pick 5. Race 6, pick 6 gets started right here, right now. Filing into the gate, post time for the 5th from Saratoga, live on FS2. Here's Frank Mirmati.
All set, and they're off. Fiscal Drag and the Crowley Cup are vying for the early lead, and in between those two, Dark Devil is in third. They're followed by the closer, Fort, just 2.5 or so off the lead, 2 clear of Dew. Down the back stretch, Fiscal Drag shows the way, prompted by the Crowley Cup. And then it's Dark Devil in the closer, stride for stride. Third and fourth. Dew has 4.5, 5 to make up. 22 and 3 for Fiscal Drag. The Crowley Cup pushed along. The closer moving up while widest of all, covering ground, but doing so nicely. Here's the closer coming after Fiscal Drag at the top of the stretch. Leaving the Crowley Cup behind in third. Down on the inside, it's Dark Devil, the closer. Turns for home in front with 1 furlong to go. Running strongly through the stretch. Over Dark Devil in second. Fiscal Drag is well back in third. The closer, much the best. Confidently handled, bounding home to win it by 4.5 lengths. Dark Devil, Fiscal Drag, and Dew.
Bach Stables, the closer for Kentucky Derby. Belmont winning trainer and jockey. Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, the closer. The favorite does not disappoint to kick off the pick 6 at Saratoga.
I like that shot when you just see Junior on his helmet, right?
Treat.
Like he's like Madonna at this point. You know, he
Rock
doesn't
star
need 2
treatment,
names. He
just
does not
one
need 2
name.
names.
I like it.
He's just
I like
Junior.
it.
Now, I got a question. I wonder if that's the same blue cap he wears when he rides for Godolphin.
Looks like it.
Why not, huh?
Well, I mean, he just swallowed this field up. And you could see it, at first a little weird. He didn't break that well, settled back, but made this move at the turn. This race was over.
We talked earlier about Ricardo Santana riding with such confidence. I would say that Junior, having the year he's had, winning on these big stages with this big horse, I see him making confident decisions that, like, if I make the wrong choice here and I get beat, it's okay, because I'm still riding the big horse in a couple weeks.
That confidence, the faith from a trainer, the connection, and not just winning. There's grade 1 races, and then there's the grade 1 races. Going back to just FYI, and a Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly winner, a champion. Cody's Wish, a champion older horse and a horse of the year, a Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner. The damage done with Sovereignty. Last summer, Bill Mott, his first ever win in a Whitney with Arthur's Ride, Junior Alvarado, like the best of the best in terms of the grade 1 races
if
around the world.
those two can get together and win that grade 1 3-year-old turf sprint at Kentucky Downs, it'll be the cherry on top of an amazing career of accomplishments. You didn't think I was going to miss that opportunity, did you, Lafitte?
I can't. I was thinking we're off in like 3 minutes. Just 3 more minutes. Where's the wire? Junior. Just Junior. The closer. 3-2-1-4 here at Saratoga. As, we're done all right.
I can't believe I
aside.
get paid to work with. I mean, I've never had this much fun.
Me
It's
neither.
really been great with you
Me
guys.
neither.
It really has.
Our thanks to Jose Santos for joining us earlier on the broadcast. He's Jonathan, Andy, I'm Lafitte. Thanks so much for joining us on Saratoga Live. Stay tuned. Second half of the Thursday program. Have the Goway race number 7, late pick 5. Greg Wolf and the crew coming up next as our coverage continues. Day 21 from the Spa. Junior wins the 5th.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Japan's legacy of beauty lives in all we do. Rare sensibilities and breathtaking skill show the way to the finish line. That beauty and that power take you to another world. Racing is art.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You had fun?
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, as we are pleased to be with you from historic Saratoga Racecourse here on Fox Sports 2. Race number 5 going to the closer for Belmont, Junior Alvarado and Box Stable. And the closer, Junior, you had to kind of engage him around the turn, but once he got clear, it was all over.
Yes, you know, I know this guy, you know, he's a very lazy guy, you know, he sleeps all day, he sleeps at night. And I think, you know, he's just a lazy kid, you know. And I think today, you know, I had to warm him up pretty good just to make sure to wake him up a little bit. And same thing in the race, you know. Once he gets going, when he wakes up and he knows what he's supposed to do, you know, he's a good horse.
I think we saw you on a good one earlier in a runner-up effort, and that's Noble Dynasty, a horse that ran really well behind a favored Teddy's Rocket. Talk a little bit about, you know, the relationship you have with Bill Mott and kind of knowing the development process. They're not expected to necessarily win first time out.
Yes, exactly. I mean, we love the horse, you know, but I think today, you know, Bill said just give it a good teaching experience, you know. Like I said, today, this is as good as it gets without winning, with the way he did it for second. You know, I just think, you know, if I want to ride it probably a little earlier, we might have got there on time. But ideally, you know, he's a big horse who we think for next year, you know, he's going to be a very nice horse. So, you know, I think winning today, we wouldn't have much option for him unless going into a stake. So I think, you know, we can get him another maiden special weight race, you know, and then we'll take it from there. But definitely, you know, I think he's pretty nice.
He looks it. Well done with him. Looking like the future is bright for him. Congratulations here with the closer, though, too.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Junior Alvarado getting the win for, of course, his main man. That is Bill Mott. The closer easily ears up at the wire. He was your favorite here in race number 5, able to break his maiden for this maiden 50 for Hall of Famer Bill Mott. He returns 480 over Dark Devil. and Fiscal Drag, completing the 6 furlongs in 1:11 and 1. Coming up next on the show, it is a Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. We do have restricted fillies, 2-year-olds contesting the 6 furlongs. Currently a fairly wide open board as the outside runner, number 10, Hoops Rivalry for Brad Cox, will look to make good on favoritism. She'll be ridden by Rod Ortiz Jr., your meet's leading rider. Coming up next, Greg Wolf and so many more. Join him on the program at Saratoga Live. Stay tuned.
Arabian Night has won the Pacific Classic.
Jackie's Warrior, so fast.
Win in your end, federal judge.
And Charlatan is going to run them off their feet.
Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
Obliteration is a star.
Our shot gets the win. These two juveniles going in. Longest and Fortains.
Journalism has won the Preakness Stakes.
Saratoga.
Welcome to the official start of the second half of this Saratoga Summer Meet from upstate New York on a gorgeous Thursday afternoon. Today's feature, Love Surveyor, dominant north of the border. Can this multiple stakes winner handle the shortest distance she's ever run? Trainer George Weaver has excelled in turf sprints at this meet, and he's bringing an armful of ammo into the Galway, led by Silsby. Her turf debut was a tour de force, but untested, now comes a much more difficult task in her stakes debut. And Farbridge and Joel Rosario continue to be a match made in heaven. Can they repeat in Saturday's Grade 1 Sword Dancer and remain in contention for year-end honors along the way? We'll have a preview to come, all that and more on the second half of the program on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Hello, everyone. I have to do the mandatory wave. Good to see you. Greg Wolf, champion jockey Richie Migliori, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca. Good to be with both of you. And this is an incredibly contentious feature sprinting on the lawn coming up.
I think it's a great feature. There's depth, and like any time turf racing in general, but turf sprints, less margin for error. Trips are going to play a big role in the outcome of this race. But I think there's a lot of directions you can go, Paul.
Yeah, I think Love Severe is going to be very, very tough in there. But you can look at a horse like Silsby, who won last time out. But this is a tough task for a horse like Silsby to face winners for the first time in a stakes race. But I think that she's the kind of horse that could be ready for this.
Well, Miguel Clement, he was a little bit concerned with Love Cervera working out a trip with multiple scratches in the body of this race. Task maybe got a little bit easier for her here.
Yeah, not as wide a draw as when the race was first drawn, but she's very good. I mean, she won going 6.5 at Woodbine. This is the shortest she's ever run. I think it's a big difference, though. 6 even to 5.5. I know it's only 110 yards difference, but it's a mad scramble. 5.5, they go.
Holly, would you take George Weaver, who has 4 in here, or the field?
Probably take George Weaver because I do like Silsby, but you make a good point. Listen, the 11 is going to be very tough in here, but Mig makes another good point, is how far is this horse going to be back? Hopefully Joel can keep this horse close to the pace, but Joel is the master in these turf sprints. But winning at Woodbine, you got to remember, that is supreme racing. I mean, so it's not to me, I think when people don't realize when they're racing up in Toronto, it's not like you're going up in class here. There's pretty good horses up in Canada.
No, and that turf course lends itself to that. You turn for home, you got over a quarter of a mile to the finish, a really long stretch.
Shortest distance, though, she will have ever run. That is to come our feature, the Galway in race 7. We're a race away from that coming up. We're going to kick off a late pick 5 next. That includes that feature, and you can play it right here by getting signed up with Naira Bets. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus when new members punch in this code at sign-up, SPA200. And play along with us all summer long right there at NairaBets.com. Contentious group as well of 2-year-old fillies to begin the late pick 5 in a restricted maiden special weight, so all trying to get their first win. This is for horses that sold for $60,000 or less their most recent sale. Early money on a first-time starter outside for one of the top trainers in our sport, Brad Cox, Hoops Rivalry.
Yeah, and listen, we always look for the money to help us, guide us, right, Paul? She's taking all the money from the outside. The mare has produced 4 winners from 5 starters and 1 debut winner, and I always look at that. I want to see where the mare is throwing a horse that has precociousness.
Yeah, I was walking in. I got to see Tom Amos. Tom Amos goes, I go, how's your first-time starter? He has a 3 in here for Rebel Toast. He goes, I got to beat the outside horse. So Knicks Go, we've already seen one Knicks Go, Ewing, be very special.
Yeah, it was sensational. This one debuting from a former Whitney winner. We'll have the post parade to kick off this late pick 5 sequence when we come back.
Volatile continues to rise to the top of the crop. Last year, he was the #2 freshman sire of Grade 1 stakes horses behind McKinsey and #2 by winners behind Vekoma. He currently ranks ahead of Medaglia d'Oro, Nyquist, Quality Road, Constitution, and Warfront by percentage of black-type performers. His newest graded stakes winner is Tip Top Thomas, who established a new track record in the G3 $300,000 Indiana Derby. Volatile. Think fast.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
This is my Oaklawn.
Back with you on our Thursday card. You're on Saratoga Live, brought to you in part where you can play it all at NYRA Bets, including August 23rd. The Travers Stakes to come, where most believe that canoe will be painted royal blue. Sovereignty looking to pull off that Jim Dandy Travers double and bring Bill Mott his first ever Travers victory. This race to kick off the late pick 5. 2-year-old fillies. We mentioned Brad Cox with the current favorite. Still that way. Orad Ortiz Jr. on Hoops Rivalry. Paul, how are you going to play this pick 5?
Well, with these 2-year-olds, it's really tough, right? And they're fillies. And I just played the outside 5 horses, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I just think the winner will come from out of these horses. Now, you know I'm playing a big ticket because I think this is going to pay. 2, 3, 5, 10, 11, 12 in the Goway. I do like Silsby the best, but I think it's such a tough field. Race number 8, I was about going to single the 6 in there, and then I think a Folger has got a good shot in there. Or I think that's how you say that, right? With Rachel Sells and Manny Franco. Then I'm going to single States Rights coming off the layoff for Cherie DeVoe and Jose Ortiz. These sons of Constitution get better with age. And then the last race, I spread, but my key's going to be
last race is tough.
The last race is ridiculous. If you have the money, you want all. But, you know, I'm going $210. I was not here yesterday, so I'm paying $10 more. But I actually think this can pay balloons.
Good luck to everyone going after it. Still got 14 minutes to put a ticket together. Let's check in with Acacia Clement to help us out here this first leg, race 6.
And we'll take a look at the first-time starters here in the paddock, Greg. Starting off with Hoops Rivalry for Brad Cox's. This is a daughter of Nick's Go, who has been off to a solid start. Of course, headlined by Ewing, but 4 out of a 27 as far as his progeny is concerned so far. The Dam was a stakes winner for this one. She was a good dirt sprinter, produced grade 3 placed Irish Mischief. I did watch her last workout on First TV, where she worked with Miles and Miles, who is a claiming type, but a 3-year-old, an older horse. So I always give a little bit of credit as far as that when working with older horses. For 2-year-olds, did look to me to be running off a little bit on the turn, kind of had her head turned and maybe a touch green in there, but she leveled off really nicely. She carries a lot of good conditioning and does look to be actually one of the strongest horses here in the paddock in the amount of substance that she's been carrying. She's been very professional as well, especially as there have been a few in here who've been a bit chatty so far. Just to her inside, the number 9 Spirit Doll is a first-time starter for Saffie Joseph Jr. Filly by Tiz the Law, whose progeny can be very precocious, and I've been a big fan of him as a stallion thus far. Turf, dirt, whatever, they seem to handle it all. And this one looks quick. She's dappled from head to toe. She's very fit, not the biggest, but very athletic and very elegant in the way that she's put together. She's been kept over here by the tree away from the saddling area and away from a little bit of the chaos, but she is far more subdued than her stablemate, who is experienced, but not in a bad way, just that she's been professional, which I appreciate. Unfortunately, none of her work's available on First, but according to the Clocker report, she was working with an older turf horse in Saratoga Flash and holding her own with that one. So again, some credit for company kept in the mornings. The number 7, Oscar Bound, first-time starter for Melanie Giddings. Sold out of the Timonia May 2-year-old sale on the day where they just galloped no-time breezes on that day. And she did look to be a little bit high-headed early on, but moved exceptionally well. They're saddling her with the pony. She's blocked in there behind, as she was a little bit vocal when first coming in and then settled, kind of responding to some others. She did come in with a training saddle, a little bit warm under that tack, but nothing over the top. And here, she is one that I always pay attention to with Mel Giddings, especially Sean Bridgman was originally named it. Louis Sias will be aboard. She looks like she may want to go a little bit longer. Going to watch her with interest, though, especially in the warm-up. The Dam is the sister to Golden Soul, who was the second place finisher in the Kentucky Derby. Finally, the number 4, Wander Woman, sold at the OBS April 2-year-old sale for 10-1. Not much reach in her stride, and she's not the biggest. She's a small filly, but she did go quickly, did it nicely, did it pretty easily as well, and sold for that $50,000. Does come in here for a barn that's based down in South Florida. This year with 2-year-old first-time starters, the Mubarak barn is 2 for 5 winning and 4 for 5 in the money. I know Andy Sterling had quite a bit of interest in this filly. She does look very fit coming in. We'll see what she meets in this spot here, but she has been accompanied by the pony throughout, but so far minding her P's and Q's, Greg.
Such a dangerous race to start the sequence. So many unknowns with so many making their debut. And, you know, races like this, experience, it can matter. Certainly Simone, the 6, with experience in a stakes race. And the Schuylerville hit the board in that race, but a little bit cool on the board considering.
Yeah, I'm surprised, and especially because this meeting, we've seen a lot of horses with experience get it done over first-time starters that have been, you know, kind of live on the board. It's just experience really matters, particularly in a big field.
Yeah, and I like the experience that she got. She's getting a lot of dirt in her face. She's weaving in and out. She goes from the outside, to the inside. I thought this was actually a pretty good effort. I mean, and I think she's going to get a lot out of this race, no, Mig?
Absolutely. You know, she's got, like you said, the experience of getting dirt kicked in her face, negotiating traffic, and then she comes back and follows it up with a nice effort in the Schuylerville. So she's already stakes placed. That enhances a filly's value greatly.
3-1 right now, start number 3. You know, that conversely, Paul, people would say, oh, this George Weaver, he has a good one, a young horse. He wins pretty early. Now this is start number 3. Tough read.
Yeah, I think it's a tough read, but if you watch that horse's first race, you know, she was kind of green there late. She had really nowhere to go. Then she came back, and she was 8.5 to 1 in the Schuylerville, and I thought she ran really good. She made like a little bit of a middle move, and it was a good race. I just think a lot of people don't realize that the 51 buyer is okay for these 2-year-old fillies. I think they're thinking these horses are going to run some kind of 70-some buyer, and you might see it here as you see Manny Franco and George Weaver, and George has been red hot. So I see where the public's not going and thinking that the horse should have won already, but I thought there was 2 pretty good efforts.
And I think he saw an opportunity in a small field in the Schuylerville to get her stakes placed. And again, you're enhancing a horse's value, particularly fillies, getting them stakes placed, especially early in her career. So, and Manny Franco, I guess he had a pretty good night playing basketball last night too, right?
As usual, and we're going to talk about that a little bit later on in the program. Horsemen versus jockeys for a great cause for the chaplaincy and for the permanently disabled jockeys fund. But yeah, as usual, he dominated. I believe 23 points for Manny with that wicked crossover.
Our wicked camera guy, Jackson, launched a couple threes to help out the jockeys.
Very cool. Well done.
Well done.
How many years in a row have they won it now?
He's
always.
The man shooting this camera shot for you is the one that hit the back-to-back buckets.
Can we get a nod?
That's right.
Nod to the camera.
Too professional to do that for us.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, the thing is, if the jockeys are close going into the last 5 minutes of the game, you know their fitness level is going to shine through.
That's
Sorry,
true,
trainers,
right?
I'm just telling it like it is, right?
The trainers had
These
early
guys
lead
are
that game,
fit, no question.
Yeah,
we got a slight backup here behind us in the paddock, but that's been solved. As the rider's up, and there's Flavien Prat. Got his 20th winner of the meet earlier on the card. He'll have to sit out 3 days for a controversial disqualification in the Hall of Fame on Zulu Kingdom. That is going to force him to serve a few days. Still, though, even that last year, that record-setting meet for him, everyone wants to see that again. And he's having a terrific meet. He's leading in earnings at this meet, so he's doing okay.
Yeah. Tough act to follow what he did last year, and the guy is just so good. And unfortunately, he got 3 days. I kind of anticipated that they were going to give him a suspension, because if they took the horse down, it wasn't the horse that did it. It was the move he made. And I don't think he did anything so egregious, but I do agree with the call.
Yeah, and this is one of those things like you sort of took the race from me, and like now it's a little nudge at the end. Get the extra 3 days. It's got to be a little bit
it's frustrating.
upsetting. It's frustrating, yeah. I'll never forget, we got into a brawl in AAA, and a bunch of us got kicked out of the game. I was trying to protect my pitcher. I got called up to the big leagues. 2 months later, I get sent down. I'll never forget, I'm in Omaha. The commissioner goes by, hey, you better write a $4,500 check from your fines to play in the AAA game. But it did not matter playing in the big league game.
Wow.
So I literally was walking to my dugout in Omaha and had to write a $4,500 check to the AAA commissioner to play that game.
Pitcher helped you out a little bit? Who were you protecting?
Well, the pitcher was Eric Gagne, so yeah, he was flipping guys around like ragdolls, yeah.
There's our post parade to kick off this late pick 5. Never Heather debuting for trainer Gregory Sacco.
This horse has got good works in the morning to be 24 to 1, at least reported for Greg Sacco.
Serafina C for Antonio Sano.
Yeah, really cold on the board. We always look the board to help us, particularly with first-timers.
Our colleague, Tom Amos, sending out first-timer Revel Toast.
I talked to Tom on the way, and he said he likes this horse. He doesn't know if he can win the race, but he thinks this horse is an honest filly.
Wonder Woman, Javier Castellano rides.
Actually, taking a little bit of money for a horse that got a couple of C-plus workouts. This is the first foal for the mare.
OP Overlord, Mike Maselli, the trainer of a first-time starter.
Yeah, Mike doesn't really crank him first time out, and that's why you're getting 25 to 1.
Here's the one with the meaningful experience. Start number 3 coming up and graded, or placed, I should say, in the Schuylerville.
No, experience counts. And she's the only one in this race, well, one of 2 that has experience. I think she's very tough to beat.
Yeah, stakes placed that last start. Oscar bound Luis Saez for Mel Giddings.
The way she's acting, I think this horse is going to blast out of there. She just looks like she's speedy.
Saffie Joseph Jr., one of 2 here, baseball lady with a race under the belt.
Yeah, and she did have a little bit of trouble early, got shuffled back. I thought she rallied mildly. She'll have to improve.
A stablemate, though, with reportedly some big works.
Looks tremendous on the racetrack. This one by Tislot of Cairo Prince-Rail mare, you would think wants to go longer, but making a great appearance.
And Brad Cox, who, of course, trained Nick Sko, who for a while was the best older horse in the game. It's a first-time starter by Nick Sko.
Yeah, and the mare is a producer. She's had 4 foals to win from 5 starters and 1 debut winner, so there's precocity there. And Lourdes Irad Ortiz.
Great name. Celtic chant on the bottom out of Nick Sko.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah, it's a great name.
Here is the Saffie Joseph with a race under the belt. And, you know, Paulie didn't take much money in that debut race either, which is a bit of a concern.
Yeah, you know, she didn't cost much at the sale. She was $20,000, right? So she was 24 to 1 first time out. That rarely happens for Saffie Joseph, especially at Gulfstream Park. But I'll tell you this, she ran good after being kind of like, she broke okay, a couple horses broke in and out, and she did get shuffled back. She made up some ground, and I'll give her a little credit, and that's why I think she's the outside horse. If the pieces break apart, you do get Flavien Prat, so that's a big plus.
What do you think, Meg?
Well, I think, you know, getting Flavien is always a bonus. She's got some experience. I prefer others in here. I think the 7 is very, very interesting. Her workouts have been consistently good. Yeah. B's, B+. And Sean Bridgman and Melanie Giddens know how to get a young horse ready. We've seen them blast off with 1 or 2 previously, Paul.
Yeah, and this is a son of Lexingtonian who's only had, I think, 7 or 8 first-time starters. He's 1 for 8. So you're seeing a lot of new sires, and Nick Sko already has produced a horse like Ewing, who was obviously very talented and showed his talents.
I have to stand corrected, Paul. That's Luis Saez on the 7
yeah,
Oscar bound. I thought it was Sean was listed, but Louis is on the horse.
That horse has got to be live, right?
Just the workouts, I think you really got to take a look at it. But I think, you know, for a restricted maiden race, right, for horses that have been sold for $60,000 or less, I think this came up a pretty salty spot.
The other horse is the 4, Greg. What do you think of that horse? I mean, horse has been working okay in the morning, kind of taking sneaky money at 11 to 1, no?
Yeah, just those connections bringing this horse here. Keisha mentioned from limited starters, has had success with 2-year-olds. Definitely a little interesting. It just seems like there's some real talent in this race, doesn't it?
I'm with you, yeah. They're 25%. As you see everybody hanging out, the 1863 Club. And like Greg says, as you see the 6, Simone, the 1863 Club not only has great food, has some of the best food in Saratoga.
Yeah, not just at a racetrack.
Not just at a racetrack, yeah.
Right, in a town full of good food. Let's go back to Acacia.
We'll take a look at the horses with experience now, starting off with Simone, who you just saw getting that big solo warm-up. It took her a little bit of time to get going and to get into her stride, but she did level off then after that. She's incredibly fit, which you would imagine coming in for her third start, and she did finish third in that Schuylerville, as you guys mentioned last time out. She's a little bit awkward at the beginning, though, too, and she does, I noticed, as being a daughter of Vacoma, which makes sense. She kind of has that paddling action a little bit as well, just kind of the typical of what her sire always showed on the racetrack, which obviously did not inhibit his performances at all. I do think, though, as Greg pointed out, with the George Weaver 2-year-olds that usually are so ready to roll early, the fact that she has had 2 starts already, perhaps something to be a touch concerned about when she meets some interesting company in here. The number 8 Baseball Lady, as Paul mentioned, Paul, I would think you would like this one with the name. She did show a little bit late in that first race as she was just totally outfooted, then shuffled back, and Mirage, who was aboard that day, was just really trying to teach her a little something and keep her in the race. And then she did finish a little bit better late, which I think is to be appreciated. I think it's a plus that Flavian Pratt does climb aboard in here as she makes her second start. I much preferred her stablemate in the 9 Spirit Doll, who's my pick from a physical perspective, but I do respect the experience. Now, wanted to just circle back to the 10 Hoops rivalry because, as I had mentioned, in her workouts, she was trying to run off on the turn and had her head turned. As soon as Irada Ortiz took her away from the pony, she started doing the exact same thing. She was throwing her head up in the air. She was turning her head. She is outfitted with a ring bit as a 2-year-old first-time starter, not uncommon equipment for Brad Cox, and she has cotton in her ears. But just something I noticed, and maybe Richie, you can expound on, especially with an outside post, if she has a little bit of a habit of kind of throwing her head around and trying to pull her rider, that's something that she may have to really work to overcome today.
Well, it is a concern, particularly with the outside post. And, young horses are like water, right? They flow to empty space. So her initial instinct will probably be to step away from rivals. The only difference, though, is Irad probably won't be restraining her, right? He'll be allowing her to run. So hopefully she's easier to get along with because they're going to go pretty sharp early. I don't think he's going to be taking a big hold of her.
No, with these first-time starters, you got some barns that will teach, but we've gotten to an age, what have you done for me lately? And these owners want to win, so they want to get to the front end. Is this a saddle adjustment on the 6 here?
No, coming out.
Coming out. Well, that was a good call by Acacia, saying it was taking the horse a while to warm up.
She really didn't look like she was striding out very well. I was watching her on the jog, and she just didn't look fluid. She didn't look comfortable.
So late scratch of the one with experience.
Carefully, scratch number 6, Simone.
How does that change things here?
It's a big scratch.
I think it's a big scratch. You're taking out a major contender, and certainly from a wagering standpoint, it's a big scratch because there was a lot of money on this horse. So now it's going to shorten the price up if you like somebody else. I went with the first-time start of the 7, but I think the 9 and 10 are going to be doubly tough here.
I had picked the 6. I'd probably go to the alternate, and I'd go to the outside horse, the 10, Hoops Rivalry, but I'm still going to use 7, 8, 9, 10. I guess the pick 5 will shorten up a little bit, and you got to hope, well, if you get the 9, you'll have a dollar one going, but the way they're playing it, maybe you just go 7, 9, 10 in here, and I'd be leery. Maybe the 4 is going to fire in here.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You get Javier, horse got decent works.
Who do you like in the next race, Mig? You like the 2, Ringleton,
well,
right?
I think the 2's interesting because I think there's a ton of speed, and the way this filly closed last time was like she caught her best stride at the 8th pole and really finished the deal. She does have to take another step forward, but, she's a young horse, only 3rd start. She certainly is capable of it.
Kind of with you. I mean, that race could just be 2, 3, 5, 11 maybe. And then in race number 8, I thought the 6 was going to be tough, so.
But you used another in there. I mean, that's going to be probably the most singled horse in the sequence, right?
I would think so. I used the 3 in there for Rachel Sells. I think that horse has got a shot.
All right, so big change here. Simone comes out. Filly with 2 races under her belt. She was stakes placed in the Schuylerville. And with that, 8-5 favoritism on this first-time starter for Staffy Joseph Jr., the 9, Spirit Doll.
Late pick 5 with the Galway to come begins here. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Thanks, Greg. Oscar Bound is awaiting her turn, just backs away momentarily. Guided back into the gate by the assistant starting team. Baseball Lady, who will be right next to her stablemate and the better fancied Spirit Doll. Here she is in the purple colors of Peachtree Stable. As we await Revel Toast to get in. Lane Leslie aboard. Going up. Here's Wonder Woman. Hoops Rivalry will be the last one to go. They're in the gate. And they're off. Very tardy beginning for Op Overlord. A quick one for Baseball Lady, but it's Never Heather going straight to the front with good, sharp, early foot. Oscar Bound takes second. Baseball Lady between horses third. Hoops Rivalry on the outside. They're followed by Revel Toast, who moves through now to take that third position. Then comes Wonder Woman. Losing ground is Baseball Lady. Spirit Doll, not a quick start. 7 lengths off the lead. A huge gap to Op Overlord and Serafina C. 22-1. Oscar Bound has overhauled Never Heather around the far turn. And so it's Oscar Bound, the leader. Heather, Never, coming back along the inside, and a nice move from Revel Toast. Revel Toast and Never Heather at the top of the stretch. In behind them, Wonder Woman is trying to get into the thick of it. A half in 46 seconds flat. On the outside of them, Spirit Doll has joined the fray, but it is Revel Toast. Revel Toast with a 2-length lead, has to hold off Spirit Doll on the outside. These are the two, Revel Toast, Spirit Doll. Spirit Doll comes to her on the outside, and Spirit Doll will get there. A hard-fought decision and a very big effort from Spirit Doll. Revel Toast just missed, and in behind them, third was between Wonder Woman and Baseball Lady.
Spirit Doll had to work to get to this huge long shot for Tom Amos. Safi Joseph Jr., there he is, one who had been working strong and wins here at first asking.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice effort. We kind of identified Paul going in the far turn. The 9 was running, but she needed the entire length of the stretch to get by Tom's filly.
Keep your eyes on the 9 out of the gate.
Yeah, I couldn't tell who stumbled, and it was the 9. My goodness, she ran giant. No, and you can't take anything away from Tom's horse. Tom was dead on with me. He said, listen, my horse can run. I don't know if I could beat the outside 2 horses. And the 10 sort of just flailed out. But how about this move after stumbling at the start?
Man, what a professional debut for a horse stumbling at the start, took kickback, came out, split horses, and then had a really fight with the 3 Revel Toast, who was so game, just second best the way things played out. But Spirit Doll was well meant and got it done.
If you were worried about the 6 scratching, you do get the favorite.
And yeah, the favorite wins here. So your ticket, if you had the 6 alive to this one, moving forward. Spirit Doll wins first time out. And, you know, to win like that, make overcoming adversity out of the gate. It's pretty good.
You learn a lot about a horse when things don't go right? You can work a horse in the morning and go, this horse has ability. But then they've got to show that they have that heart and that desire, the tenacity that this filly showed really bodes well for her going forward.
And this is how the game works, right? Jose Ortiz is basically Tom's main rider whenever Tom can get him. And here comes Jose to get him at the wire here. But Lane Leslie rode the 3 very well in that race. Lane's been riding well. He's just not getting a lot of opportunities. I'm glad that Tom gave him a nice opportunity. He rode the 3 great.
He really did. Honestly, if you look at the stumble and the way the race played out, she just came up second best.
Yeah.
Ran great, but he gave her every opportunity.
Number 32 of the meet, Jose Ortiz, 2 back of his brothers, leading the way. 7-5 favorite, overcoming that stumble to start off the late pick 5. George Weaver had to scratch Simone to kick off this late pick 5, but he's got all kinds of ammo coming up in the Galway. 4 chances to win our feature when we come back.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy, and delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
We're back on Saratoga Live. Race 6 in the books, and it went to first-time starter Spirit Doll, victorious on debut for trainer Saffie Joseph Jr., who does join me here. Saffie overcoming adversity at the start and then digging in the stretch. Nice debut effort for this filly.
Yeah, it was a good debut effort. She kind of tipped her hat the other day when she worked from the gate, and we were pleased that she did it on the afternoon also.
You were just telling me she did that fast gate workout by herself as well. That's not very common to see for a 2-year-old.
No, it's not. I didn't really have anything to work with her, so I was like, do I risk breaking her slow or working from the gate? And then she worked so fast. I didn't expect that. I was like, maybe I lost the race there, but thankfully she was able to overcome it. And thanks, congrats to John and Elizabeth Fort. Just thanks for the opportunity.
A nice debut effort, of course. We wanted to ask tomorrow in the Boston Spa coming up. You did say be your best, going to go to Colonial instead, but no Mo Candy to run. Tell us a little bit about how she's doing coming in.
Yeah, she's doing well. This is her third race off the layoff, basically. First race she needed. Second race, I'm mom up the other day. She ran decent. The matchmaker, it was a good group of fillies, and I feel like if she can improve a bit more, she'll be close.
And she does have some natural speed as well.
Yeah, she likes to be ridden 40 towards the front of the pack, whether she can be in the lead or stalking. We'll kind of leave that to Irad and go from there.
And as you mentioned, Irad Ortiz will be aboard that one. Well, good luck tomorrow, but congratulations on a nice win today.
Thank you very much.
Exciting 2-year-old filly, always encouraging, Greg, when they can overcome adversity like she did today.
Now it makes this win even more special to overcome that poor start that, you know, for most stores, that'd be it. Pack it in. After getting out of the gate like that, she's able to overcome that and win at first asking. So excited to see what she can do going forward.
You know, it's always impressive when you see a first-time starter come from off the pace and win. Then particularly because she stumbled even more so.
Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. It's Spirit Doll, Saffie Joseph Jr. And again, number 32 of the meet, Jose Ortiz. 7th, our feature, the Galway, 5.5 furlongs on the lawn. And as we talked about, top of the program, Love Cervera, Miguel Clement, 2-time stakes winner, Paulie, opens 8-5 favorite.
Yeah, the horse to beat here by far. Now cutting back in distance, but a nice flashy win last time in Canada.
We're going to take a timeout. Much more on our feature, the Galway, when we return. And Mig giving out honors for Ride of the Week to that man right there. He'll talk through that performance on World Beater when we come back.
As a two-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, Liam's Map has taken that success to stud, a proven sire, from the sales ring to the winner's circle, with hundreds of 6-figure yearling sales and multiple Grade 1 winners on dirt and turf, including recent Grade 1 winners Burnham Square and Deterministic. Liam's Map, standing at Lane's End.
The official Saratoga Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.naira.com.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Taba. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
So, Junior, you picked up a really good mountain world beater in the Saratoga Derby, but how difficult is it when you've never ridden a horse and then you pick them up late to prepare and be ready to ride one in a big race?
Yeah, you know, it could be just a little different, you know, but I think for me it was a little easier in this part because I know the horse, I worked the horse in Palmettos, I had the opportunity to work him in the turf. In the morning when I pick up the mount, you know, I kind of knew already what I wanted to do with him. I saw the last race when he ran here in Saratoga. It was a very good race too. So I kind of knew already what I wanted to do with him to try to see if we could get the win, and you know, we were very lucky yesterday.
So, Junior, you're drawn toward the far outside, and obviously we know that turf racing, you need to save ground. But I think you did good. Your horse broke okay, and immediately you can see you're looking for inside position. You had to be pretty happy, though, no more than 3 wide.
Yes, I was pretty pleased. You know, the horse broke good, and you know, every time I moved my hands a little bit to go forward to make sure I keep, you know, dropping in without, you know, in a safe way. You know, he was there helping me, and yes, just right when we switched lip to the left, coming to the first turn, I said, like, well, I mean, we're not in the rail, but this is as good as he's gonna get right now. And like I say, at least it wasn't, you know, 5-6 wide coming into the first turn.
And now, so you get in a comfortable position here. Your horse is traveling beautifully. But you make another critical decision as you get closer to the turn, and you tuck in even more to make sure you save ground.
Yes, Richie, you know, I'm paying attention. You know, I see the horse laying second right there, the Tory, and he's kind of riding his horse. His horse kind of on and off, on and off, on and off. I see Franco. He tried to go in the clear. I don't want to go around Franco because I already know then I'm going to end up 5 wide, 4 wide coming in the second turn. I know the horse in the rail with Johnny Velasquez. I rode him. I said, like, I need to follow him. He's going to go inside the 8 that he was already riding by the half a mile pole. He will get me through it at least until we turn for home, because right there I got to go in the clear.
How good does it feel to get that split? Because you had momentum and then it was like open sesame, there was a hole.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a good feeling, especially when you know you got the horse that is moving forward at that point, and you know, I knew the number 5 was the tough horse test score, and you know, I knew I was going by the horse, so I was feeling pretty good at that point.
Well, I think you saved as much ground the first turn. The second turn won you the race because you knew the competition, followed Johnny Velasquez, save all that ground, find the gap as smoothly as can possibly be, and then you're one of the strongest finishers in the jocks room. And for all of those reasons, you get Ride of the Week.
Thank you, Richie. Thank you.
Well, pretty spectacular ride. A look at who has won the award this summer. And, you know, always people bring their A game here. This is the deepest jockey colony we ever have. You got a lot of options every week to look through.
Well, that's what makes it hard, because there's so many rides that could be ride of the week, and then you've got to kind of boil it down to one. And ultimately, what I wind up doing is picking a race that is also an opportunity to educate the public on why certain rides are better than others. I might even pick a ride where a guy's second or third before the end of the meet to just show that it's not always because you win it's a good ride and you lose it's a bad ride. Sometimes you ride great and you're just second or third best.
What do you think about his ride in the Jim Dandy?
I thought it was terrific. But, listen, he's got so much confidence right now from winning the Kentucky Derby, winning the Belmont Stakes, the position that he and Bill Mott have put themselves in, the trust and appreciation of each other and communication. So, Junior's having a career year. I mean, it's pretty remarkable to watch.
No question. Travers still to come, and Sovereignty for Junior. And Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott going to be overwhelming favorites on that sensational Saturday afternoon. The 7th race, our feature, the Goway. 3-year-old fillies, 5.5 furlongs on the lawn. And Love Cervere, 2-1 favorite. The 11. There in the background, 2-time stakes winner coming off a stakes win north of the border.
Yeah.
It's a good win. I mean, this is the race at Belmont, though, right? Yeah, Aqueduct, excuse me. And this was a good race, too. It broke kind of flat-footed, and she came rolling late. And that's the big horse on the outside the 4. I mean, she's got a really nice kick. I mean, but, now that you see her, how big she is the 5.5 furlongs going to be okay for her? She's got to break out of the gate, Mick.
I'm a little concerned about the 5.5 for her because it's just that much sharper. They're going to go probably sub 22. She's versatile, all right? She was up on the pace last time.
Finally was closer to the pace.
Yeah, but it was a very controlled pace, 23-1, 46-1. They're going to go probably close to 2 seconds faster the first quarter here.
I would think so, yeah. One of the Weaver's horses is going to bop out of there and blast out of there. So I think there will be a decent pace in here.
Well, next door, high-profile connections with Laurice. 1 of 4 in here for George Weaver. Owned by Bregman Family Racing. That's Alex Bregman, 3-time All-Star, 2-time World Series champion, who's looking at signing a new deal for a lot of money pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's had a quad issue. Getting up talking to him, he's about 85%. Red Sox are playing well right now, although they lost last night. But Alex, he loves all this, and the boys in the clubhouse, they watch Saratoga live. You got to remember too, Walker Bueller's in that clubhouse from Lexington. He owns some horses too. They own a horse together that they bought from Coolmore. That's with Bob Baffert. They're watching Saratoga live all the time.
They'll have Totally Justified as well Saturday in the Saratoga Oaks Invitational. Interesting runner. So he's won at Royal Ascot. He's had a lot of success in this game.
That's really cool, and I love when we get this crossover. Like, I love being on set here with you, right? You had an amazing baseball career, and then we get to talk horses. But I love when you have athletes from other sports get interested in what we do, and I think it makes it cool for the public. They go, wow, if Alex Bregman likes that, there must be something to it.
Yeah. His father was the head of the New Mexico Racing Commission, and his wife was a big equestrian with Hunter Jumpers.
When you have something and you're in a team like that in the clubhouse, and do all your teammates know and kind of rally behind you when they know you have something else going on?
Yeah, they do. Because I remember the Giacomo Derby. I'll let a little steam out for all you guys. We cashed out about $150,000 at Calder. So a lot of guys had joined in. And I'll never forget A.J. Burnett had never bet a horse race in his life. He had bet that race. So yeah, you kind of join in, and everybody has a derby pool. Either it's $50 or $100, and you draw out, and you just draw a pill, and whoever you get, you get. So guys do watch the derby. I was talking to Alex. They put the derby on the big screen for the guys during batting practice. Yeah,
that's really cool.
Yeah.
11 minutes to post in this Galway. Let's go to Acacia.
And trainer George Weaver with a strong hand in here, sending out 4, but none of them a tremendously short price. But I think a couple of really intriguing prospects who have only had 1 start on the turf and are now facing stakes company. We'll start off with the 5 Silsby, who did get an 83 Beyer speed figure when she got onto the turf last time out. Now 3 horses did come out of that race to win their subsequent starts, so I think that that's a positive. And while she wasn't the quickest out initially quickly from the gate. She moved up and then just took over and pulled away, really seeming to relish the turf course that day. She is a horse that does come in here off a little bit of refreshing, not having run since the end of May, but she looks incredibly fit, very, very strong. And she's also very chill. She's alert. She's taking a look at what's going on around her. But while sometimes some sprinters, including a couple of her stablemates, are pretty revved up and energetic in the preliminaries, she's just kind of taking it all in. Very classy acting, which I do appreciate, as she cuts back to the 5.5, which I don't think should be a problem for her. Her stablemate, one of her stablemates, the 2 Regalton, won on the turf last time out with a 75 Beyer speed figure when she went forward, and she did actually get shuffled back a little bit early on in that race, but finished much the best in that spot. And she didn't run badly on Tapeta in her debut either. There is a little bit of length to her frame. She actually strikes me as the type of horse physically who could even appreciate a touch more ground than this, but she has shown with that last win that she can handle the 5.5 with no problem at all. Very athletic and such a lovely mover, lovely at the walk as well, and I think really kind of floats over that turf course. So 2 horses that I think are still lightly raced, but very interesting, and we'll see what they can do stepping up to face Stakes Company. One that is no stranger to Stakes Company is all the way to the outside, the 12 Apiento, who she and Love Surveyor both certainly benefited from the scratches as far as being able to not be drawn so far outside, and Magnolia Prime, who gets in off the also eligible list as well. But Apiento, a horse that did actually run in the Breeders' Cup at the end of last year when trying to stretch out. She wants to sprint, and that's what they've stuck with her. I think you can kind of see it in her form. She never really changed or took much of a huge step forward from 2 to 3. Now, she did run exceptionally well last time in the Coronation Cup because she hit the gate pretty hard coming out, was last, and then ran on well on the outside. She ran okay back at Keeneland behind She's So Spicy, who's talented, but I think we do need to see that she has taken that big step forward. She's a rather lightly framed type of filly as well, but one that showed a lot of precocity and certainly an affinity here for Saratoga last year as a 2-year-old. I am curious to see what she will do today, especially if she gets a better break than she did last time out, which certainly really did seem to impede her. But looking here in the paddock, there have been some others that have intrigued me more. Greg?
There's no question. Thank you, Acacia Abiento, who you're looking at. She hit the gate. It was a bad break. It certainly cost her, and she did run on late to hit the board in grade 3 company.
I thought she ran a terrific race last time. You know, she just lost all position because of the problem at the break. Probably got a little too far back. This will give you a better illustration of it. Yeah, she turned her sideways, Paul, out of there.
Yeah, and then she was courageous to run on. I mean, she lose the whole ball, waxed by only a length and a quarter, and you could tell Dylan was trying to urge her. And right here, she starts to grind away, and even with the wide trip, I thought she ran giant on this day, and but the problem is you get the complete outside again.
Yeah. But again, yeah, the 6 through 9 are out.
Yeah, you draw in a little bit better.
You know, when you have a break like that, though, you've got to remember, all right, I've been dealt a bad hand. I got to ride her different than I normally would. Yeah. Dylan should have stayed inside there. He committed to the outside. He got floated 5-6 wide, and you see the way they strung out. There would have been a perfect wedge for him to be able to pick a path inside someplace and follow live cover. When you're going to the right, when the race is going forward, you're not riding the turf properly.
One thing about the 12, her best 2 numbers are here at Saratoga, you know?
Yeah.
Certainly can count for something. Certain horses love it up here and thrive. Still favored, though, the one next door for the Miguel Clement barn. Love Cervera, Joel Rosario. He really thought, you know, if she could work out a trip, it's going to be very tough. But he wasn't dismissive of his long shot in here either. Make haste. He said that last race in the Coronation Cup where they were smoking early, and she's a speed. Just put a line through that race.
Yeah, they went 20, sub 21, and yeah, a lot of horses were out of it, especially Make Haste. And now Fleming Pratt will get aboard, and this horse maybe has only one way to go. It remains to be seen.
Let's go back to Acacia.
And happy to be here with Dean Reeves, co-owner of the number 11 Love Surveyor in here. Dean, she's been so consistent, but has really found her home sprinting.
Yeah, she has. She has really come into herself and getting better, I think, every race. And, you know, this is a Saratoga, so it's a bit tougher, but we're excited to have her up here racing.
And I know a little bit of changes in schedule with some of the weather in the spring going up to Woodbine, but she won really nicely last time. It has to be an encouraging prep coming into this.
It was a nice ride. She was set up well, and then turning for home, she really kicked it in. So that's kind of what I'm looking for today, if turning for home, that she can really get clear and show some strength.
It just seemed like closing sprinter is really kind of the best game plan for her.
It is, and I think it helped us at 3 or 4 of the horses scratch. So wasn't happy about the 11 hole, but now it's the 7 hole, lucky 7. So I think that helped a lot.
Not too bad at all. Well, best of luck, Dean. Thanks for the time.
Thanks, Acacia.
Greg?
Acacia, thank you. There is Junior Alvarado. He'll be on one of the 4 for George Weaver. We'll get back to that one. Pop Idol, another George Weaver runner, getting back on turf. Most of the damage done on synthetic.
This horse is 3 for 6 last time, so this filly's done some really good work as a 2-year-old.
Another for George Weaver in the turf debut, very good to break her maiden.
I was very impressed with her debut, with her maiden breaking win, way she finished, and she's going to get pace.
Here's the speedster from Miguel Clement, Make Haste.
Yeah, she makes some sense in here. The filly by Blue Point, can she get down to the rail and literally outrun these fillies early?
This was a big effort in a nose defeat last start. Delightful Flame.
She moved way up on the turf. Best performance of her life, and gets switched to a much stronger rider in Kendrick Carmouche.
George Weaver barn again. When you win by 5 lengths, sprinting on the grass, you have talent. That's what she did.
Yeah, that was in a maiden special weight. She's going to have to obviously improve a little bit more.
The last of the Weavers, Laurice, who was second, beat a length in the Coronation Cup.
And one that should be coming from just off the pace. She did run off a bit of a freshening, ran well. She could improve off of that.
Favored, Love Cerver, Miguel Clement, Joel Rosario.
By far, the filly to beat in here. Is the 5.5 going to be too short for her?
Abiento hit the gate, as we showed you, coming out of that Coronation Cup.
Yeah, it was compromised at the start and then had a very wide trip. Needs to work out a better trip.
Like her appearance today. And then Magnolia Prime, in from the also eligible list.
Kind of, she broke last and didn't break well in her last start, but she got that blazing pace to at least pick up some pieces outside her at 33 to 1.
3 minutes to post in a terrific edition of this Galway, and this one has been favored throughout. It just left our screen, that 11, Love Cerver. Back to Regalton, and George Weaver, one of his 4 fillies in this spot. Her turf debut, winning performance, and it came on this turf course back on July 20th, Mig.
Yeah, I was impressed with that run. She ran well on synthetic, but she found another gear. I mean, and she was extremely wide, and when she found her stride, Paul, she put separation quickly. And I know it was maidens, and this is much tougher, but any time in a turf sprint a horse gets away from horses late the way she did, it impresses me.
Yeah, and her first start, she lost to Luna Luska, who's out of this race. And if you see her PPs for Gustavo Delgado, she's gone on to win a turf race at Gulfstream, and then she won the Clarksville by many at Indiana, Horseshoe, Indiana, and that's pretty good turf considering a lot of people have gone over there. So the 9 was a legit contender, and here's out of here. So the 2, I know, just broke her maiden, but she's kept good company before.
5 to 1 Regalton. It gets to be so much deeper water. Both these George Weaver maiden winners last time out, the 2 and the 5. They showed a lot of talent, but this is a tough group, Paulie.
It is, and I get it. The 2 and the 5. Like I said, I like the 5. It's probably a foolish wager to take this horse at 4 to 1 when facing winners for the first time, when a horse like the 11 is a 3-time winner.
But again, question marks with the 11. Does she want to go this short? As we said, and she broke her maiden at 6 furlongs, but 6.5 furlong win last time out. That was by far her best performance. It kind of makes her a standout in the favorite. And 6.5 and 5.5 are 2 different animals.
I don't question her ability. I think she has a world of ability. I do question how she's going to handle the sharp pace that she's going to receive in here. I mean, you've got Make Haste, who went a sub-21 quarter. That wasn't downhill at Santa Anita. That's on the flat, right? Delightful Flame, speed. I saw another speed in here. I mean, I just think they're going to be rolling early.
Yeah, the one thing I will say about the 11 before we throw it to Keisha, the horses run well on 3 different surfaces, so maybe it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, I think Paul brings up a good point, and certainly it is a little bit of a concern with the less ground for Love Severe because she's very short coupled, but she is a leggy type, which is what led to the decision to stretch her out, because down at Gulfstream Park in the winter, it's either you go 7.5 or a mile, it's basically a mile, 2 turns, or you go 5 furlongs, which is a totally different game and not really kind to closing sprinters either on the turf. And so she ran well going the 2 turns, in fact, behind Nitrogen back in January, but then it did seem that sprinting was more of her game. So I am a touch concerned about the cutback in distance here, but she's doing exceptionally well, and she is sharp, I will say. She was a little bit more forward last time out up at Woodbine as well, though going the 6.5. Now, Miguel's other horse, the 3 Make Haste, yes, it was a crazy pace last time out. And I remember Maggie even mentioning this last time as well, but they've taken even more steps to keep her quiet. She is accompanied by the pony when she walks over from the barn, when she's in the paddock, she's saddled kind of at that Wesley Ward tree away from everybody else. Cotton in her ears, very reserved warm-up. She is the type of horse that sometimes can almost kind of rev herself up too much, and especially when showing that kind of speed, it's almost an undoing. And so a lot of steps have been taken to keep her quiet, and she is much, much quieter than she ever has been, and hopefully will be able to settle a little bit more in the running of the race. And I would not imagine it's going to be as fast a pace as it was last time out. Certainly with a couple of those scratches, it takes some of the speed out. We'll see how much of a pace there ends up being on here today, Greg.
Fascinating edition of this Goway for 3-year-old fillies as we get an overhead view of, well, their break from the gate. Make Haste the 3, lightning quick. The 4 is not slow. Silsby the 5 has shown some pace in the past. Paulie, who do you think is maybe the quick of the quick in here?
I mean, off those
probably
fractions,
the 3, right?
Probably the 3. Yeah, I'm thinking the 3 is. But the 4 should not be 19-1.
No. Huge number on Delightful Flame. Turf debut last start. Beat a nose with a huge figure. It's, you know, by her speed figure, that's not that far off the favorite.
No, and she also went 21-4, 43-3, going 6 furlongs. Now, she's shown 5.5 speed, so she could probably see it out.
Love Severe the favorite. Here's the Goway. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Severe goes in. Abiento has loaded. Magnolia Prime took a little bit of a stroll behind the gate and is now heading toward her position. Walks up to her stall. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Galway. And Pop Idol is sent out of there. Regalton has good early speed, as does Delightful Flame, up and on the pace too. On the extreme outside, Magnolia Prime now joins the party, moves up to claim that second spot. Make Haste is down on the inside, 5 lengths off the lead. She's followed by Silsby, steadying just a touch, racing on the inside of Lorice as they round the far turn. Love Severe is just outside of that pair, and Abianto trails 21-2. Pop Idol, prompted by Magnolia Prime. They're joined by Delightful Flame. On the outside, Love Severe is winding up 5 wide. Just inside of her is Lorice. Lorice on the outside, and Love Severe trying to get to front, running Pop Idol, who's running a very big race with 1 furlong to go. It is Pop Idol clinging to a lead. In between horses, Magnolia Prime, Lorice, Love Severe on the outside, and from way out of it, Abiento is coming fast. Pop Idol all the way in the Galway. Abiento closed like a shot, and Silsby was on the scene late with Love Severe.
George Weaver with the biggest price of his quartet in this Galway. A very happy Randy Hill, part owner of Pop Idol, keeps on going, Mig.
Kept on finding. I didn't think Pop Idol was fast enough to make the lead here. They were purposely raiding the 3, make haste. Johnny Velasquez said, hey, I got post 1. I ain't letting you guys drop over. I'm going forward. And you get the Hall of Famer at a big price. He held off a good run from Abiento, who came wide again, but was finishing best of all. The 5 had a tough trip.
Yeah, 5 had a really tough trip, and Joel, listen, Joel's put some good rides on, but sometimes he has some confusing rides. He made a middle move 9 wide with the 11. That was 9 wide.
Yeah. Yep.
And they were spread across the racetrack, and they're all going to stop. And the 5, I don't know what Irad was doing. It was a very confusing race, but the horse that stayed out of all the trouble was Pop Idol.
Yeah, by just going to the lead. So
Yeah,
she got
exactly.
the safe ground, out of trouble. The 2 got in a lot of trouble late. She got steadied, basically checked out. But I agree with you about the favorite, the 11, Love Cervere. Make a wild mid-race move wide, trying to circle the whole field. The only time I ever saw that work was with a Ziri
Or
a
Zenyatta.
Razi in the juvenile.
Zenyatta can only do those type of things, but it just shows you the value of speed. And you said before the race, Greg, you take George Weaver or the field, you take George Weaver, you get 20-some-odd to 1.
John Velasquez, winningest rider in the history of this racetrack for a man who, we told you going in, has been dominating in these turf sprints, particularly with the younger horses. Gets a win here with his 3-year-old filly, Pop Idol, who for the most part, she'd been on synthetic. It's just her second turf start. That's her first turf win.
Her first turf win, and honestly, I didn't anticipate her making the lead, but I got to give her credit.
Yes.
She did go 21.56, 44.61. I just never saw her being clear.
No, and I think that a lot of people saw that one post, and I had said before the race, you look at her 2-year-old form, she had the best 2-year-old form in this race. She had run in the Matron. She had been at Woodbine. We talked about Woodbine racing is good. Well, the other horse from Woodbine won the 1, not the 11.
Yeah.
Huge upset, 17-1 in the end, 112, 11-5. And the 4th career win, but only the first on turf for Pop Idol to surprise everyone here in this Galway. We're going to take a timeout. He's got some big wins on this continent. 3 Breeders' Cup miles, 3 Breeders' Cup turfs, a filly and mare turf, a Diana, Just a Game, Manhattan, Saratoga Derby. Charlie Appleby bringing his first runners this summer to Saratoga this weekend.
In this country, we believe in what we're made of. Grit. Drive. The will it takes to be different. We've been called to serve this great land. Because we were made for this.
Back in our Thursday coverage at the summer place to be, the premier meet in the game, Saratoga Racecourse, and our Thursday feature. Pop Idol surprises most in here with this strong run start to finish. George Weaver, Randy Hill, John Velasquez team up. Let's go to Acacia.
And here with co-owner Randy Hill. And Randy, you were just telling me that this filly really changed a lot from 2 to 3, and she could come back a bigger, stronger version.
Well, we put her up for a rest, and she came back today. I said to George, she doesn't even look like the same horse. I mean, she looked bigger. She was on her toes. And, you know, I was confident today. I mean, you know, the horse doesn't know its odds. You know that like I do. But, you know, I was very confident. You know, she's won a couple of times up on a synthetic. So today we find out if she can run the turf. I guess we have the answer.
You certainly had a resounding yes to that question. She was able to control things on the front end. It has to be exciting that she gets her first turf win and a stake at Saratoga.
Well, I'm certainly glad always to win at Saratoga. You know that. I'm kind of a little angry with George winning with so many wins without me. So I said, you better win the stakes with me today.
And George Weaver, co-owner with this one as well. But it has to be rewarding, you know, winning with George. I know you guys go back a long way together.
Way long time, longer than you can remember. Yeah, it's always great to win with George. It's always great to win at Saratoga. You know, it's just a wonderful place to be. Win the stakes, you know. I got 3 wins for the meet so far, and I got the best yet to come.
I like that. Promises of more in the future. Congratulations here, Randy.
Thank you very much. Pleasure. Thank you.
How about that? Watch out for those Randy Hill silks for the rest of the meet then, Greg.
What a win here. What a surprise in this Goway. We talked about it going in. Wide open group. And thought all of them on their day could step up. This one certainly did at 17-1.
Tell you what, this Ontario-bred filly was really good as a 2-year-old. I always encourage people to look out for the race, why I didn't use this horse. Probably should have used this horse. I know it's, you know, hindsight, Richie, but Pop Idol had some good form coming in.
I missed it, Paul. And right after the race, I said, well, I made a mistake. Keep an eye just on Johnny Velasquez's legs here. This is a rider that, you know, he's up there. He's one of the older riders there. To ride that short and have the leg strength that he still has is beyond remarkable. The first thing that starts to deteriorate on riders are their legs. I know the last few years of my career, I couldn't have ridden that short, and he's still able to do it. He looks like the same rider from 20 years ago. The older you get, the longer your stirrups become. Not with Johnny.
So what do you mean as short as he still be able to has that flex?
Well, he has his stirrups so short that, and he's riding down into his heels, so his knee is actually on the horse's withers. And as you get older, it's hard to hold yourself in that position. Wow. And the fact that he can still do that, he's a marvel to me. I just am in such admiration of him, the shape he keeps himself in, and how strong his, you know, your legs are your foundation, how strong his legs are.
The commitment you need to make, too, to stay in that kind of shape. Just remarkable.
The last couple of years of my career, I could not have ridden that short or been as tight on a horse as he was. I could still ride. That's remarkable.
It's kind of crazy because towards the end of my career, I went down to one knee because it was hard for me to be at the flex part. Obviously, when there was a guy on first in a stealing situation, I had to be in that position. But it got harder and harder as I got older and older. And it
took a few hits behind the plate, too.
Yeah, you get banged up a little bit, and you get this and that. But these guys obviously get banged up. But I never put it that way. To be at that flexion is hard because you put so much pressure on your knee. He's a catcher. I can imagine going 40 miles an hour in stirrups.
No, honestly, I marvel at that. I'm very, very impressed.
Yeah. Pop Idol with a win in the Galway. Let's go to the weekend coming up. And a huge one, Sword Dancer, first run 1975, named after the 1959 Horse of the Year. Farbridge looks to become the 8th horse to win it twice, including another runner from the late Christophe Clement barn and Gufo back in 2021-22. A wad, fastest ever, taking advantage of a rapid pace up front. 6 ownership groups, they've won it twice, including the legendary Juddmonte Farm with Flincher, who was crowned champion in 2016. No trainers won more than the late Christophe Clement. His son Miguel trying to keep that going with Farbridge. Pat Day, he won 4 Sword Dancers, including back-to-back wins on With Anticipation. 4 have gone on to win the Breeders' Cup turf, including Blackie, the nickname for the late Better Talk Now for Graham Motion, who took the 2004 edition. 5 named champion, the great John Hendry, most recently Channel Maker in 2020. What a group. And we're going to have a chance, Horse of the Year. Of course, John Henry, the only one to do it. Not often you have a Horse of the Year who is a turf horse. He was able to overcome that in a remarkable season. Incredible race, great storylines, and it's our ABR race of the week. And what a combination, Mig. Farbridge and Joel Rosario have been together. 5 for 7, 2 Grade 1 since they've been reunited.
Just seems like he holds the key with Farbridge. He's a horse that is more comfortable running inside because he has a tendency to want to lug in a little bit. And he's not afraid to make that middle move with him to take advantage of inside position, Paul.
And he's a tactical horse. Like on this day, he went on to the front end basically and was able just to seize the lead and said, see you later. And sometimes he can come from off the pace. You know, this was over a tiring racetrack, and now going the 1.5 miles, you know, his race is at 1.5 miles. He's 3 for 4, so he loves it even farther out. And here at Saratoga, he's never missed the board.
Well, you know what? It makes sense too, though, right? Tighter turns in Saratoga, and he's a horse that runs turns well and runs inside well.
And then that man right there on the left, this horse wins again on Saturday. It's a barn struggle between who's the best turf horse in the country right now, between Deterministic and this horse, Farbridge.
Yeah, I mean, Miguel, come on, has 2 of the best, if not the best, turf horses in the country in his shed row. And Miguel has done a remarkable job to go through what he's gone through, losing his father, the devastation and the hurt of all that, but to be able to be as professional as he's been and continue on the vision that his father created, I'm really, really impressed with Miguel.
Here's a look at Farbridge with the meadow glasses on, training for Saturday's Sword Dancer.
Ah, man, you guys do this to me and make me miss riding so bad. It's like we're back on this horse's back. What's interesting to me, he's outside of the workmate, and you can see his head cocked out to the outside just a little bit because he wants to lean in. He wants to get over on top of that horse, and I think that clearly illustrates it.
That's awesome. I mean, it's so cool to see that in the morning. But yeah, I think this is designed for him. They want a horse to the inside of him because he don't like it. But they want to do this. It's called practice. You know, Allen Iverson said it's practice, but Farbridge takes practice a little more serious than AI did. So I think it's one of those things. And you see the multiple winners of the Sword Dancer. Gufo did it, and there's some good horse. Flincher was a very good horse with anticipation. My God, he was one of my favorites.
I actually went on with anticipation on the dirt before they switched him to the grass. And he was a good dirt horse as well.
Yeah.
But you know what I always like in workouts too? Sparring and boxing. You're not going in there trying to knock the other guy out. You don't want to kill each other. You're trying to get better because of the experience of working together. To me, it's sparring.
It's been so good. Again, ever since Rosario got back aboard, just shows up every single time, and we'll see if he can get back-to-back Grade 1s in this Sword Dancer coming up this weekend. Good group that's going to take him on, including 2 from the Charlie Appleby barn that we could talk more about a little bit later on. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Leading rider at the meets. There he is. He's already added 1 more today, trying to stave off his brother, but it's that man, Arad Ortiz Jr., leading the way at the halfway point, with a lot more wins to come.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside. Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass. Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome. Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward. Spine-tingling. Jaw-dropping. Awe-inspiring. Secretariat-like.
As they say,
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you as you look at our set here, just off the paddock on our Thursday action, Saratoga Live. On this day, I'm not going to say how many years ago, but it was a while back.
Who's that guy?
Look at this record-breaking performance, chasing down Steve Cawthon's money record as an apprentice, broken by the MiG.
It was a big deal. It was a great day. You know, first of all, I wanted to be a jockey because of Steve Cawthon. What he did in 1976, 77, and obviously riding Affirmed, made me believe that well, maybe I could possibly do this because here was a guy I could relate to. Steve was extremely generous and kind to me after he won the Triple Crown, talked to me after he won on Affirmed. And then I got started, and to break his record, who I idolized, and do it here in Saratoga, the most historical racetrack in certainly North America, it was extremely special. I'm still very, very proud of that. And I still had about 4 months of the year to go to, you know, add on to the money mark. And, you know, it was about 4 or 5 years after Steve had did it, so it wasn't like the purses had, you know, gone up so much more. But, you know, I was so fortunate, and I did it on a horse named Silver Screen. I told Tony Milan, who was groomed for Steve DeMauro and then became Johnny Velasquez's valet, in the room that day, I'm going to break the record on this horse. I'm never going to turn my crop over because I wanted to look good doing it. I wasn't good enough to do it. I wanted to do it with style. And I could hear Marshall Cassie that day, and it came off turn 5 in front, and I hear Marshall Cassie say 5 in front, 4 in front, 3 in front. Well, that crop came up. I went to work, and he hung on.
Yeah, I know you were a little different scenario because you had a lot of time to work on your skills coming up. But when did you early on believe that you knew you were going to be successful?
You know, it's a great question. I think part of the thing that plagued me through most of my career was I always had a little bit of imposter syndrome. I would do something big, and that's not supposed to be me. It's supposed to be somebody else. Like I felt like I was getting away with something. But I think the night that I won 3 races at the Meadowlands as an apprentice early in my career was like, wow, maybe I can kind of hang with these guys. I still have the photo finish when I was a 10-pound apprentice because I finished 3rd with Angel Cordero on my outside and Chris McCarron on my inside. And I said, I'll never be between these two guys again. And, of course, I was. But, you know, when you're 16 years old, you don't think you will be.
Paul, did you battle that belief early on in your career?
I think every athlete does because you just – I say this all the time. It's tougher to get there. It's harder to stick.
Yeah.
And I would think it's the same thing here with the jockeys. It's tough to be a jockey at this level. It's tough to stick here at Saratoga and win races. So, yeah, and I said this before on air. I'll never forget when I finally got called up in 2000. I was up and down 98, 99, 2000. You know, I got 3 hits against Randy Johnson, and I remember myself, okay, I belong here now. You know what I mean? There's no way they're going to send me down, and I never got sent down after that. So, but you're still always fighting that because there's always a guy behind you waiting to go. And for guys that are jockeys, they injure a lot more than we do. But if you have an injury your rookie year or your second year, there's somebody behind you. So when you have 6-7 years and you're accomplished, you can finally sit down and relax, and then you can take spring training at your own speed. It doesn't matter if you hit 180. You know you're going to make the team. You can kind of chill. But those first 3 to 4 years, you always got to remember there's somebody behind you.
Hearing footsteps.
Yep.
This race here, no question, goes through that horse right there. That is Iron Dome, a huge maiden win at this distance, but now gets winners for the first time. Let's go to Acacia.
And if he runs that last race, it seems that they're all running for second, as Iron Dome was incredibly impressive last time out when getting back out to the mile and an eighth. Now, he is the half-brother to one of our favorite horses around here in Mr. Buff, multiple New York Bred Stakes winner. He really doesn't look that much like Mr. Buff, though, as he is a little bit more shorter coupled. He's not quite as big. Mr. Buff was a massive horse that just loved to kind of run and get comfortable, winging and dinging on the front end and win those two-turn races and love the distance. But it does seem that that part at least runs in the family, as Iron Dome pulled away and just ran off the screen last time out. He looks good again in here. He's a horse that visually I've always liked, and see what he can do building off of that last effort, as he certainly did seem to appreciate getting back into New York bred company. Taking a look at a couple of other intriguing prospects, though, the 5 Mo for the King. I know it's a big step up in class versus what he faced last time out, but I think he has some dirtied up form. He did win first time out at a race where he seemed to take a bit of money, going off at 6-1 in New York bred maiden special weight, going 7 furlongs. Not an easy place to start your career. Then he went into his next start where he had a little bit of trouble, not the best out. Then he tried the turf, and then last time out he ran much better, showing speed even though stumbling at the start. I have always written down in my notes that this horse looks like he wants to go the mile and an eighth, and I've been waiting for him to try it. I know that it's a step up, but beyond the favorite, I think that this is a relatively wide open field, and there really doesn't seem to be killers in here, so I'm not overly concerned. We'll see if he can handle the added class, but I think this is the right place for him to find out if he can, in fact, handle that two-turn distance. The number 10, Refua. I did not like him on paper because I've just never really felt that he wants to go the distance. He is one of those horses that just does not want to win. He has a habit of finishing in the money, just doesn't really kind of have that dominant performance mentality for him. And I have to say, though, I was into the paddock last time, but seeing him here, this is the best I have ever seen this horse look. And I have seen him since his very first debut race when he was down with Louis Duco at Gulfstream Park. So I know him quite well, and he's put on weight. He looks great in his coat. He's striding out beautifully. I still am not completely sold if a mile and an eighth is best for him, but he certainly looks like he is thriving under Joe Sharp's care, Greg.
Just about everyone in that barn's thriving under Joe Sharp's care. Fairgrounds training title, first ever Churchill Downs training title, 28% at this meet. Refua, though, a horse, it came to him pretty recently. It claimed him back in May, Mig, but 15 runner-ups, 8 thirds. You'd love to have a horse like that.
He makes a lot of money. He's a check getter. He's just camera shy, doesn't like to get his picture taken. When he wins, Paul, it's usually because they go way too fast early and they just fall apart late, and he happens to get up late before he can pull himself up or hang with a horse. But that usually happens in sprints when there's a fast pace. I don't see that happening at a mile and an eighth.
2 of his 3 wins have been sprinting. Now he's going out a mile and an eighth.
Here is the first half of the entry. First pitch, Jose Jimenez trains, Javier Castellano rides.
If you draw the line through the turf start, this horse is not that bad in here.
Meanwhile, post 4 for the other half of the entry, Resilient Hero.
Another one, a 3-year-old in here facing Olders with Christopher Elliott aboard.
Elfgar, Manny Franco rides.
I know Santa. I think this horse got a shot.
That's a good effort at a mile and an eighth last start and runner-up finish. The 4, Toga Dan with Pratt.
Has improved steadily in pretty much every race, and he's good at the mile and eighth, but he's going to have to improve even more to be competitive here.
Mo for the King, David Duggan trains.
It's the one that Acacia's interested in and looks the part, too, by King for the Day.
Here's Iron Dome, Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, first time he stretched the mile and an eighth against New York breds, it was a tour de force. He runs that race back. They're all going to be chasing him.
11-1, Senegal. Rudy Rodriguez off the claim.
Yeah, Rudy's had a tough meet. He did have a winner yesterday in this one off the claim with Luis Saez aboard.
Eric from Miami with Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah, was not competitive against Elfgar and Togadan last time. I don't know what went wrong, but he's going to have to get back to a better race.
And here's the 6-year-old. He's won over 360,000 in his career with Arad Ortiz Jr. Refua.
Yeah, just not a winning profile. When he does win, it's because the pace just falls apart late. That usually happens sprinting. I don't see it happen going the mile and a furlong, and he's poorly posted way out there.
So here's why Iron Dome, and there he is such a short price because of this race back on July 16th.
He stretched out to the mile and 1/8 for the second time in his career, and he did this. He was 80 cents on a dollar. You're supposed to win at 80 cents on a dollar, I guess. But when you win like this, Mig, you're 3 to 5 in your next start.
Yeah, I mean, this was, just a departure from what we had ever seen from him before. It was his second try against New York Breds. He was at Oaklawn over the winter. I saw him down there. But he really took it to another level. Now, is there a fear that, where did this come from? Was it a fluke? Will he show up with that kind of effort again?
It was such a big departure, Paul, from what he'd done in his 4 prior starts. Look, he got bet heavily. Maybe he was doing really good, and he'd had some good efforts, but, I mean, that was a level we've never seen.
No.
Now you got to do it against tougher company, against winners for the first time, but it was pretty sensational.
It was sensational. I mean, if you go to the start before that, it was a sloppy racetrack. He ran well. I think he might have tipped his hand the one at Oaklawn because Eric got the horse in a lot of trouble. He probably should have won in his 3rd start. And that number got skewed, I think, a little bit. And then last time out, the horse just jogged. And I know it was against the maiden special weight field. This is a tougher group, but not much tougher. I do think the 3's got a little bit of a shot, but the horse like the 10, if you see the 6 winning by a lot, could the 10 just come along for second here? A horse that likes to run second?
Well, he's got 15 seconds, so, yeah, I mean, he's most comfortable in that spot. He does not like getting his picture taken.
3 for 40 lifetime review of the 10. Look, if this horse comes close to what he did in the last start, it doesn't matter if anyone improves, does it? I mean, no one can touch him.
No, he runs that race. It's a foregone conclusion. I just always a little bit worried when, you haven't seen it but that one time. Like, where did it come from? And is it just that finally he got everything worked out where right conditions, right distance, right company?
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, the 3, Elfgar, this horse was running 4.5 furlong races in April, but ran a really good race at a mile and 1/8 last time out. So, like, this is a horse that just keeps on trucking. So I like the 3 because I think that horse really loves to try, right? So,
sure.
So I do think this race is 6-3, but there's the 3 on the racetrack. Rachel does good jobs with her horses, too, and you do get Manny Franco aboard. Now, Irad rode the horse last time. Irad goes to the outside horse in Refua.
With more on Elfgar, let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, I appreciate this horse too. I think that Paul is right. He really is a trier, and interestingly enough, his first time running against straight New York bred company last time out, even when being based up at Finger Lakes. But he ran very well when running on to be second to Pineapple Man, who wired the field, whereas this guy came from off the pace. So I certainly did appreciate that about him. But he's a pretty big horse. He looks like the 9 furlong distance should suit him. He's framing himself well up there. And to my eye, he actually looks like he put some muscle mass on and is a bit stronger even than last time as well. So he got something out of that race. The Saratoga Dan comes out of that race as well. He did win going a mile and 1/8, 2 starts back, so at least he has shown an affinity for the distance. But I commented last time, and I still feel the same way again today. Toga Dan just does not act like a horse that wants to run the 2 turns. He gets so revved up and expends a lot of energy prior to his races. I have to say, he's a bit more settled today than he was last time, but he takes to kind of bobbing his head back in the paddock. You can see he gets a touch warm out there. But I will say, he's actually settled a lot, Flavien Prat, keeping him with the pony on the track. So I'm glad to see that about him, because when you go this distance, you need to be able to save something in reserve. Greg?
It is a testing distance, no question. Mile and 1/8 here at Saratoga.
Yeah, it is. And you see it. It shows up on horses. They go a little too quick. They pay the price later on. I think it's interesting, and Paul brought it up with Elfgar running 4.5 furlongs at Finger Lakes. Early in their meet at Finger Lakes, they start races at 4.5 furlongs to give horses that have had the winter off, that are based at Finger Lakes, chances to get fit. They run them into condition there. So they'll go a week or 2 of 4.5 furlongs, a week or 2 of 5.5 furlongs, and then they start running all the different distances.
Yeah, and this horse has improved with all the starts, 4.5 furlongs to 5.5, out to mile and 70. This horse was 44 to 1 in the seasonal debut, and now you're 6 to 1 here. It just shows you how much this horse has improved.
Yeah.
6 to 1 with Manny Franco, but the 1 to 2 favorite You know, Iron Dome runs another impressive race like he did last time out. They got to start looking at some more expensive races.
I would think so. He's a decent purchase at $500,000, so they got to. I mean, and he ran a giant number last time. I get it; it's against maidens, but if he comes back with that same number, or matches close to it, Mig, I would think you're going to look at maybe another starter optional claimer, and then go to a stakes.
Well, you
maybe?
got New York bred stakes at his disposal too, right? So he definitely runs that race back. They got to start looking for bigger game.
Tackling, and look, he beat older horses last start, but now you're facing older horses that are winners.
Yeah.
But again, no one has a race that he ran in his last start, and it was on this racetrack. Iron Dome, Jose Ortiz for Steve Asmussen, the one to beat. He'll break from post 6. He's 1-2. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Toga Dan going in. Here's the heavy favorite, Iron Dome. He goes in. 1-2 favorite. Senegal is up. Eric from Miami. And Refua. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Mo for the King is out very alertly. Refua and Iron Dome is in between them, up close to first pitch. Is down on the inside of rivals Senegal, Toga Dan in between those two in the pink silks. They're followed by Eric from Miami, who's 4 deep and 5 lengths off the lead. Elfgar is just behind him, and then it's a gap of a half dozen or so to Resilient Hero. Mo for the King ran the opening quarter in 24 seconds flat and leads it by a length as they swing on to the backstretch. Iron Dome in second, Refua 3 deep in third, only 2 lengths off the lead. Then first pitch, Toga Dan is racing in between horses. Senegal, Eric from Miami, and in behind them, Elfgar, 6 lengths off the lead, bottled up a long way back to Resilient Hero. The half in 48-4 for the long shot. Mo for the King, heavily favored. Iron Dome is 3/4 of a length off him in second. Down at the rail, first pitch joins Refua. Between those two is Toga Dan. Outside of them, Senegal asks for a bit more. He's starting to respond a bit. Elfgar is following him as they round the far turn. And it is Mo for the King. Iron Dome turns up the pressure now and is on even terms. Refua trying to keep pace with the top pair, a length back third. 3 more to Toga Dan. Elfgar is next along the inside. They turn for home, and Iron Dome makes the lead under extremely confident handling. Opens up 3. Refua on the outside, battling for second. Down at the rail comes Mo for the King. Elfgar is next between horses. Toga Dan trying to get into the exacta, as is Senegal outside. Another blowout deluxe for Iron Dome, streaking home by almost 10 lengths. Refua second, Senegal and Toga Dan.
Travers too soon to come back?
Wow.
I kid. Iron Dome. Wow, this was incredibly impressive. Maybe more impressive than that maiden win.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's interesting watching him run early in the race. It never looks like he's fully in the bridle.
Yeah, right.
And down the backside, I was kind of going, man, does he have a lot of horse? Well, obviously, he had a lot of horse. He's a horse that's just waiting for his rider to tell him, hey, it's time to go. And he kicked on. Yeah, big strapping. Mr. Buff, his brother, was a big strapping horse. He is as well.
Wow, look at those ears. My goodness, flipping back and forth and wants to do a little bit more. And you're kind of right, Mick. He was kind of pushing to stay with the 5, right? And you're kind of telling yourself, what's going on here? But it was like a gradual push, and then right here, look at his ears, and then he takes a peek back.
When he took that peek back, I'm like, oh, he has more horse than it looks like.
And it's like, it kind of played right to the form, right? 6 Iron Dome by a lot. If he was going to blow out this field, who was going to run second, Greg? That 10 Refua, right?
Another second place, 16th runner-up finish of his career. Iron, and you mentioned his brother. I was a huge Mr. Buff fan. I loved watching him run in the day.
Yeah. He was such a big horse, and John Kimmel's barn, they got what they call the suite for a horse. It's like a double stall. He got the double stall up here. He was so big.
He was 17 hands plus, maybe?
Yeah, he was easily 17 and a half hands. And
wow, this thing.
Is it too quick for the Albany? Is the Albany New York bred 3-year-old stake?
Yeah, he's going to be.
I mean, it might be too quick back. I don't know, but I think that would be the next logical spot if the timing works.
He matched his time. Yeah. He basically ran 151 and 2, and he just blitzed that field.
Wow. 2 today, by the way, yeah, for Jose Ortiz. 1 back. After that incredible first half for his brother. 1 back of his brother Arad.
Amazing. Steve Russian, the agent for both brothers, doing an amazing job. And I think the hardest thing for an agent when you have 2 riders as popular and as talented as Jose and Irad Ortiz are is not getting into trouble, not getting people mad when you can't ride their horse.
Yeah, and again, the Ortiz brother exacta strikes again. If you box those 2 guys and exactas the whole meet, you're up on the meet.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
2-5 favorite Iron Dome, 2 today. Jose Ortiz. We'll talk more sword dancer when we come back. Jose's brother will be on this one for Cherie DeVoe. Rebel Red will have her story and her rapid rise in this sport when we come back. You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. As we saw a great performance just now from Iron Dome with Jose Ortiz in the saddles joining me. Jose, you've ridden this horse the last couple of times, and now back-to-back just blowout performances. That had to be fun.
Yeah, last 2 times he has been very impressive. He has been traveling very nicely all the way around there. He loved the distance, and I think it keep getting better.
I think you kind of tipped your hand to all of us watching when you took that peek back behind you. What's that feeling like when you know you've got plenty of horse underneath you?
The best feeling in the world. You're gonna win the race or your percentage. Your chances to win the race are very highly with a horse like him. He was 3-5, so I knew I was sitting on a lot of horse, so that's fun.
Yeah, he really seems to have relished the 1.125 distance as well. But Richie McLeary brought up something interesting, that it seems for a while in the race like he's almost off the bridle, and then he kind of kicks in when he has to, and then there's obviously a lot left in the tank from there.
Yeah, I let him get into a nice stride. He always kind of put his ears up. Doesn't matter if his horses are around him or not. And honestly, he knows on his own. When the other riders start asking their horses to go, he go by himself. I don't even. And when I ask him, he explodes. So it was very. He was much the best today. Put the ears up. You can see passing the 68 point. He just playing around.
Really impressive performance. Love the insight too. Congratulations, Jose.
Thank you, Acacia.
Jose Ortiz and Iron Dome have been making a good team lately.
This is a fun 3-year-old to watch on the rise. You know, you would talk about the Albany. It's actually coming up in 2 weeks. Might be a little quick of a turnaround here, coming off a win at 1 1/8, first time against winners. And we'll see. But there are big options for this horse going forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's really tipped his hand that he's got the kind of ability that they're going to be looking for bigger mountains to climb, and this was very impressive. He won as easy as a horse could win, though, so I wonder how he bounces out of it, if maybe that isn't a tempting move.
Yeah, could be. We'll see. 21st is the Albany for New York Breds. Up next, very good group lining up at 1 mile over the inner turf in this allowance optional claiming field for 3-year-olds. States rights, Jose Ortiz. He'll be able to match his brother as co-leading rider at the meet if he can get a win here for the trainer we're about to tell you about right now. Success did not come easy early on for Sharita Vo. It took nearly a year to get that first victory after going out on her own. But now she has certainly found her stride and developed her barn into one of the most formidable in the game, including a win in last year's Breeders' Cup Mile.
So I was born in Saratoga. Everyone wants to say you're from New York. I don't claim that. I like to say my formidable years were spent in Southwest Florida. My dad was a harness trainer, so I grew up in the harness racing industry. I used to be involved in bodybuilding and competing, and I got into thoroughbreds kind of by happenstance. I just needed a job and got a job as a hot walker, and then I thought I can ride them. So I wanted to be an exercise rider, so I started galloping at a farm. I got my first job for Chuck Simon, whose full circle first job was for my father on the harness track. He took me under his wing and gave me guidance and direction and really gave me the foundation. And when I outgrew the job, that's when I started working for Chad, and I worked for him for 8 years. Lady Eli and the situation she went through with the laminitis was something that was a really profound experience in my life. You just had to be patient and listen to her. I'd have to say that's one of the most special bonds I've had with a horse that I've worked with. My main takeaway from working with Chad was just a really big bank of knowledge to pursue the career that I have now. There's never going to be an opportune moment to say, this is when I'm going to go out on my own. And the one thing when I worked for Chad, that was my life, and I was happy to make it so, but really my personal life is what drove the change. I'd met my husband. My last day was on a Sunday. We got married on a Friday. And then I had announced that I was starting my business the same week. So there was a lot of change. Success did not come easy, and it took us quite a bit of time to gain traction. I started in 2018, and we got a little bit going, and then COVID hit. So it was 11 months. We had gotten really close a couple times, but that'll definitely test your character. The first graded stakes win was a filly named Gam's Mission. And then the first grade 1 that we won with She Feels Pretty, I had went to Churchill to saddle a horse, and I was sitting by myself with my earbuds and watching my iPad.
But She Feels Pretty careering away in the Johnny Wogan at Dalma Stakes. She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
But when she ranged up and went on by everyone, and I just had to say, I just won my grade 1. I just won my first grade 1, and just didn't quite know what to do with myself. I can say that I'm really proud of how things have grown. I just don't have it in me to say, well, I'm successful, because I just still feel like there's so much more to do and so much I would like to achieve, but also trying to really enjoy where we're at now.
She'll send out the current 8-5 favorite in this next race coming up, Cherie DeVaux, and really has become, Paulie, a force in this game.
She really has. I mean, she's just a phenomenal trainer. And there's Rebel Red. You know, when you look at Rebel Red, he's 4 for 13 lifetime and does have a second and a third. And he's got that little kind eye. I like this horse.
See him in the Grade 1 Sword Dancer against Farbridge on Saturday, and Arad Ortiz Jr. will ride.
Well, you know one thing about him, he stays, and that's a big question with a lot of horses at this level. Will they stay? He's lightly raced, really. 13 you know, career starts and 4 wins, so son of Franco.
Yeah, so he's blind in that left
the
eye.
left eye, yeah.
So they put a thing over that eye, but it does not hinder him. Which is, you know, you see a lot of horses like that, that do have one eye. Like Pollard's Vision was one that was like that. It was a game horse, and he's a game horse.
It's amazing to me how horses handle that. You know, even in Field of Horses, they don't have vision in one eye, and yet they're able to handle it instinctually. You know, and a lot depends on what stage of their life they lose that eye. You know, if they grow up with it, it's just, you know, normal to them. And I used to ride a horse named Blind Man's Bluff with one eye from Mark Cassidy. When Mark first came to New York, he was about 21 years old. He loved to run on the rail, though, because he could see the rail. He couldn't see outside.
Yeah,
so.
that's crazy, Interesting horse for Cherie DeVaux. Horse who's been forward on the front end going long, or like the last couple of starts in a win, in a stake. Came from dead last to get up and win. That'll be the Sword Dancer Saturday. As for Dale Roman, some huge wins, obviously, here with that upset of the Triple Crown winner in the Travers, Keen Ice. Most remember Shackelford. More on him next.
At the top of the stretch, an obliteration. Obliteration, perfectly named individual, is romping home in the Sanford. 7 lengths past the 16th hole. Obliteration is a star.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. A cheers with friends, then it's off to the races. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. One more dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Apps and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
Folsom from last to first in the Mat win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom is taking the front, and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front, and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
The dog days of summer are here. Corgi races are coming to Saratoga. The first annual Corgi Cup arrives at the spa, Saratoga's Corgi Cup. Join us Sunday, 1 Eastern on FS2.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The field is at the top of the stretch. Here is Whisper Not up to challenge Blowout for the lead. Got Stormy ranges up on the outside. It is Got Stormy who has now come away with the lead. Got Stormy is in front as they come down for the 16th pole. She's in front here by 2. A late run on the outside from Set Piece, but Got Stormy has won.
She was so incredible. That was her second 4-star Dave win. She also had won it a week after winning the Della Rose, and in record time, by the way. What a performer.
What a performer. Tactical, natural speed, put herself in the game. Tyler Gaffleone giving a tremendous ride there. And, you know, it shows you horses are individuals. She came back in a week and maybe delivered her best performance.
Crazy. There's Mark Cass. Of course, Mark Cassidy trained, got Stormy in. He'll send out this one. Cyclonite, who is making his States debut, coming up 0 for 6 on the lawn.
Yeah, and Mark Cassidy's sent out his share of really good milers. Let's just get that straight. But Cyclonite, first start here in North America, 2 for 13 lifetime. And this horse ran on June. Most of the time we see these, you know, horses that come from overseas. Usually they come off layoff. This horse ran on June 25th. So what would be the process of getting him over here, Megan?
Yeah, I mean, I obviously have to clear some form of quarantine and everything, and he does have a work in between. It's unusual. Usually they have a lot more time before they come back. So he must have shipped well, and they think everything's well.
You know, we talked about Dale Raymond's going to break, and he looked like he was going to have maybe the horse to beat in this race, Maui Strong. That horse opting to go instead to the Secretariat on that big day at Colonial, Arlington Million Day, takes out some of the speed
and if you
in
look,
this race. So how does that change things?
Well, if you look at Cyclonite the 6, if this horse can get out of the gate, this horse was forward over in Europe, and you got Ricardo Santana aboard.
Yep.
So maybe the 6 does push out of there, because the 1's going to need some pace into. The 11 is very interesting, drawn in from Miguel. Winnebago. Like to get a big Winnebago and just go out and
explore
leave
the
you guys
country.
alone.
Just
yeah, forget you guys.
All right, so I admittedly felt like I made a mistake. I'm going with him. So
no, we tag along, Paulie.
Yeah, that's okay.
Earlier I made a mistake, right, in the Galway with Pop Idol. And her number is 2-year-old, and how much better. I don't want to make the same mistakes. I think we need to talk about the 7 valuation metric, who was good as a 2-year-old. Does he have that big step forward?
He gets Lasix for the first time, and it's Chad. And you got Flavian aboard. So it should be all systems go. They don't waste races. That's one thing about Chad. They're not waiting for the next race.
Stakes winner the last time we saw him. This will be his 3-year-old debut. We expect, certainly from this barn, improvement coming back with more. Let's go to Acacia.
And this is a horse that arguably had a couple of tough luck trips early on and then did finally break his maiden in the Awad. We haven't seen him since then, but yes, you guys are correct that the barn, usually you don't worry about these kinds of layoffs with them coming back. And this guy, I really didn't have anything to compare Pop Idol to earlier, but I do with valuation metric, and he has developed coming back as a 3-year-old. He's by Munning, so he's also always carried very good weight and conditioning. But he's grown and filled out in all the right ways. He's also pretty sharp here in the paddock. He's 2 handlers on his head as he has been forward, and he did show speed in his second start back in September. But you love to see them take that big step forward, really kind of a pivotal moment as far as how they will progress. And coming back off the bench, he is a horse that is pretty solid. He looks like he's a pretty good doer, but I would imagine for this barn, he should be ready. And like I said, I do really love how he has developed. The number 1, States Rights. Go back and watch his last race at Keeneland. Pretty much everything that could go wrong did go wrong. He was off slow. He was at the back 3 wide. Then he kind of made a move trying to close, dove down to the inside, completely blocked, trying to weave between horses, just never really had any sort of comfortable, clear run. Now, him getting off slowly has been a little bit of a habit throughout. It's not the first time that he has done that, but I do think that he ran exceptionally well as a favorite last time out and comes back off a little bit of a freshening for Cherie. My first time seeing this horse, but he is a tall drink of water. A lot of good size to him, really, really well muscled, and another one that perked up a lot once they put the tack on him. I think one of the biggest wild cards of this race is the number 9, Stars and Strides, a horse that won so impressively first time out with a 92 Beyer speed figure, then as the favorite in his subsequent start, completely disappointed, and that was his first race on a fast main track. Now he's going to try the turf. Unfortunately, this is probably the only horse that has had 2 starts, and neither Maggie nor I have been in the paddock for one of his races, so I don't have anything to compare to. But I did watch his last workout on the turf on First TV. He was solo in that workout, and he was kept to task, but he really did move well over the grass, and he has pedigree for it too. American Pharoahs can handle the turf. The Dam won on it. He's half to stakes winner. Panther Island, who was a stakes winner sprinting on the grass. But this horse has a turf hoof. He's a lighter frame type and built like a turf horse. Sometimes those that are a little bit more angular across their flank and in the way that they're put together move better on the turf as well. I am very interested in the surface switch for Stars and Strides, Greg.
He is an interesting horse, no question, getting on the surface for the first time. And he was sensational, Mig, in the debut on a wet track. Looked like he maybe could become a rising star. It just didn't happen in start number 2 on dirt.
No, I mean, and this was a really nice debut to get up, going 7 furlongs, pitched battle to the wire. And then he took all the money in his second start and really, this was a no-show. Had no excuses, just didn't show up. I like the fact that he worked on the turf. It did get a B- rating from the Daily Racing Form Clockers report. Bill Mott, pretty good at identifying what his horses will do well.
Yeah, this went for Pin Oak. And you mentioned it, Greg. This horse is an interesting horse because when you look at the 1 and 7 here, you kind of think those horses will improve, right? 1 off the layoff, the 7, 3-year-old debut. I'm kind of with the case. This is the interesting horse in here, whether this son of American Pharoahs should handle the turf, but will he be as fast as his debut?
Liked a wet track. That could mean, like Lakeisha says, has a turf hoof as well. Kendrick Carmouche just leaving the picture. He'll be on a big long shot landing craft in here. Back-to-back grade 1s for Kendrick on Deterministic.
Tell you what, Deterministic, he gave that horse a masterful ride. I mean, everybody kind of thought that he needed the front end, but Deterministic sat so well in his hands and was able to finish. That was a great ride by Kendrick.
I think it's a great example, Paul, though, like a horse that doesn't need the lead, but is a free running horse. So
True.
If he gets out-footed, as long as you're not compromising his stride, trying to slow him down, just let him be comfortable where he is.
That's pretty true, yeah. Kind of just runs his race, and if you're going to beat him. But I think Deterministic's getting better and better.
I agree.
He's turning into an animal.
That horse, his Fort Marcy was his coming out party, and he's lived up and exceeded those expectations. But Deterministic and Farbridge, I mean, to have the 2 top turf horses in the same barn, you're Miguel Clement.
Yeah.
Wow, what a luxury right now. And got to say, we keep talking about Ricardo Santana Jr. He's kind of been the breakout star of the jockey colony. Kendrick Carmouche not far behind, having the best Saratoga of his career.
And he rides a smart race. He's thoughtful, and he's really position conscious.
And I think, we're getting to the post, but I think Deterministic will play well in the Breeders' Cup over that fast turf, too.
Del Mar, yeah.
States right, Cherie DeVoe with Jose Ortiz.
I think the horse to beat and getting bet-like.
First on turf for Tom Morley's Griffin's Wharf.
Made a nice physical impression when he walked by our set here. Turf's the question. I don't see an overwhelming amount of turf pedigree.
Louisiana in the house. Here's Kendrick Carmouche on landing craft.
Yeah, and Kendrick was giving us a shout out here in the set, so I would think he's going to the front end. And this horse has shown speed on dirt. We'll see if he shows speed on turf.
Yeah, first on grass for the 3. Here's Insubordination, George Weaver.
Obviously, George Weaver with a big upset in the Goway today. This horse was behind Governor Sam, who's a nice type, now going to stretch out.
Cyclonite Marcassi Barn, first start in the States.
Has never won on turf, has 2 synthetic wins, but a couple decent tries on turf.
Chad Brown and 3-year-old debut. The last time we saw Valuation Metric, it was a stakes win as a 2-year-old.
On his toes, ready to go there in the son of Munnings for Klarovich.
Will Walden switching surfaces, first on grass for Solo Venturi.
And did win on dirt last year as a 2-year-old. Now tries to surface change. I don't see, again, another one that a pedigree doesn't scream that turf's going to make a big deal.
There's the Bill Rott runner getting on grass for the first time. It was so good on a wet track first out.
Yeah, makes a good appearance on the racetrack. I wonder if this horse can get out of the gate, show some speed.
Candy Town just broke his maiden on grass for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, and I think the problem with him is the post position. What kind of trip can he work out from out there?
And Winnebago, Beware the also eligible. This horse with ability showed it at Delaware first time in the States.
Yeah, and then you go back and you look at his races in Newmarket and Yarmouth and over the synthetic. The horse has done really nothing wrong in all 4 or 5 career starts. So kind of a horse that could be a wise guy horse at 7-1 on the outside.
3-2 favoritism. Paul, are you surprised how short this horse is?
I'm a little surprised how short because when you're going into this race, you're thinking, okay, 7, Chad's going to take money with Flavian. First start as a 3-year-old. Cherie's been on fire. And if Jose wins this race with the 1, he actually ties Irad for the jockey standing. So And this horse is heavily favored in the pick 3s too. I'm a little surprised at 3-2. Yeah.
Short number, but a little more recency certainly than the 7, and obviously excuses in that last start.
I mean, Acacia was dead right. The horse should have won 2 back, should have won last time as well, the 1. But again, are these the type of horses that, you know, you've ridden these type of horses that have so much talent, but they cause their own trouble?
Yeah, they don't have enough acceleration to get to the gaps before they close, or, you know, him, it seems like he compromises himself a bit at the start. I don't mind post 1 for horses like that because you're not between 2 horses and you have extra space to work with. So if you get off a half a beat slow, you're not going to get pinched between 2.
What was your theory with a bad gate horse?
A lot of times, if you can be by yourself with a horse, they break better. A lot of times, horses are bad in the gate because they get preoccupied with the handler, or they get to fighting with the handler. And that's no, you know, reflection or fault of the handlers. It's just horses sometimes are better off left to be alone and let the rider handle themselves in the gate.
And yeah, I mean, you were very astute. You pointed that out with a horse who was in a sprint last week or the week before, but that's something you can request?
Oh, yeah. You know, it's funny. Years ago, you had to get permission to have a handler unless a horse was a noted bad actor. And then if he was acting up the gate, you'd say, sir, can I please get help? And you may or may not get it. Now it's completely 180. You have to ask to be alone. You're not automatically, you're automatically handled, I should say.
Mark Casse, first time in the States for this one here. Cyclonite still searching for his first win on the lawn. Let's go to Acacia.
And he is an intriguing new face in here by Bucaro, who now does stand in New York, a horse that was campaigned by Iron Horse Racing, who has owned this horse, owned him when he was campaigning over in Europe, and now bringing him here to the States. And Mark Casse's barn, he did have the benefit of 1 start here stateside, which I watched, and he did it on the main track, but he was incredibly professional, and he's been so professional here throughout all the preliminaries as well. Sometimes when a horse comes from Europe, you don't really know how they're going to act in the paddock and with the pony and all of those things that we do in American racing. And he's just been so cool, calm, and collected through all of it. I'm very impressed by that. I do think that maybe he could potentially strengthen up. He seemed to me watching his last race over at Newmarket that he's a little bit of a grinding type, so I don't mind the mile for him, but he's an interesting new face at a massive price. The 5 Insubordination is also a big price, and he's one that I think is being a bit ignored with some dirtied up form. He was sprinting in his last 2, and I don't think he's a sprinter. I think he wants the mile. He framed up beautifully out there on the track. I've always written down in my notes that he is built like a mile type of horse. That's what he gets to do today. Nobody was beating Governor Sam, his stablemate, last time out. And he was a horse that used to be pretty rambunctious, much more settled now as a 3-year-old. Wanted to just give a quick mention to the 2 Griffin's Wharf. He does not look overly turf meant, but he did get a huge pedigree update today, as he is the half-brother to Teddy's Rocket, the horse that won the 2nd race on the turf. Now, Teddy is by Liam's map, and this guy, Griffin's Wharf, is by Constitution. And I agree, Maggie had told me he doesn't really look like a turf horse. I would certainly agree with that. Far different physicalities, but there is now more pedigree today than there was to start with. Him getting warm and revved up like that is normal for him, Greg.
Good to know. Thank you, Acacia. First time on the grass for this one. First time on the grass for Landing Craft next door. First time on the grass for the 9. Stars and Strides Belmont, and the 8 for Will Walden Solo Venturi. So a lot of new faces trying this surface for the first time, but a ton of money on states' rights, and we'll see if this one can work out a cleaner trip today.
Of all the horses that are trying the turf for the first time, who's the one that can beat the 1 or the 7 in here? The 9 probably, right?
That horse showed so much talent. Would you agree, Mig?
I would agree, and I love the fact that this is, out of the horses trying turf for the first time, is the one that actually worked on the turf up here on the Oklahoma training side. And that gave Bill Mott an opportunity to see how he traveled over it and make a decision. Is that the direction we want to go? So I think that he's the most intriguing one trying it for the first time.
9-1, Stars and Strides. Bill Mott probably making it difficult on us. He's got Stars and Strides. A 3-year-old also has Stars and Stripes.
Yeah, I know, right? I know, right? But this horse, Stars and Strides, obviously has a ton of talent. And I think the last race just broke flat-footed, and they ran fast. They kind of ran away from him. And maybe this longer turf race is what he kind of needs to kind of settle a little bit. So you're getting a good price at 9-1.
Mile over the center turf, and you seemed a little concerned with the outside post, but I mean, there is some room to get over, isn't there?
There is. The thing about Candytown specifically, he's not slow. He's not fast enough to clear. He's not so slow that he's going to get outfooted enough. He's going to have to get lucky to find a gap between flights to tuck in. And it's not an easy thing to do when you have a horse that's got that just that much speed where you're not going, you're maybe kind of stuck out there.
Not a ton of time, as you see where that first bend comes. If you're stuck on the outside here on the inner turf, got to make those decisions quick.
Yeah, I think he's very talented, and he's too big a price at 10-1, but I think the post really compromises him.
Well, the speed should come from the 3, obviously 5, 6, 7, if the 6 does get out for a start here. But I would think those are the horses, because Chad's horse has shown some speed as a 2-year-old. So
set for this 9th 3-2 favorite, States Rights. Cherie DeVoe. Jose Ortiz will break from the inside. A win here again. He is tied with his brother for leading rider at this meet. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Last few left to load. Here's Cyclonite coming up. Candytown in the black silks. Winnebago to the outside. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Griffin's Wharf is out very quickly. Insubordination is flashing good early foot. They are joined by Stars and Strides and Candytown, intent on getting to that front, sprinting up on the outside. And there's a lot of pace on in the early going. And so they move around the first turn, and it is Landing Craft who emerges with a 1.5 lead on Insubordination in second. They're followed by Candytown third. Stars and Strides is fourth. Valuation Metric fifth. Down at the rail, Griffin's Wharf, who broke well, is now 8 lengths off this 23-1 opening quarter mile. It's another 2 lengths back to Cyclonite in the light blue colors. 3 clear of Winnebago. At the back of the field, States Rights is reserved, and Solo Venturi is at the back of the field. The half mile for front-running Landing Craft in 47 1/5 seconds. Insubordination has been tracking throughout in second. They are followed on the outside by Candytown. Stars and Strides is fourth. Valuation Metric is 7 or 8 lengths off the lead. It's another 2 back to Griffin's Wharf, who was just passed by Cyclonite as they come to the top of the stretch. States Rights still more than a dozen back in the green. They turn for home. Landing Craft 6 furlongs in 1:11 flat with a 2-length lead. Stars and Strides a little erratic, but in with a chance, angling to the outside and taking a crack now. And here's Stars and Strides getting into the race over Landing Craft, opening up close to home. Stars and Strides overcame himself. Griffin's Wharf came flying late for second. Winnebago third. Valuation Metric finished fourth.
Wow, Stars and Strides in scary situation for this 3-year-old Junior Alvarado. What happened, Mig?
Wow, he lugged in. He clipped heels with the 3-horse, and then it looked like he bothered the horse that was stopping inside of him. But he was running straight, Paul, and all of a sudden he veered hard to the left and took Junior so off guard. He actually lost his rein for a stride or two. This was a dicey situation for a few strides.
Yeah, it really was. And he did interfere with the 5. Now, they might take a look at it, but the 5 at that time was kind of done. But the 9, was so green and stretched. When we show you the head on here, you could see Bill Mott's wondering, okay, am I going to get the victory here? But watch the head on here. What he does is he hits him left-handed and he veers. You don't really see that. Sometimes you'll see right-handed and he veers. He hits him left-handed and he veers into the 5. But the 5 was kind of done at that point, so I think they'll leave this up.
Yeah, I don't think it cost the 5 any sort of placing. But this was a severe case of a horse lugging in, and we know how hard. Look at where Junior's hands are trying to keep up that horse's heels. My goodness. And we know how strong Junior is.
Yes.
But, man, this horse was intent on running up in behind the 3, nearly put himself in a perilous position. Oof. Junior did an amazing job of getting him righted and holding on for the victory.
The 2, Griffin's Wharf, came back to run a really good second. And I think Bill's finally going, you know what? I think I'm going to stay up here. And you know what? This has got to be satisfying. After that first race, you run that beautiful race, and then you come back. This horse is still green. There's a lot to be. And watch this right here. My goodness.
Man, and did you see the bobble there? That's when you're going over heels and you catch a heel. Lucky he didn't really stumble badly or even fall. And, like I said, Junior's one of the strongest riders we have. And this horse, man, he was intent on lugging him behind that horse.
I think Merit Man hit it the best. He overcame himself. It was
did.
a perfect call.
It was a perfect call. Man, oh, man.
This horse is ultra talented.
So
and I don't think he knows what he's doing
Still,
yet.
and the inquiry sign now has gone up. But from what you had seen, you don't think there's much here?
No, I do think that he bothered the 5 horse, but I also believe the 5 was done at that point, and it didn't cost him a placing. And that's one of the things the stewards have explained ad nauseum. It's a matter of if it costs the horse a placing, and there's no way I could see that it cost the 5 a placing.
Here's the thing. So do you want to call this a foul's a foul? Did he foul the 5? 100%. The 5 was going nowhere. The 9 was winning this race. But, again, a foul's a foul. So what do you want to call? Are we in the point of going to changing the order of finish? Because if you look at the race, the 3 and the 5, the 3's on the front end, doesn't hit the board.
Right.
The 5's backing out and runs second to last. So did it change the outcome? Not in my feeling, but it is a foul. So I don't know how they're going to look at it.
But the rule is, if you cost the horse
a placing. And I would even think that Javier Castellano, and the way it works is all riders involved in the incident will have to talk to the stewards individually in a booth. And I don't think Javier Castellano is going to be saying to them, oh, yeah, he stopped my horse. He's probably going to say, yeah, his horse slugged in, but my horse was stopping at that point.
So he clipped heels, almost lost his iron. It's crazy. I think that's what made him lug him. When he hit the horse left-handed, I think he kind of crossed heels on the horse. Wow, I can't believe he stayed on.
Inquiry and objection.
So maybe,
with
what's the objection on the 2?
Flashing as well.
Okay.
Well, now, that's interesting because I was so focused on the 9. I'd like to see what they're thinking with the 2.
Okay, so now Tom Morley is claimed. It's a claim. It's a trainer's objection.
That's Junior on the phone pleading his case to the stewards on your unofficial winner. Let's go to Acacia for more.
Yeah, just hearing from announcer Frank Miramati, the inquiry is involving the 9 Stars and Strides and the 5 Insubordination, what you guys were just discussing. The objection was lodged by trainer Tom Morley, trainer of the 2 Griffin's Wharf, against the eventual winner, the 9 Stars and Strides. So it's inquiries and objections, but they're on 2 different situations. So the inquiry is involving the 5, the objection from the connections of the 2. Greg.
Watching from the drone shot that we have on the other feed, I don't see any place where the 2 was hindered by the winner, Griffin's Wharf.
Are they looking at the 2 late in the race?
Yeah, but
thinking that the 9 came out on the 2 late? Is that what they're looking at?
So he bothers the 5 there, lugs in, he straightens up. Here comes Griffin Wharf rallying between horses.
It's at the end of the race, though.
The other horse is clear of him here. He's in front of him, and he comes out again to split horses. See, here comes Johnny now. He ran up on that horse's heels. That horse had a perfectly straight line at that point. I have never seen...
Hard to imagine.
I have never seen a trainer's objection upheld in my experience. I'm sure there has been. On this one, I don't see any way that the 2 was bothered by the winner.
I'm trying to go back and look. Where was the 2 in this situation? Hold on.
So there's John Velasquez. He was on Griffin's Wharf. Let's take another look at it from a different angle.
The 2's down on the rail.
On the
Does he
rail,
ever
white
get
face.
bothered at all? Maybe by the 5 because of the kind of having the steady behind the 5?
Yeah, but he's 3 lengths back. Even if he steadies here, he's entitled. Now he goes up inside the 5.
He goes inside the 5.
Junior has straightened his horse out. He's got his line again. Johnny's trying to rally into traffic, so now he's angling out. How on earth could you possibly say the 9 had anything to do with the 2?
Wow.
Honestly, that's a frivolous claim of foul.
That's crazy.
Don't see it.
But you got 9-1 on the winner, and then, like, so now that they have to decide, I think the 2 that goes away. They're going to decide.
If the 2 gets put up, it's because they take the 9 down and place him behind the 5. The 9 did nothing to the 2 horse. I'm really surprised at that.
11-7. So, yeah, it would seem it's the issue with the 5. But you two had felt, and there's Tom Morley and John Velasquez, and they're taking a shot. But it would seem like it's with insubordination. But you feel at that point, both of you feel at that point, did not cost this horse in any way a placing.
No, I don't see how the 2 had anything to do with the incident with
the 5.
The 5,
no, the 5 was stopping. I mean, he was a done horse at that point, and it would be hard for me to justify taking the 5 down, although he was bothered. Did it cost him placing? Absolutely not.
So in your opinion, this result should stand?
I think this should stand, absolutely. And this is a case where you can't blame the rider. This horse lugged in hard, and Junior, as strong as he is, did the best he could. He actually lost his range
Maybe
for
give
a
the
stride.
horse some days.
Right? I mean, because, like, how do you give – this is the thing. How do you give Junior days? He hit the horse left-handed, did everything right. The horse lugs in left. He corrects the horse. Then he actually stayed on a straight line. Junior did all he could with the 9.
When the horse lugged, it Stars and Strides was the culprit himself. Just like Frank Miramarty said, right? That he caused his own problems.
100%. So, like, I get it if the stewards take him down because it was a foul. Do I think the stewards should leave him up? 100%.
But no, Paul, again, the rule is, did it cost a horse a placing, right?
It did. I think the 9 should stay up.
Let me ask you this, Mig. You had thought in the Hall of Fame, Flavia Pratt should have been taken down on Zulu Kingdom.
100%.
How is this different than what we saw there?
Well, that was an early part of the race, and the horse that got bothered the worst rallied to finish second after being basically eliminated into the first turn. This horse was backing up. He was done. He had already thrown in the towel. He was a tired horse, and yes, he got bothered for a stride or 2. But you can't make a case that he was going to rally with that horse.
And the other part about it is the 9 won in hand.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the race, Junior had to hit the shutdown button because he can't hit the horse again because the horse is getting squirrely. So now you see the 2 come on the 9. Well, the 2 is never running down the 9.
Yeah.
Listen, if they decide to take the 9 down, it will be because he has to be placed behind the 5. I wouldn't agree with that call if that's the way it happens. I don't see where the 2 is involved with anything other than trying to rally through traffic and running up behind the 9, who at that point had been straightened out and was holding a fairly straight line. I think it was very clear to me.
Again, here's the head-on. As you see, the 9 gets hit left-handed. He takes a sharp turn in. He clips heels with that horse. Now the 5 does get bothered, but the 5 is done. Now after this, Junior keeps a straight line. I don't see anything after this race.
Right, so the 2 is rallying now. Johnny's angling out for room. He angles out in behind the winner. There's no way you could say the 9 deviated from his path. Maybe a half a stride after the wire. I'm sorry. I don't see the claim of foul here, and I don't see how they could possibly reward the 2. He might backdoor it because if they decide to place him behind the 5, but there's no way it's going to flip-flop from first to second.
Stewards are taking their time looking at this.
Yes, they are.
As they should. Look,
100%.
you want to get it right.
Get it right.
No change. Result stands as
Just
posted.
been announced, as you guys thought, no change. Result will stand. We're going to go to Acacia now, who had a chance to talk to Junior.
I did, just got a chance to catch up with him, and he said it was a scary situation that he felt his horse lugging in right there in the stretch, but he said he even heard Javier, who was aboard the 5 in subordination, tell the stewards that his horse was stopping at that pivotal moment, and he said it's amazing that my horse was able to re-rally from there and kick on. It just really seemed to catch him by surprise so much, but clearly the stewards taking Javier's honest reply to heart, and this horse was best and does get a chance to stay up through that inquiry and objection, Greg.
Well, Junior Alvarado had to do a little extra work after crossing the wire here for this victory to stand.
Yeah, and listen, I think they did the right thing, hanging the inquiry. You got to look at it. You got to be thorough in the investigation through it. They got this call 100%
Yeah, they
right.
did. They did. They got it completely right. If you're going with what the outcome was. The 9 was the best.
But again and again, look, I would love to hear from what Tom Morley and John Velasquez were thinking with the objection with the 2. Because we didn't see it. Maybe there was
You got to understand, too. It might not have been Tom. It might have been one of the owners. You don't.
Sure,
There's
that's true.
a lot behind
that's
it.
very fair.
So you can't go at Tom at this because it could have been somebody else.
I just
and they were laughing. Johnny V's laughing a little bit like, what's going on here? You know what I mean? It was weird.
Yeah, I mean, there was nothing there that would warrant a disqualification as far as the 2 horses concerned. I wouldn't have agreed if they had taken him down and placed him behind the 5. They got it right.
I don't understand the objection in the beginning because you're going to get put up if the 9 gets taken down for the 5 anyway. So why are you objecting? I didn't understand that.
We're going to take a timeout. A lot of drama in this one. In the end, the results stand. Stars and Strides, very talented on the turf, but a few things to work out with a little bit of greenness. Dangerous ride here that works out A-OK in the end for Junior Alvarado and Belmont making the right call, putting this one on the lawn. Stars and Strides responds with a victory.
Bright Future indeed. Bright Future, the son of Curlin, to win by 4. Bright Future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright Future.
Bright Future, look at that. Bright Future, the class prevails.
Bright Future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on our Thursday edition of Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. What a drama-filled ninth we had on this card, and how much talent, Stars and Strides does he have in his turf debut? Incredibly green.
I mean, for a horse to lose all his momentum at a critical juncture of the race like that, and then be able to find his stride and kick on again, and then it looked like he was pulling up a little bit towards the end of the race when he was by himself. He has ability. He doesn't even know what he's doing yet.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, to run a 92 bar first time out on the slop, and I would think this number's going to come back nice. I mean, are these guys calling all the right shots or what, Junior and Bill? My goodness.
Yeah.
$20
Look at that
60
super
cents for the win. Another look at it from overhead.
Yeah, listen, if he just runs straight from here on out, he wins easier. He ducks in, lugs in hard here. Junior looked like he lost his right rein for a stride. Was able to gather him back out, pull out from behind the leader, and kick on for home. A big run from Griffin's Wharf. I mean, they got to be very proud of his effort because he made up a lot of ground through traffic. But Stars and Strides was best. He caused a lot of his own problem, and I think the stewards got it 100% correct here. That did not warrant the disqualification.
Look at how this late pick 5 is played out. Started with a favorite who stumbled out of the gate. First-time starter for Staffy Joseph Jr. is still able to get up and win that race. And then 2 big numbers in there, an odds-on favorite in Iron Dome, who we can't wait to see come back again after back-to-back wins now at 1 1/8. But we move to the finale. 1 1/16 on the turf. New York Breds, $50,000 maiden claiming race. Why? We talked about this race way back when we first came on the air, saying this was one of the most, maybe the most wide open race of this late pick 5 sequence. It's the 5 right now, Paulie, a little bit naughty. Linda Rice, 0 for 9. The favorite at 5-2 right now.
Yeah, and a horse that I'd probably play against, and a horse like the 10 in here, Lusa Playa, Jamie Ryerson caused an $87 horse in the last race yesterday, and I think this horse has got to look in here. This is a tough field, and anytime you're dealing with 3-year-olds and 4-year-old fillies, they can change overnight, Mig.
Oh, absolutely. They're changing and developing. And you get a couple horses in here that are trying turf for the first time as well. And as tough as this race is, I think I'm going to be trying to search out for a stranger.
I think that two's an interesting horse. Mike Deeney has not ran a horse at this whole meet. A very good turf trainer. He'll run his horses at Monmouth. That horse is running in this race. I think that horse for Luis Saez on the drop's got a big shot, Saratoga Snow. So there's so many different ways you can go in this race.
Let's go back to what happened in that last race with Acacia.
And very happy to be joined by Naira steward Victor Escobar. Always kind to take the time to give us some explanations. Victor, no change in that 9th race. Can you give us a rundown of that decision?
Absolutely, Acacia. So there was a Stewart's inquiry at the conclusion of the race, as well as a trainer's objection. We'll go through both incidents as they did involve different horses. First off, the Stewart's inquiry was looking into the stretch run of number 9, Stars and Stripes, and number 5, Insubordination, who finished 9th. In regard to the Stewart's inquiry, it was determined that number 9, Stars and Stripes, does make a run. There he comes up to Insubordination, who was tiring at that point. He does take a shift in right, causing Insubordination to have to check slightly. However, the horse continued to fade at tire and placed 9th. In the state of New York, the Stewarts are asked to determine if 1, a foul occurred, as to which the offending horse may be penalized, or 2, if did it affect the outcome of a race. In regard to the inquiry, we were satisfied with this incident that it did not have an effect on the outcome of the race. In regard to the trainer's objection, that was lodged by the trainer of the 2, Griffin's Wharf, who finished 2nd against the winner, Stars and Stripes. In this incident, we took a look at this. We determined that the 2 made a run late, established a path directly behind the eventual winner, Stars and Stripes, who maintained his line throughout that run, and the 2 horse shifted out in front of him. As a result, there was no action taken on that either.
Thank you so much, as always, for the insight, Victor.
Thank you so much.
Greg.
They had a lot to look through, these stewards, and well done.
You got to give Victor credit. Listen, he came on air when it was a controversial with Flavian Pratt, and he's come on air to explain this. You got to give him 100%, whether you disagree or not. You don't see this much transparency when it comes. I wish umpires did that after and said, hey, I missed a call earlier. It does not happen in sports, let's be honest.
Yeah, you used the perfect word, transparency. And that gives credibility and confidence to the public. They're not hiding. They're not making arbitrary decisions. And I like the fact that they took their time. Take as long as you want. Get it right. They got it right.
Final on this Thursday card coming up. Wow, that was a lot to take in. What a season it was for Everett Dobson and the Oklahoma City Thunder. Incredible run to a championship. We'll hear from him, new chairman of the Jockey Club, when we come back.
Fox Saratoga Saturday. Defending champion Farbridge returns in the Grade 1 Resorts World Casino Sword Dancer. A win and you're in challenge for the Breeders' Cup turf. Join us Saturday, 3 Eastern on Fox. Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NyraBets. Open your NyraBets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NyraBets app to start using Fast Facts today.
The Fasig-Tipton New York Bred Yearling Sale, the industry's leading source for quality New York breds, selected on conformation and pedigree. Recent grads include multiple graded stakes winner Moplex and New York bred champions Pandagate and With the Angels. Yearlings in this year's catalog will compete for equal purse money as open company horses on the NYRA circuit in 2026. The Fasig-Tipton New York Bred Yearling Sale, August 10th and 11th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire. With Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old. Graded stakes winners Whitwater's Rand. Implicated. Apple Picker and Forever After All. Connect, a proven sire in the making. Standing at Lane's End Farm.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
Back with you on this Thursday card from Saratoga with the nightcap to come, approaching the 11-minute mark to post on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. And a special sit-down coming up right now as Acacia Clement had a chance to sit down with a man who just won an NBA championship with the Oklahoma City Thunder, Everett Dobson, and was just recently named, big change, chairman of the Jockey Club.
Horse racing, of course, is not the only sport you have experience in.
Wow.
What a year.
Yeah, we had the magical year. It's been a dream. Obviously, I've been involved with Oklahoma City Thunder for 19 years now, and we have a great ownership group, a good group of friends that have been with us since the start, and this was the year that culminated in the championship. So it was as advertised, I would say. When you experience it, you don't know what it's going to feel like, but it was unbelievable.
And from you and your wife, Jeanette, and your family being from Oklahoma and being one of the owners to be from Oklahoma with an Oklahoma-based team, how special was that as well?
Yeah, you know, we talk a lot about the connection that the team has to the city and the state. So it is very fulfilling when you see the people, the excitement they have. We got to ride in a parade. I've never been in a parade before, so but that was to see.
Cross that off the bucket list.
Yeah, right. But to see 500,000 people lining both sides of the streets for a mile and a half, and screaming and enjoying and high-fiving, it was the most incredible experience I've ever had.
Yeah.
Let me tell you about the fans. Again, the parade lasted a mile and a half. And we had, you know, the players and the owners and staff and everybody. But what we saw in the parade were people with sheer joy on their face. And you know, 3 and 4 generations of families, from little kids to the grandparents, you know. And they all had their Thunder gear on, and they were just so excited to see us. So there is this very strong connection between the fans in Oklahoma City and the Oklahoma City Thunder, and now we get to say the world champion Oklahoma City Thunder, and everybody, it's a connection. It'll last for generations.
Everett, there have been some great conversations at these picnic tables in the backyard at Saratoga over the years, and you were saying it's been about 30 years that you've been coming to Saratoga. Tell me the first time you came to the spa.
Wow. It was, I believe in 1994, 95, I came up with a friend who had a horse running, and he invited us to go to tag along with him, and my wife and I came, and we just had one of the best times ever. So we knew right then we were going to be back, and so pretty much every year since.
Many people don't realize, I think, that racing is very much a team sport in many ways, too. So it is kind of everybody pulling together in that same way, all the journey of getting there to that one final moment.
Yeah, I mean, that is a good point, because you realize how important the exercise riders are, the grooms are, the whole staff that is on the backside. It's a family atmosphere, and that's part of why I really enjoy racing, because there's so much of a family element to it.
Well, what an incredible run for Everett Dobson and that organization. They won 22 and 24 games respectively back in the 2020-21 and 21-22 seasons. 68 regular season wins last year, and of course, culminating in an NBA championship.
They were the youngest team in the NBA. You see Shai Gilgeous, Alexander, Chet Holmgren, Jalen Williams. I mean, they are still young. And then they picked up Caruso and the kid Harkenstein from the Knicks. It changed their whole dichotomy, and they could be a dynasty, a juggernaut, because they're still so young. Shai won the MVP this year. He's 26 years old. He's one of the oldest guys on the team.
Wow.
They're really set up for a bright future. And I'll tell you what, Oklahoma City is a really great city. It's got a river walk kind of like San Antonio. I was able to play there a couple times. That city was begging for a winner. So it's really cool to see Oklahoma City on top. And I'll tell you right now, they're going to be there for a while. A lot of teams are going to be looking up at them.
Excited to see what he does now as chairman of the Jockey Club as well.
Again, we talked about it earlier. I love that crossover.
Yeah.
Other sports into our sport, and I think it garners really great attention for us.
Well, the way they built their organization, so team-oriented, and they just did it brilliantly through the draft. You got to understand, they had Kevin Durant, James Harden, and Russell Westbrook at one time. A lot of people forget that. They almost went to the NBA Finals, kind of revamped everything, and they got all these young kids. And now bringing that into horse racing, he knows how to build a team. So I think that's very key.
Very cool.
Well, this nightcap coming up, Mitzi Fogg. You just saw Joel Rosario. Rob Falcone Jr. will team up. So many ways to go in this race. The 5, even with that 0-for-9 record, favored for Linda Rice, and a horse that has a big pedigree. She's a a former Grade 1 Manhattan winner, Real Solution.
Yeah, I mean, you know, in a race like this, right, we're looking at pedigrees. We're trying to decipher. I think this was the hardest race all day to handicap, Greg. I honestly.
I'm with you. This is tough. I mean, you're talking about the 5. He's really, when you look at the PPs, do you want to bet this horse at 3-1?
A lot of opportunities. Right? Yeah.
So, like, when you look at some of these other horses.
The answer, no.
Yeah, like the Jimmy Ryerson horse at 10, I know Jimmy caused a big upset, but what's wrong with that horse at 15-1? Lucy Playa, excuse me. But I just think that there's so many different ways you can go in here.
Well, including, there's a look at the favorite. Megan mentioned a couple of new faces on the lawn, and Namorata is one of them, the 6. Just behind this one for Miguel Clement, who will 2 sprints on dirt, stretching out, gets on the lawn for the first time. And then Soho Knights, the 7. This one, the second dam, was a multiple stakes winner on the grass and multiple graded stakes placed.
Yeah, there is turf pedigree, more for that horse trying to turf first time than anybody else.
And you were talking about the Sire Volatile.
Yeah, oh, man, he's an athlete. You see that commercial when he rears up and he spins around on his hind legs.
Here's Kiss by Karma to kick things off, Carlos Martin Barn.
Yeah, Carlos Martin Barn, last time dropping for the 50, did show speed.
Huge price at 25-1. Back to Mitzi Fogg. This horse had a brutal trip in the debut.
Yeah, it was 9 wide. I thought this horse would be a player and get bet a little bit more with Joel Rosario getting aboard.
Moving Barnes claimed out of that debut. Here's Saratoga Snow. Blinkers off.
Stretching back out, third off the layoff. Races were decent going around 2 turns last year.
To Heart Collector, Luis Rivera Jr. rides, was in this level last start, did not make much of an impact.
No, it would have to improve vastly from what we've seen in both first 2 starts. Still very green there. Don't want any part of the
throwing
pony.
her head around a little bit. Back to the modest favorite here for Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz. Another chance to equal his brother with his 34th winner.
The house silks are on for Jose.
Yeah.
And Namorata, I believe we'll see next. Miguel Clement, first time on the lawn for this 3-year-old filly.
More than ready, good turf sire. Not a tremendous amount of turf pedigree on the female side of the family. Did get a B- in the Cocker report from DRF. They won turf work.
Dylan Davis riding for Clement. Next door, the one we talked about with some pedigree, Soho Knights with Kendrick Carmouche.
Dangerous combination here because Kendrick used to be a Maryland rider and rode a ton for Michael Trombetta. I think this horse, very dangerous, this filly.
Princess Summer, obviously a major player, was just third at this level, and before that, second at the level.
You know, she has something that a lot of these others don't have, and that's consistency. She gives you an effort. Will it be good enough?
Daytime drama, start number 2, and a lot of changes here.
Yeah, Bruce Levine and Romero Mirage will take over first time on the turf.
Lucy Playa, Jimmy Ryerson, as you mentioned, Jose Lezcano, and a blinkers off.
Yeah, Jimmy Ryerson, Paul brought it up, one with a big long shot. I like the blinkers off. I think she'll settle better.
Mischievous Trick, Gary Siaka barn.
And the blinkers go on this one with Lane Luzzy, who rode a really good race early in the card for Tom Amos on a big long shot.
And Lady Delilah, for the most part, has had a little bit of success. Certainly at Saratoga, that second turf start, sprinting, was very good. What about going longer?
Yeah, I mean, her one try on the turf going long left a lot to be desired, and now compound that with the fact that she just gets a terrible post. So hard to win from out there. I really have a hard time seeing the kind of trip she could get.
Did go to the bench, though, after that turf route. So maybe an excuse. You see a
What's
rider
happening here?
off there.
Yeah,
the one, Mitzi Fogg, Joel Rosario.
I think the horse might have tossed him. By the way, I was going to get back to the 12. That poor horse has had some of the worst trips. And at 30-1, I could see that horse running a little bit better today. And it looked like the one, when they throw you off in the post parade, Mick, what happened? You just got to get back on him and try to settle him down.
Yeah, just you got to, what do they say, get back in the saddle.
Yeah.
You know, when I was younger, I could vault up there myself. As I got older, I had to wait for help to arrive and give me a leg up.
It's like catching a kid from AA that's just throwing 100 miles an hour and you have no clue where it's going. You're like, oh, my God, I just don't want to break my thumb. Can you throw it somewhere near this vicinity right here? But, yeah, you can get a horse like that. I can imagine if it tosses you, do you ride with a little trepidation after that?
I keep my feet out of the stirrups during the post parade. The longer you ride, right? You want to stay in the middle of them, use your legs to keep a little grip. Hey, it's another one's a late scratch.
Just heard, Frank Miramati, track announcer. We saw Joel Rosario come off Mitzi Fogg, and now the one has been announced coming out of the race.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for the filly, Mitzi Fogg, who I thought actually could be a player. You know, you see Joel.
Big mount coming up for him on Saturday. Farbridge and the Sword Dancer.
And he and Farbridge are like peas and carrots. They go together.
Has there been, I'm sure there's been great examples, but can you think of a better recent combination of rider and horse where it has just worked with those two and turned things around?
You know, right off the top of my head, I can't say I can. I mean, not recently. They just seem to know each other. Joel has a lot of confidence in the horse, and he not afraid of using him early to gain that inside position.
Yeah. The one thing about Joel, he always has something left, right? It's just he's so strong. So if he's close to the lead, he's dangerous. And because he can just outfinish you physically. He's one of those riders, when he gets hot, he gets really hot.
So Joel, that'll wrap up his afternoon. Mitzi Fogg, the one, late scratch. Let's go to Acacia.
And waiting to just catch up with Joel Rosario as he makes his way back over here. But in this race, the favorites, the 5, a little bit naughty, and the 8, Princess Summer, are fine. I just felt we've kind of seen what they have to offer. I wanted to give one more chance to the 2, Saratoga Snow, whom I've always felt is better going longer. She's built much more like a horse that wants to go longer. And she does get to stretch, to drop in class, I should say, today. She was bad last time, but she has races on the go back that would make her a big player. The number 6, Enamorada, gets onto the turf for the first time, and watching her work 2 back, she did work in company with Medici Road, who ran in a maiden special weight race the last race on Saturday, debuting on the turf. And while she didn't win, she set a fast pace in a much tougher field and ran far better on the turf than she had on the dirt. And Enamorada was a little bit keen early in that work, but she did move very well over the grass and looks like a turf horse as well. Certainly the More Than Readies can handle it. Greg, you mentioned the turf pedigree on the 7, Soho Knights. Big, good-looking daughter of Volatile. Really caught my eye. I think she strengthened second off the bench. And at first, I wasn't sure if she necessarily looked like a turf horse, but then when I saw her move in the post parade, she moves like a turf horse. Very intriguing getting onto the grass for the first time.
6-1. Thank you, Acacia. Soho Knights, Kendra Carmouche, Joel back, as we said, night over. But again, Saturday, major player tackling 2 from the Charlie Appleby barn.
Yeah, you know,
and the Sword Dancer.
Obviously, the horse that's never run here is more appealing to me because I think, have we seen enough of Nation's Pride?
That other horse is very interesting.
Yes,
yeah,
I agree.
I think
but
the other Godolphin horse.
I think Farbridge is seen it. I mean, he's got Nation's Pride. I'd just be more worried about the other Appleby.
Yeah.
Back to Acacia.
I did just get a chance to catch up with Joel Rosario, who walked back the length of the stretch in his own power, so he was doing okay, which is good news. Saw Mitzi Fogg trotting back with the Outrider pony and seemed like she was doing all right, but Joel did say it seemed like she kind of missed a step or two and ended up falling as a result. It wasn't her necessarily acting up and flipping as I thought first was. Unfortunately, I couldn't see it, but unfortunately with that stumble and her falling on her side, when they do fall like that, it is an automatic scratch at Naira. So good news, it did seem that horse and rider were okay, but unfortunate situation there out of that post parade, and she is a late scratch.
Acacia, thank you. Here we go, loading up in the 8. Princess Summer, Mike Maker, Arad Ortiz Jr. favored at 5-2, not far behind though. Arad's brother, Jose, and a little bit naughty, and again with a win here, equals his brother with 34 wins at the meet. Wide open nightcap. We send it upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Here's a little bit naughty going in. Lucy Playa, Inamorata. Lady Delilah will be the last one to load. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Saratoga Snow bounces out very quickly. Lucy Playa has some early interest, and Inamorata is in between those two. Soho Knights is next. On the extreme outside, Mischievous Trick is getting into contention, taking the 4th spot as they round the clubhouse turn. Then comes Heart Collector, who's 6 lengths off the lead. It's another 3 or 4, back to a little bit naughty, and Princess Summer, Soho Knights in front of that pair. At the back of the field, Kissed by Karma, Daytime Drama, and Lady Delilah. The quarter went in 23-4, and it's Saratoga Snow, uncontested up top. Leads it by a length and a half. Lucy Playa races in second. Then comes Inamorata third, Mischievous Trick 4 off the pace in 4th. Then Heart Collector and Soho Knights, followed by a little bit naughty, Princess Summer in traffic, 9 lengths off the lead, moving into the far turn. Lady Delilah is just outside of her. The 2 trailers, Kissed by Karma and Daytime Drama, 49 flat for Luis Saez and Saratoga Snow. They've been there every step of the way. Lucy Playa comes to engage in second. Mischievous Trick is just outside of them third. Then comes Inamorata, a little bit naughty is next. Princess Summer guided to the far outside. They're at the top of the stretch. Saratoga Snow maintains the lead a length and a half out in the center of the course. Here's Princess Summer starting to come fast now. On the inside, Inamorata is also in with a crack, coming right after Saratoga Snow. Saratoga Snow, Inamorata. Inamorata takes the lead close to home, and Inamorata wins it by a length. Saratoga Snow finished second. A little bit naughty third. Princess Summer was 4th.
Inamorata, first time on the grass. Miguel Clement, Dylan Davis team up to take the nightcap.
And it was a horse that hadn't tried turf before. We were talking about that earlier, in a race that seemed like chaos could prevail. Worked out a real nice trip under Dylan, though. Got to save ground and then come out saving ground, key to winning turf races.
I know you were interested in this horse, Mig, in good call. I know you liked Dylan getting on this horse, and Miguel Clement's just on fire right now. And there you see Miguel calling another winner for his owner. Gets a 5-1 shot, $12 winner, and it just shows you a turf horse is a turf horse. This horse, it lost by 17 or 18 lengths, dead last, and basically both starts, gets on the turf, completely different animal.
Yeah, and you know what? The Clocker report gave this horse very high marks for the one turf work that the horse had.
The 2 was well meant for Mike Dean. He cut out the fractions. I thought Louis did a great job. You even called it. He backed it down big time.
Almost 25 and big change the second quarter.
5-1 on your winner to close it out. 6-2-5-8 finish. And Miguel Clement.
Oh my gosh.
What a meat.
He really is. His horses are firing from everywhere. And like, what Mig was saying earlier, you got to give him a ton of credit. And he's handling it with all class, too.
Yeah, and again, through a very difficult, trying time. But, Miguel learned his lessons well and obviously learned at the foot of a master in his father.
One turf work. He gave this horse one turf work. That's all he needed to see. And wasn't even that fast. Miguel must have saw something. This horse really improved on the turf.
A master, by the way, who should be and hopefully will be very soon in the Hall of Fame.
Honestly, to me, it was a travesty that they did not induct him and shrine him in the Hall of Fame across the street while he was alive, because he deserved to know that honor.
A lot of people ask, horses or human? Everybody will say Miguel Clement should be, Christophe Clement should be in the Hall of Fame. And it's a no-brainer. Really.
Absolutely. It will happen.
Yes.
We're going to see you tomorrow, 1 Eastern start time. Our program, check your local listings on Fox. What a Thursday afternoon in the Galway Pop Idol. George Weaver sent out 4. It was one who'd done really more damage on synthetic, getting her first ever turf victory in that feature. And Farbridge to come. Miguel Clement taking the nightcap. He'll have Farbridge trying to win back-to-back editions of the Sword Dancer on Saturday. We'll see you tomorrow.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetracks, casinos, slots, superfectas, you can gamble from anywhere all the time. You've just got to ask yourself, should I? Take a pause to stay in control and think about how much time you spend gambling. A pause can help you determine if you're gambling because you like to or you need to. A pause can help remind you there's more to the moment than your next wager. Visit oasis.ny.gov and take our survey to see if your gambling is becoming more than a game.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.